Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place so fast, and therefore we must all keep moving in order to remain on the cutting edge in understanding and being able to interpret political moves in their right approach and in their right perspective. Thank you so much for making time to join us. And if you're able to get us, we begin by welcoming you and then requesting you to see to it that you invite as many as you can to be part and parcel of this big global family that brings Kenyans together to ventilate on their political situation and the way forward. Thank you so much, and we look forward to having a fruitful engagement even as we exchange our views on what is going on with our country and how we must rectify what is wrong in order to secure future generations. Thank you so much, and please invite somebody to join. And if you're not yet a subscriber, make sure you subscribe and turn on the notification bell so that you will always be notified every time we come on and begin the discourse. Thank you so much. The link to use to get in the studio is available in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will be here to talk together. I'm so glad that you are here, and please let's get going. I salute everybody who is making every effort to be part and parcel of this. And so please, let's work towards having a better Kenya, because a better Kenya is better for all Kenyans. A bad Kenya is bad for all Kenyans. The only help you have to make Kenya better is all that is needed to help every Kenyan. So be part of the caravan that is pushing for a better Kenya, because a better Kenya is better for every Kenyan and a bad Kenya is bad for all Kenyans. Which part of history would you want to be remembered for? Thank you so much. I salute everyone that has made every effort. Of course, Fatan Muhammad has been the first one. Thank you so much. Elizabeth Anyango, karibu kwa show. Kuna Ban bin Bunu. Thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu, kuna Rockstar Alva. Thank you so much. Nectar Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Zado Kunya Wanyangu, asante sana. Kuna Gabo Mwende, karibu sana. Kuna Mwendo Tobias, you're welcome. Sarah Serange, karibu sana. Aisha Shah, asante sana. Karibu Evans Owino, karibu sana kwa show. Ndugu yetu Fabiano Adriano, karibu sana. Kuna Mtahito, alafu kuna Onino Aron, alafu kuna Shiko Felicitas Atideke, karibu kwa show. Fatima Nasimiyu, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu, Robi Lerisha, nakwambia kuna majina hapa nje. Karibu sana. Nani huyu, Dahir Abdi, thank you so much. Lekipa Oloisa, thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu, kuna Faiza Fadila, Albert Nyangoya, alafu kuna Abdirika hiyo imenishinda. Abdirizak Ibrahim, asante sana, ndio hiyo. Joy Obesa, alafu nani mwingine, Cosmas Kemboi, nani mwingine huyu, Jonathan Chir. Okay, tusonge mbele. Asante sana, karibu studio. Tumia hiyo link, ingia studio tukajadili masuala haya nchi hii ni yetu na lazima kila mmoja ajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba yuko side ya historia ambayo ina make sense, sio historia ambayo inachanganya. So wherever you are getting us from, please let's make every effort to see to it that we are working out everything to secure the future of this great country by citing what must be corrected and ensuring that whatever it is that it takes to have a great country, we will do everything and make sure that it plays according to the rules. So karibu sana kila mmoja, makinika, hakikisha kwamba hausalii nyuma, na naomba tafadhali ukikuja studio tunahitaji kamera yako, kwa sababu tunataka video ambayo ni quality, haswa kwa wale ambao wanakuja kutazama kipindi wakati tushakimaliza. Tukiwa na darkness kila mahali, basi kutakuwa na shida wakati wanaotazama baadaye hawatafurahia kipindi. Kwa hivyo tafadhali jitahidi, hata kama kamera yako ni mbaya, afadhali kuwa na kamera mbaya kuliko kutokuwa na kamera kabisa. So karibu tafadhali tukajadili kwa kina. Now leo tunazungumzia kuhusu Ruto survival strategy versus Azimio onslaught. Okay, then of course Azimio solidarity saves Jubilee. There has been stay orders, and of course whatever they planned taking over of Jubilee is now stayed until dispute resolution court handles the case. And you notice that Baba, Kalonzo, Martha Karua, and every other person was at the Jubilee headquarters to take charge from the rebels. And so it is like Jubilee is saved. But what we want to look at here is the survival strategies that Ruto is deploying. Are they going to work for him? How does he become strong by weakening other political parties and buying members of parliament from other political parties? How does that establish him or fortify him in the hearts of Kenyans? Because Kenya belongs to Kenyans. Kenya does not belong to the members of parliament. So I believe if there is any effort that needs to be deployed, is to get the heart of Kenyan, to win the heart of Kenyans. But in my opinion, his strategy seems to be falling short of his impression on the hearts of Kenyans. And therefore, his survival approach, in my opinion, is dead on arrival. All the same, karibu sana kila mmoja. Tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, sitazame kipindi peke yako. Hakikisha kwamba unamakinika kwa kuwa ambassador wa kipindi hiki, ambaye unafikia wengine, unawakaribisha na unawaambia wasubscribe, ili tukasoge pamoja katika hoja zetu na katika kuelewa inji yetu. Asante sana. Namuona Mr. Wangira is here. Kuna Mama Rehema. Inaonekana Mama Rehema hataki kamera iwe on, but all the same, karibu. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Mr. Wangira atuanzishie mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Karibu sana Mr. Wangira.
Habari ya leo Bernard.
Niko salama, nashukuru. Vipi huko?
Tuko salama Bernard. You know, yesterday my internet was in danger, Bernard. I hope that today nobody is targeting my internet.
Go ahead. This is so pro.
William Samoei Ruto. Are you getting me? Okay. William Samoei Ruto should embark on delivering on the promises that he gave to the people of Kenya. Like today, there was a headline in the Taifa Leo, Bernard. I don't know whether you saw that headline. Kwamba William Ruto awalisha wa Kenya ugali hewa. I don't know whether you saw that headline, Bernard. Ugali hewa, promising people, hot air, Bernard. So William Samoei Ruto, he gave us promises. As Kenyans, he said that if he is going to become president of the Republic of Kenya, he's going to achieve ABCD. Let him achieve ABCD, He should not engage in what I'll call monkey business here, Ben. Bernard, we are a multi-party democracy. Kenya is a multi-party democracy. And to come to where we are, Bernard, it was a struggle. You remember we had been what we call a de facto one-party state since 1966 when KPU was banned, and come 1982, Kenya became a de jure one-party state. And, to revert to what we call a multi-party democracy, Bernard, it was a struggle until 1992 when the Section 2A was repealed. So, we are a multi-party democracy. So this single party mentality that I see within Kenya Kwanza, is not what Kenyans fought for and is not what Kenyans believe in. If you have your own party called UDA, you you dwell on ensuring that UDA delivers on what it promises. You should not, be poking you should not be poking your nose in each and every other political party. Bernard, I understand that 2 days ago, is it 2 days ago, when 1 day or 2 days ago, when Wakina Kanini Kega, went to Jubilee headquarters, to take over the Jubilee leadership. I understand that they were escorted by members of our security forces. I'm not very sure, but I've heard rumors that they were escorted by members of our security forces. What interest would our members of security forces have in a political party? Political parties are democratic organization and whose membership is voluntary, Bernard, and they have their own rules of engagement, Bernard. So today I want to salute the political party dispute tribunal, Bernard. The political party dispute tribunal is the lowest court that looks into matters political parties and is under the Kenya judiciary. So today, it has stayed the takeover. It has stayed Wakina Kanini Kega's takeover, Bernard, and it has allowed now Jeremiah Kioni and his team to return to Jubilee headquarters, Bernard. So I hope that the spirit of the Kenyan constitution, which is the spirit of multipartyism, Bernard, will be safeguarded. We don't want to end up where we were. We must safeguard this spirit of multipartyism. Let the ruling party, they told us that they have the numbers. Let them, stick on the numbers they have and allow parties to work within the framework in which they have agreed to work on. Bernard, for you to even try to force now Jubilee party to move out of AZIMIO, it looks laughable. Especially when I heard Wakina Kaneni Kega saying that they were now going to initiate the process of removing Jubilee out of AZIMIO. I just laughed. I just laughed. They have agreed to be used as guns for hire. Yes, but let us see how far they will get. And again, Bernard, there seems to be a bad precedent that is being set by our parliamentary leadership, Bernard. You remember when this session of parliament began, there was this issue of which are the majority and which are the minority, Bernard. And I expected that Speaker Wetangula was going, I expected Speaker Wetangula, Bernard, to have his fidelity to the law and the standing orders of the National Assembly. But what did we see? We saw that his fidelity was somewhere else. And, that's why he went round and declared that, AZIMIO La Umoja was not a political party. When in the true essence, and even when you go to the political parties registrar, you'll find that AZIMIO La Umoja is a corporate political party. And, even went against, the advice of the registrar political parties, who had advised Parliament at that particular time that AZIMIO La Umoja was the majority political party. And today, Bernard, in the Senate, yesterday, AZIMIO Umoja leadership in the Senate decided to remove the Isiolo women rep, the Isiolo senator, sorry, with I think the minority whip, and they decided to replace him with Senator Ledama Lekina. It's up to the party leadership to decide who they want their leaders to be in parliament. It's not the business of the speaker to prefect, political parties on who their leadership is. The political parties, given their strength, the Senate decide on who their leadership is. And, if they decide that, we are changing our leadership, it is within their province to change that leadership. But today, what did we see? We saw the Speaker of the Senate, who is a former governor for Kilifi, Amazon King, trying, to dodge and to go around to go around that issue instead of implementing a very simple decision of AZIMIO Umoja in the Senate, where they were supposed to have removed the Isiolo senator as a minority whip and replaced her with Ledama Olekina. Then you wonder, are we becoming, what type of a society are we? Are we a society that is being governed by the rule of law or by the will of a person? You see, have we reached a point? These are some of the questions that we are asking, because if that is the direction that we are taking, then, Bernard, we are on the wrong route. We are on the wrong route because Parliament is an independent institution, Bernard. And if this is the route that we are taking, don't be shocked one day, when there will be a vote in Parliament, and the winner of that vote will be declared the loser, and the loser of that vote will be declared the winner. Because if this is the tendency that we are seeing, then we are likely to end up there, Bernard. So, it's unfortunate at how things, are taking shape in this country. And I hope that, we will find a way forward to make them straight. Because if we don't make them straight, then we are going to get lost, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow the next speaker to come in. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Wangira for that good start, and we look forward to engaging further. The mischief, the twist, and the turns of our politics are such that some of them are very, very wanting in the sense that people are no longer following the law, but finding a way around the law. And the people who are most unlikely in terms of least expected in terms of perverting the law, like you cited Wetangula. Wetangula is a senior lawyer of repute in terms of how long he's been in practice. Then if he is so quick into bending the law and trying to twist things, then we are really causing problems in this country by letting people who don't believe in the law preside over the law, and eventually they may just land us into a world of the jungle, where the rule of the jungle carries the day, survival for the fittest. And to me, that's very disturbing. And it's too early in the day for Kenya Kwanza and team to be perverting the law. They need the law on their side. But if they pervert it this time round, and then we are really dealing with a very, very bad precedents being set by this illegitimate government. And so a very good reason for the Kenyans to rise up in arms and reject the twistedness and the perversion that is being propagated. We want to be sure that the law will defend us every time we turn to it. But if the law is now serving the mighty against the least and the junior in the society, and then we are cooked as a society. So I support. Let's look at the law keenly and let's follow it continuously. And the registrar of political parties should refuse to be intimidated by the Kenya Kwanza machinations and just execute her responsibility. You don't have to try to play ball here. It's a matter of you come by the law, I deal with you according to the law, and let the consequences be. I followed the law, you did not follow the law. Not this matter of saying that the NEC was legitimately constituted, and on the other hand, they say only the district, only the dispute resolution committee can preside over this. So why were you giving your word on the same in the first place? So let's have some nerve to stand against perversion and twisting of the law in order for us to have a straightforward nation. I want to appreciate everybody as you join us. We are live now on Mtembei TV YouTube channel, Mtembei TV profile page on Facebook, as well as Mtembei official Facebook page. Make sure you're a follower of all those pages and you are a subscriber. We have a feed of the same program on Sound Candid Talk, so you can as well follow the program from Sound Candid Talk, and we encourage you to be a subscriber of the same. Thank you, everybody. Let's keep going. I salute Tony PK is here, and of course, Leo, my co-pilot. VP Daddy, Tony PK.
Poa sana Bernard. Leo nimepata kamwanya kidogo mapema na ninafurahi. Ni vizuri kuzungumzia Wakenya kabla wajaenda kulala, ndio walale na mambo, na wakiamka asubuhi watukute tukiwaamsha kuwapatia kifungua kinywa kwamba kile walikula jana asubuhi usiku ni hicho hicho. Hicho kikombe unakunywa, waambie ndicho cha jana, za leo na kesho. Let me also say jambo to brother Wangira. Hatujaonana siku nyingi because tuna wakati wetu unapitana kidogo, and also nice to see Leo. Bernard, I really wanted you to play a clip I've sent you, which would have been very good for me to enter into.
The one for Professor?
No. Yeah, this one for, yeah, no, for the preacher, the man of God. Maybe that one of the man of God, because it's really dwelling on the strategy, which is the best topic we have today. Is disapproving, although we really exhausted it jana, but it would be good because it's part of what AZIMIO thinks is, I mean, not AZIMIO. These guys, our watu wa maombi, wanafikiria hiyo ndio one of the best strategy. But as you prepare it, if you allow me, I would generally, kind of have my say into what is happening, and in terms of Ruto's strategies into his government. For me, I'm happy, and I'm so happy that these mediocre strategies is what is engaging, and it's actually ndio ile inaitwa nini, inachangia. We are happy because it's adding to our strategies, and our strategy ni moja, to remove him from office. So the more incompetence he exposes himself or displays himself, the more annoying he becomes, the more stupid he becomes, the more mistakes he makes, the better for us. Because in AZIMIO also we still have doubting Thomases, people who do not think that this journey has a cause, that maybe people are just, Kenyans like saying, oh, that one is spreading hate. And for me, I don't know anything called hate. Why do you have to hate another human being? What I fight for and what I talk and what I criticize is when you are leading people in the wrong direction, pretending you know, yet you don't know. So it's not a matter of hate. Nita hate Bernard nimpeleke wapi. I don't feed you, you don't feed me. So Wakenya waache kufikiria it's hate. Ruto is not hated. He simply cannot lead us. That's what we are saying. He's a Kenyan. Nobody said he's a foreigner. Okay, we know he's a guy from Sugoi or wherever it is. So we have no problem with that. But we have a problem with somebody coming to impose on us that he's a leader, yet he was rejected by the majority, and then he uses force. Actually, what Ruto did is simple. It's a coup, a bloodless coup. It is simple as that, where you overturn the will of the people. Whether you claim to be smart or whatever you are, every thief says he's smart, because huwa anangojea saa zile umelala ndiye anakuja, kama saa zile wewe ni mgonjwa kwako boma ndiye anakuja kukuvamia. That is not smartness, all right? So what we are fighting for is that we don't want this to happen, because we can easily see the result. We know the result. Ikiwa ulifanya hesabu jana na ukaanguka, mwalimu wa mathematics akakuwekea x na akakwambia hukufuata formula vizuri, you can never end up getting the answer. Why do you want to repeat the same thing every time? So like Kenyans, okay, I know there are those who are very young, and it's not a mistake, of course, because we can't all be mature. Kila mtu ana uzee wake na ana uyang wake, uyuthi wake. So we just need to learn from each other. If I tell you I saw a movie called XYZ na kuelezea vile ilikuwa nini na wewe hujaiona, you are supposed to believe, because believing, you don't believe by seeing, because you will not see everything. we believe in Jesus. Did we see Jesus? None of us, actually. We are just being told about Jesus by people we think are credible. Wale tunaita mitume, wale waliandika hizo haraka nani. That is it. If we start ignoring them, kuambia mpaka mimi nione huyu alikuwa anaitwa Yohana Mbatizaji, I cannot, because I could not have been there. So the same thing with Kenyans. When people who have gone through, wamenyolewa na hiyo wembe, wakakatakatwa, wakaumizwa, wakavunjavunjwa na that kind of formula ambaye kwa sasa inaendelea, because Nyayo was never elected in. I'm beginning with Nyayo. Although even Kenyatta was never elected, Kenyatta number one. He just by design that he was the first president or prime minister when we were getting independent. And we accepted, because, we were told by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga that huyu ndio tunataka atuongoze. And Kenyans followed, because they trusted and believed in mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga when he said hatutachukua uhuru ama uongozi kabla ndugu yetu aje. It is not that Jaramogi Oginga was a coward or a fool or an idiot. No, he was a patriot who was seeing that there would be no enjoyment of these fruits when your other brothers are still in jail or wherever incarcerated. So it was wisdom that let me do what? Let me boycott this and say we don't need it. We don't need this independence if it will be piecemeal. And it was wisdom. That is what now brought Kenyatta into the position. And there we accepted as Kenyans. And then because it was our first time, we had a lot of struggle, because there was a difference in ideologies. Okay? The oldest ideology was like, we develop this, we build a country based on the Majimbo system. Okay? Right from day one. And what was Majimbo system? It was to devolve development so that you can have very quick sprouting of peace development from every other corner of the country, which would now surmount into what you would be calling a nation today. But we missed that boat. We missed it because of, again, selfishness and personal view of issues, instead of looking at the bigger picture of it. People thought that if Coast is a Jimbo by itself, itakuwa mimi sina power. But that was the shortfall of maybe the forefather. He thought that when you have those Majimbos, he would not be powerful. And that Kasumba is still on, lingering on with that school of thought. That's why you saw even Moi being against that. Okay, until Kibaki saw it, because alikuwa ni msomi, alikuwa ameona dunia vile inaendelea, aliona the catalyst that there is in terms of development. So he adopted that strategy by us approving the 2010 constitution. Now look at those who opposed the 2010 constitution. They still wana hiyo kasumba And that now is bringing me into this so-called strategy of kujaribu kudismantle, kumeza other parties, so that unafikiria you are powerful because you are there. When ndio unakohoa watu wanainama, ama when ndio unakojoa watu wanapanda, which is a very stupid thing to go by in 60 years down the line. So we have experimented this and we know where we have failed. Hii hesabu tulijua mahali tumekosea, ile formula, ile step tulikosea tumeijua, and that is how you become a mathematician. Hesabu ukirudia mara mbili, ya tatu you are not supposed to fail. If you fail, you are an idiot. And I don't want Kenyans to be idiots. I think we are very sharp. We have the formula of building this nation. And that's why, Bernard, when you play that clip, it will explain to Kenyans in very simple terms. Mtu wa Mungu anakuelezea tu mahali unakosea formula, unaanguka hesabu, then you fail your exam. Like us, when we were tulifanya ile ilikuwa inaitwa CPE. For us, if you failed that, ukianguka hesabu ilikuwa ukuli hata nyumbani. You are sad. Yani, you feel so bad. And I think most of us must have been really depressed. Ile tu wati hesabu umepata 90%. Your father asks you, why didn't you get 100%? At kama my dad, you would tell him, Daddy, you know I was top. I had 95. Anakwambia, you are not top. Mwalimu alikuwa anataka upate ngapi? At 100. Ni nini ilifanya usipate 100? Ati Daddy, unajua. Anasema, don't give me stories. Were you in that class? Namwambia, yes, Daddy, but I was top. Ananiambia, I'm telling you, don't tell me about being top. Tell me about you getting 100% of that hesabu. Kwa sababu mwalimu akisema ni 100, anajua mtu anaweza pata hizo hesabu zote. So, we were pushed that way, beyond trying to achieve excellence. And that is where we are supposed to be as a country. Not kuambiwa hata 50 ni sawa, hata 40% ni mzuri, hata sijui ngapi ni. That is what contributes to failure and non-performance of even economy, politically and everything. Tunaambiwa sasa ni sawa hata mtu akiiba elections. Ati move on to where? Unaambiwa move, mtu ameiba, wewe umeamka asubuhi saa 9 ukapiga kura. Ukapigwa mchenga ndio, ukadoubt, ukaanguka, lakini bahati mzuri Mungu naye halali, anakuja ana reveal, anakuambia Bernard, unajua ile kura ulipiga bana ndio ilishinda. It's like you winning a jackpot for those who go gambling, and then all of a sudden unaambiwa haukushinda na ulikuwa umetumia hela yako. Then a few weeks later God reveals to you that the ticket ya jackpot ilikuwa yako. Na unaambiwa sasa, my friend, you have the right to claim it. Do you still have the ticket? Unasema niko nayo. Can we compare the number? Oh yeah. Unaambiwa sasa, bro, go claim for your win. That is where we are at Kenyans. And that's why I'm not entertaining any discussions ati kusaidia Ruto, sijui kufanya nini. Ruto has to be dismantled first. We have to dismantle him because we have agreed he is not the right guy who is sitting on that seat. So we should not be ati tunahuruma, tunaongea theory mingi. Hizo theory kwa mfano, when we talk of the multipartism, multipartism is supposed to be based on a certain framework which has a very solid foundation, and it cannot have any other foundation other than electoral justice. Now, electoral justice goes into all the parties. If my party is called Stone PK Party, ya Bernard inaitwa Bernard Party, ya Msimamo inaitwa Msimamo Party, ya Roda inaitwa Roda Party, and then wananchi have 4 choices to make. They go to wherever, wanaangalia ni gani inaendana na hao, what ni ideologies gani zinaendana. Then akienda kwa Bernard, the day atasikia hapana, Bernard amenichosha, hizi ideologies zake ya implement, wacha niende kwa Roda. You don't start circumventing that. Ati unaingilia kwa Bernard kurig, huyu jamaa unaenda kotini ndio asitoke sijui. Please let people move at will. Electoral justice should be mpaka pale kwa kijiji, tukichagua wazee wa kijiji. That is where we practice democracy, if at all we want to have democracy. For me, if we don't correct it in Kenya, I'll never want anybody to tell me about huyu mnyama anaitwa democracy. Democracy should be from my village, that the chairman of board of whatever kwa ile primary school, tukisema tunaenda kwa ballot, akichaguliwa msimamo, ndiye ameshinda na kura 2, ndiye anaambiwa wewe ndio utakuwa chairman kwa huo muda. Na yeye asipo perform, again the process is done. Then to go up to chairmanship, to MCA, that electoral justice ikinawiri tu mpaka kwa presidential, you will never hear a Kenyan quarreling any other. Hautasikia mtu akisema huyu ni Mkale, huyu ni Mkikuyu, huyu ni Mluya, huyu ni Mchaga, huyu ni. That actually is the umbrella. It's what joins people. The second, of course, is when you lead them now to faith and all that, so that we don't forget about God. But if you deny us justice, umeona watu hata wameanza kudoubt God, Bernard, which is very sad. Watu wanaanza kuuliza, kwani Kenya tuna miungu wangapi bana? You know, it's very bad when you have the human beings beginning to question, are we really on the right course? That is the question today. Now, what are we telling our youth? And remember, our youth walikuwa waendi church. Wanasemanga tunawabo. Sasa ndio tunawabo zaidi. And if they are not ready to go for spiritual nourishment, how shall we really have them as our future leaders? So for me, Bernard, what I'm saying is, the frameworks we are talking about will not work at all. Multi-parties framework, sijui tuende nini, all those formulas will not work until the foundation of electoral justice is korogwad vizuri. Na ndio nasema Kenya sasa miaka 60 imekwisha. Sasa we should be ready to dismantle. Kabisa, tuna dismantle to start afresh. There is nothing wrong with that. You better dismantle and start in the right direction. I've listened to some panelists, some presenters as I finish so that others can come in. You know, I listen widely to people. People saying that Ruto and Raila should go wakaongee na Ruto. Sincerely speaking, what are we telling Kenyans? Bernard, and I want other panelists to tell me, ukweli wa mambo nikisha kushika umeniibia. You've stolen my wife, for example. And then I'm being told to come and negotiate with you. Wallahi billahi. Inaendanga wapi? Ni kanisa gani inaletanga hiyo? Ama ni msikiti gani inaletanga hiyo? Mimi hiyo Bernard utaniambia kule iko. Hiyo sijui iko wapi. Hata kama ni ile tunaambiwanga kusamehea. Ati mtu amekuibia. Kwani kusamehewa ni ya kurudishia alafu you decide ama utamsamehe ama hapana? Formula number 1 is return my thing, man. Bring back my wife, bring back my goat, bring back whatever you have stolen. Ilete kwangu. Alafu sasa Stone PK unaulizwa hasa, unajua kama wewe ni mdini, dini pia tunasema unaweza kusamea mtu, Mungu alisema hivi. Lakini huwezi kuniambia nianza kukusamea na bado unapiga kifua na ninaiona kwako. This is annoying Kenyans, Bernard. And last night or yesterday I said, let's not annoy Kenyans. If we annoy these Kenyans beyond, tutashindwa kuwafunga breki. Breki zitaisha. Breki zitaisha because some of these prominent people talking about Kenyans ati baba aende akazungumze na Ruto. Anaenda kuzungumza nini? Mazungumzo ya baba imeisha. But Raila's discussions with the people about what? This will be very annoying. And the day Baba goes to discuss with Ruto, we will start another revolution against Baba from everywhere we are. And Baba has been told, if other than negotiating with Ruto, afadhali tu apumzike kwa nyumba. But we don't want him. We don't know what he would be going for to discuss with somebody. He has told us and he has given us reasons and he has given us evidence that this guy stole our votes. What we want is we want our vote back. Hakuna negotiation at the election. Hapana, hakuna election. Hakuna election na hakuna 2027. Kama kila kitu ni kuisha, iishie hapa. Iishie sasa hapa kabisa. Thank you. I'll come again.
Okay, asante sana Stone PK. That's very clear and very straightforward. Everyone must make sense of the same. Ukiniibia, Biblia inasema mwizi akiiba ili azuie njaa anaweza kueleweka. They can understand, as in when he's got stealing to eat. No, when he steal in order to eat. But the Bible also says when he's caught, akipatikana, alipe mara saba. Okay, that is Proverbs. I'll give you the exact quote. When you can eat, you can steal to eat and say it, and people may understand. But if you get caught, you will pay 7 times of everything you stole. So there is no negotiation between the thief and the owner of the property. It is not negotiated. The thief has no negotiating power, has no capacity to claim anything because he doesn't own anything. He had stolen it. So he comes to the negotiation table as what? As I am a thief, and you need to understand me that I am a thief, and stealing is my nature. So you should let me steal because that is what thieves do. Is that the kind of negotiation you're talking about, or what is it? So all those people saying that Raila should talk to Ruto, talk what? There's nothing to talk. What is there is mwizi akipatikana, Biblia inasema alipe mara saba. Okay? So Zakayo alipokundua kwamba amekuwa akiibia watu, okay? Mwenyewe tu hata kabla Yesu aseme, akainua mkono asema, hey, leo wokovu imeingia kwa hii nyumba. Kama nimechukua chochote kutoka kwa mtu, narudisha mara 4. Okay? Huyo ndio Zakayo. So we cannot be preaching the Bible this way and practicing it the other way. All the same, I'm going to play that video, although I suspect it in terms of, but it has been in circulation for long. I've seen it for long. So sijui kama itakuwa shida, but I will play it for us to get a balance because it's important. Hii maneno ya Kenya Kwanza kutupeleka kuombea mvua wakati wanapaswa kupeana suluhisho, hiyo lazima waeleweke. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali ukitupata tu tafadhali karibisha 2 watatu. Be our extension in doing what we are required to do in terms of letting the wide range of the Kenyan community to interact with the rest of the world of the Kenyan community in discussing their way forward. Paul says Uhuru Rao can fight for Jubilee if doing so is a matter of life and death. But AZIMIO principles can keep the party, but the MPs have gone. Who cares? Who cares? What you people don't realize is this revolution is going to have casualties. And the main casualties are going to be those you are calling members of parliament. Because I don't see Baba presiding over this country with that rogue government. There will be a snap election. Let me not begin to prophesy. The spirit of the prophet is subject to the prophet. Wachia tu ni wachia. Lakini kwenda na wabunge is waste of time. Let's listen to this preacher keenly and then follow through. Just a short while.
Government bishop sold the copper mines in northern Zambia to an outside consortium for $25 million. The copper mines for $25 million because they couldn't manage to keep them. The company that came in and took over the Zambian copper mines in 3 months made a profit of $75 million. They did not pay the Zambian government upfront in cash for the mines. They were going to pay them over a period of time. Here we have this company that has an understanding of how things work, raised the money at the government's expense, took money that the company should have, the government should have been making, and gave it back to the government and said, we paid our debt in full, and give them now 0.006% of the proceeds of copper mining. When right outside the door there's people in poverty, people in not eating, people ignorant, people dying, high levels of AIDS. And what's the deal? Churches are full, people are praising God, Africans pray all night. Prayer is not in the success equation. Prayer is in the revelation equation. Decision making is in the success equation. You have to make a decision and be sound. We have to be disciplined and make sure we go and get what God has called us to get. You can be full of the Holy Ghost, but you can still be ignorant. But as for me and my house, I will get understanding. I will get understanding. I will get understanding. It's time now for us to rise up and be counted. This year, the country of Ghana turns 50. Ghana was born the same year we were born, in 1957. Ghana and South Korea had their independence dates on the same day, the same year. But look where South Korea is. South Korea is by nature not a Christian nation. South Korea by nature are Buddhists. China, which is the next large world economy, they have stated that in the next 10 years, 20% of the Chinese people will be multimillionaires. That means almost 450 million Chinese will be millionaires. They are not Christians, they are Buddhists. The Japanese are Shintoists. Those in Indonesia and Malaysia are Muslims. It's not about praising God and hallelujah and a great thank you, Jesus. It's about possessing an understanding as to how things work.
Haya, ukweli wa mambo huo, lazima tupone. Inji haiongozwi kwa kuongoza maombi. Inji inaongozwa kwa kutoa formulation of policies that work. I was having, just before I bring in Leo, the second person here, before I bring in Leo, I was having a conversation with one of my friends, and I said, to be the president of this country right now is the easiest thing if you don't want to play games. It is the easiest thing because you have 47 presidents that are already assisting you. So you don't even need deputy president. You already have 47. All you need to do is delegate responsibilities. Tell the governors, ugao wa hela yenu nitawapa, lakini sitaki kusikia njaa Baringo, sitaki kusikia njaa Kakamega, sitaki kusikia njaa Kisumu. Hela nitawapa, lakini nikisikia njaa nitakuja huko mwenyewe. So that instead of you dealing with the entirety of Kenya, you have 47 deputies. Let them work on those issues. That's why agriculture is part of the devolved services. Lakini hiyo kwa sababu unataka kukula kwa fertilizer, unataka kula kwa tractor, unataka kukula kwa mbegu, unataka kukula kwa nguo ya overall, unataka kukula kwa kukata makucha, you can't let the counties do the right thing. And that's where we are. You want everything decided here because you must get your cut. The evil that befell this country is when leadership went to dealers instead of leaders. Let us wake up and understand that time is running out. We must correct our wrong before it's late. Leo, karibu.
All right. Good evening, Bernard. Good evening, Stone PK. Leo umekuja mapema. Sio kawaida sisi kukuona wakati kama huu. Roda, I can see Lala, NO, Rose, Rachel na ndugu msimamo na kila mmoja ambaye ako pale comment section, iwe Facebook ama YouTube. So if I just want to be brief now, because I know we are having this show for, actually it is becoming the rest of the day and the night. Today, what I saw happening in the Senate is really worrying. And if the same can continue happening, then I can be sure the Constitution is going to be literally suspended. And we will really wish that how we wish we gave a chance to people who are sincere, like Wajakoya, who promised that he is intending to suspend the constitution. So it showed me that what Ruto is doing is simply implementing the things that he did not want. Like maybe he's copying, he's just copy pasting some of the ideas that he doesn't know how should be run. He copied Wajakoya, who said he's going to suspend the constitution. The way the senators, the AZIMIO senators, were treated in the Senate, it wasn't fair. And had they been maybe the people like Sudis, or had they been Jalangos in that house, I'm telling you, they would have been cornered easily. So we thank God we're having a bright and brave Sifunas there. We managed to see the braveness of Kajwang, the likes of the Mazayo or Ruhu, the minority leader. The same way they denied the AZIMIO their majority in the National Assembly is the same way they now want to dictate to AZIMIO who is representing them, like who is going to whipping them. They are in the majority, and they also want to decide for the minority what they are going to do. So if they can do that one to the honorable senators, what do you think they're going to do to us, the just wananchi wa kawaida? That is why he decides to wake up and tells you that on Tuesday we are going to have a national prayer. He doesn't care that Tuesday people are going around about their work, or maybe if given up, he knows they are kuna kazi Kenya, so the only thing people are idle, he can just call them for prayers and all those things. So we really need to stop this kind of behavior, because it is taking us back where this country came from. Most of us did not live during those horrible days of Moi, but we've gotten stories from the people who live. Some of those stories are still fresh, as those people who are following the documentary that you saw of Dr. Robert Ouko just recently in NTV. Those are some of the fresh stories of what happened during the Moi regime. So if you did not live during that time, such stories should be able to depict and give you a picture of what can happen, or what had already happened when we had a single party democracy, when we had a tyrant, somebody who was a dictator and will decide on everything that happens to you. So I think NTV were right. They brought this thing at the right time, just to remind those people who are ignorant of history that this is what happened and it can still happen. And I can tell you it is happening. I saw from the Human Rights Watch, there is a certain whistleblower in the, I don't know if it is NSSF or NHIF, who just went missing mysteriously and was killed. So that is the situation that we are currently. We should not be able to allow that to happen. And then secondly, the strategy of Ruto is, as he's advancing his mischief, he's on the other side trying to divert the attention of citizens. So as he's advancing his issues, he's diverting our attention on the other side, so that we don't realize these things that are happening. So that when you'll be waking up later, you'll find that a lot has happened. So we need to be alert. We need to put this to ensure that as we are planning to take over, we need to ensure that these people don't harm us. I know we are going to get a country that is already distorted. So Raila will have some work to put the house in order, but we should not allow them to continue destroying this house. And what made me happy and gave me some hope, apart from the Kisii meeting that is going to take place tomorrow, is that Baba has finally decided to call prayers where Kenyans are. That is Jivanji, the center of this city, or the center of the country. That is the beginning of that is the headquarter of the People's Parliament, Bunge la Wananchi headquarter. So that is the real parliament. So as they are holding their prayers in Nyayo, or they are holding their meetings in the National Assembly and Senate, we the citizens are also going to meet in our national public parliament, Bunge la Wananchi at Jivanji. And I'll urge all Kenyans who can be able to reach on that particular day to reach and attend these prayers. And they've made it clear, these prayers is not for a specific denomination or specific religion. Everybody has been welcomed, from Christians to Muslims to Hindus, even those people who still practice the African tradition, even those people who don't believe in the existence of God. So we are going to meet there as Kenyans, because this country belongs to us all. It is a secular country. So you cannot single out and say that we are having prayers for Christians. You're inviting your personal bishops. So they've not invited the bishops, they've invited the Kenyans, because among the Kenyans, everybody knows how to pray. So you can pick anybody anytime and they'll pray their own way. So I'll really encourage people to go and attend. And from that meeting, we need to tell Raila that we should not entertain these people. We should not waste time with them. We need to march and reclaim our victory. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Leo tunashukuru kwa mchango huu, maoni yako. Asante sana kila mmoja anayejumuika nasi. Tunaendelea kuwahimiza, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili wote wakamakinike pamoja wanaposikiliza wakati tunapeana maoni yetu kuhusu masuala yetu. Thank you everybody. Please let's keep the conversation going, and please don't watch alone, and make sure you are subscribing. Don't just be there. I'll play this short video and then Rhoda can come in. Let's listen to Kenyans as they air their views on what is happening and their response to the same.
Na zile dictatorship ambayo unaanza ile za Moi haiwezi work kwa hii generation. So mimi naambia jamii ya Wakisii, Kisii community, kuanzia kina Simba Rati nani, hii vita Ruto apigi Matiang'i, Ruto anapiga jamii ya Wakisii. Na that's why mimi nasema vile Raila Odinga anakuja Kisii na sisi tunakuja Kisii, ya kwamba mtoke kwa fujo, kwa sababu mkiwacha Matiang'i kesho wataendea Arati, wakitoka kwa Arati wataendea mwingine, kwa sababu watu wengi ambao wako support Ruto, inamaanisha sasa sisi tutataka kukojoa kwa nyumba, kwa sababu Ruto ni president na Gachagua ni deputy wake, ambayo iwezekani. Mimi najua walianza na Kinoti, wakakimbia kwa Kibichu, wakakuja kwa Uhuru family, sasa wanaenda kwa Matiang'i. Atuoli walimweka akapiga magoti State House. Tunajua ya kwamba Atuoli yako wa support kwa sababu wanapenda, mlimweka akapiga magoti. Mzee kama ule anawapigia magoti akiwabembeleza. My friend, mimi naambia Ruto na naambia mimi ni vile tu Odinga akona huruma. Mimi kama ningekuwa na 1 billion kwa akaunti yangu, mimi Ruto ni mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu ningekutoa. Vijana hawana kazi, watu hawana chakula, watu wanaumia. Eti wewe unatushindia kila siku ni maombi. Kwani tulichagua wewe utufundishe kuomba? Kwani hii miaka yote tukigrow wewe ulikuwa umekaa na maombi kwako mpaka ukue president ndio sasa watu waanze kujua wewe unajua kuomba? Kuinamia wewe kila siku mnainama na bibi yako mkiombea watu. Si hatutaki maombi bwana. Tunataka utafutie watu kazi, utafutie watu vile watakula, utafutie watu wapate market ya biashara, si hizo mojinga za maombi. Na mimi naambia mapastors wa Kenya, nyinyi pia mtu anaomba anakuwa kwa maombi leo, alafu kesho anaenda kufasiti mtu kwake, anaenda kusumbua Matiang'i kwake. Hasa mimi nashindwa, wewe ulikuwa naombea nini Sunday na Monday? So mimi nasema bila kuogopa ya kwamba tunatambia Raila Odinga ya kwamba enough is enough. Huyu jamaa lazima tumtoe. Tunataka tuambie ni siku gani, saa ngapi watu wanaenda State House. Wale watapigwa risasi wapigwe, wale watabaki wabaki, na Ruto lazima atoke kwa hiyo uongozi. Mimi nataka niambie Ruto, my friend, huwezi shinda Abdul Gaddafi, huwezi shinda ule president wa Liberia, huwezi shinda huyu Mugabe, huwezi shinda Makuvuli ambaye aliuliwa tu na homa. Wewe ni kama kunguni. Ni ile tu tunapea Raila Odinga heshima. That's why tunangoja time yenye atatuambia ya kwamba tuende.
Okay, Sister Rhoda, you can take your session. Karibu.
Hi everyone. So Leo, speaker and Mase and Lala. I don't know, I can say Lala Salama. You know, there's one movie called Lala Salama. I'm just joking. You know, I have something special today. I want to show you my grandmother, those they are called real. Mau Mau. You know, Kashawa used to say about Mau Mau. This is my grandmother. Can you see it? Is it possible to see? This is my grandmother. Is it possible? Can you see it?
Just share the photo, then it will be displayed.
Where can I send it?
Share in WhatsApp.
I don't have any number. You have to send for me number, then I can.
Okay, I'll send you the number.
Sorry, Rhoda, put it on the screen. Let me see if I can magnify it. Has everybody mute their mic? Thank you. It is seen now. Unmute, Rhoda.
Now you see, I read Mau Mau. That's my grandmother, my mother. So that's why I used to say Mau Mau. This is a real Mau Mau. So what I want to say about topic of Jubilee. Today I saw that Ruto is still attacking our democracy and attacking our multiple party. Ruto, you want to take the power whole country. You want to control our party. Me, I'm a Jubilee. Nasihami damu. I'm not going anywhere. Jubilee is my party and I'm not going anywhere. Hata ukituma mapolisi, ulituma mapolisi jana, wakaenda na Sabina Chege na hao kaninikega. I'm still in Jubilee. Na mimi nitafollow vile Kioni anasema. Kioni is our secretary na our party leader is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That's why I know. Now Sabina Chege, I had something, you know, and it's a, you know what Raida told them today. I'm very happy with Baba. He tried to protect our party. He tried to protect our country. He tried to protect our democracy. He tried to protect everything. Baba, he's a real warrior. He fight for our multiple party because we have right to express our party. You cannot control. You control in Mount Kenya with UDA, but you cannot control everybody. I'm so sorry, Ruto. Unfortunately not. So mimi nitaongea tena, nitaongea later on. Saini is a new beginning. Thank you.
Okay, asante Rhoda, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako, na ni vizuri. Unajua watu wa Kenya Kwanza wapendi historia, kwa sababu katika hiyo historia wanaficha inawafanya nini? Inafanya uongo wao ujulikane. So they rather run away from history so that they can continue deceiving the younger generations as if they dropped from somewhere. People who have been here long enough understand that one of the main problems we have in this country was caused by William Ruto and the Y2K 92. Okay, it was called Y2K 92. KANU, Youth for KANU 92. When they published the Jirongo 500 shilling note. The economy of this country has not recovered from that mistake of 92. The same year, there was a printing of the 200 shilling note plus the 500 shilling note that led into the inflation. And from that time, by that time, I think the dollar was exchanging around 25, 35. It jumped to 65, and it has never gone back since. So we are suffering from misapplication of economic principles that were based on raising money for elections without considering economic consequences. The main thing was Moi should be re-elected. And Moi was afraid of elections because he had never been elected. I believe you understand that. He got into office after the death of Jomo Kenyatta, and then from then he became a life president since we were in a single party. And being in a single party was all you needed to do is make sure that you are the party leader, okay, of KANU, and then you are elected in your village unopposed. So as long as in Baringo Central he's unopposed and he is the party leader of KANU, he continues to be president. The presidency was not subject to election until 92. So when it came to 92 and the opposition was very strong, he became desperate. And in his desperation, he got some greedy young people who told him, as long as you give us the money, we'll go and get you the presidency. And then without economic consideration and the stability of the country in terms of steady growth of the economy, they brought about the messy printing of the 200 shilling note plus the 500 shilling note. And from then, the ailment of the economy started. It was not until after 2002, when Kibaki took over, that the recovery of the economy started. And we've been in that steady recovering of the economy. But we seem to be back in the place of briefcase, money in briefcase being distributed, and nobody's caring whether the economy can sustain that or not. As long as money is being given without production, that money cannot help economy. Economy grows when the money is given as a result, as a response. You produce coffee, okay? I give you the money, I take the coffee. That's when the economy is growing. But if I give you the money and you have not produced anything, okay? That money is not pegged on anything. It is not helping anyone except circulating and enhancing corruption. And so we are in a bad state if we continue with the Ruto policies of distributing money without demanding production and giving money to your friends and those who support you politically without considering whether the economy is able to sustain that or not. We will end up being in a worse state than we are away. And so those of you who think that the economy exists in a vacuum, they are the same deceived people. And then there are those who are here, and I've always encouraged the UDA guys. We are not against you. We are simply against your line of thinking because it is myopic, it is backward, and it does not help the current state of affairs. If you are here advocating that we lost an election and you have not denied the results by the whistleblower and otherwise, how do you now say that? Okay, the people who conducted the election have not rejected the results. The people who participated in the elections have not rejected the results. You are just a mere blogger hired by UDA and you're denying the results. Chebukati hajakataa results, IBC hajakataa results, UDA hajakataa results, Kenya Kwanza hajakataa results. Wewe peke yako unakataa kama nani? Let's wake up and do what is right for the country and not play games. Asante lakini. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, kama unatupata, karibisha wawili watatu, alafu tena makinika katika kuhakikisha kwamba you are a subscriber. Don't just listen, make sure you are subscribing. And those of you who need to join as members or rather supporters of Mtembei TV, there is a button you click. Or those of you following on YouTube especially, you can give a one-time support, or you can join as a member. There is a small fee, it's $5 or 1 point something. Let's just keep the channel active and productive, even as we proceed further in doing what is necessary to help our country become better. Lala, vipi lakini?
Salama kabisa.
Karibu.
Nimeona Rose, Msimamo, Rhoda, Bernard, Leo, Stone. And I want to confess to you that I love you all. And because of my love for all of you, I pray for you, each one of you. I call God on behalf of each one of you. And that is what the Bible that I believe in tells me to do always. It's a very private, most of prayer is private. Nobody knows. And Jesus himself talked of the one who goes in and closes the door. And so we have to be very, very careful. But I want us to draw attention to a man. I'll call them two people. And I'd like to read for you what he said, because he is one of the greatest people in the last century that lived, a great theologian called Bonhoeffer, the Dietrich Bonhoeffer. This is what he said. Cheap grace is the preaching of forgiveness without requiring repentance, baptism without church discipline, communion without confession, ablution without personal confession, cheap grace without discipleship, grace without cross, grace without Jesus Christ, living and incarnate. Here was a man who was hanged in 1945, the same year, the same time Raila was born. He was hung by the Nazis because he fought, was a pastor, a young man, only at 39, betrothed to be married, but because of his stand against Hitler, he was arrested and he was hanged. And those were his words. And you can use those words to contrast with what we are seeing today. And you can make up your mind who is on the Lord's side and not on the Lord's side. Christ himself suffered because of truth. And so religion can be misused, and we've seen it being misused. And so I think what we are seeing with this group is really not religion at all. It's not really Christian faith at all. It's something else, which is worse than other religion that tend to live by the doctrine of truth and justice. And so listening to what is going on is horrifying. And for us, it should be our call, to stand strong and to be able to be willing to sacrifice all for the sake of our nation. And my prayer and my hope is that we shall not be sidetracked by this this team. There was a thief in the place of where I come from, and this thief went and confessed before the baraza that he has stopped stealing, he will not steal again. At least he tried to confess. But then at a given time, he was walking and saw an Indian taking money to the bank. And he went and knocked that teacher down and took the money and began to run. And there were some school children, that decided to follow him because they said, Huyo. And when he realized that he could not run any faster because the money was heavy, this is a true story. What he did, he went into the money bag and took all the coins and threw them at the kids, and the kids stopped running after him and started, looking for the money. And he took the notes in his pockets and ran away. This is exactly what I think is going on. Ruto is using that money to throw it at people, and some of us are getting caught in that. So when you hear somebody saying this is a good government, and they know the truth, those are the ones who are following those coins on the floor. And let us not be sidetracked by those cheap stuff. We are here because we believe this is the direction that we must go. And that is truth and justice. That our country can have a foundation. Without it, without justice, without truth, there's no foundation. That's all I want to say. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Lala. We appreciate that. Truth and justice, equal treatment in the eyes of the law, a very important balancing factor that everybody must insist on. If the law does not work as an arbiter between different warring parties, then that law is as good as dead. There's a question being asked by Mato, anauliza hapa, wacha nijibu kabla nilete dada yetu, alafu tutafuata mkururu. Kuna nani huyu anasema, what is Kenya Kwanza and the speaker interested in Azimio leadership in the Senate? Wanataka kutuchagulia minority whip. Kwa nini? You know, they are tricksters. They want an informer, okay? They want a whip. You know, the proceedings at the Senate have the way the party has their own kamkunji and plan on how they are going to handle whatever issues. So they would want somebody who is friendly to Kenya Kwanza so that they get the information mapema, wajihami kabla ya nini. It's just ile story ya Delilah na anaitwa nani? Delilah na Samson, okay? Delilah aende kuambia wa Philistine kwamba huyu mtu nguvu yake iko hapa, ndio akienda kwa vita ashindwe kwa sababu amepewa information, inside information. Kenya Kwanza is not up to sustaining or upholding the rule of law. They are corrupt. They want to corrupt everybody. Secondly, they are not up to making the Senate work. They work effectively. They want it to work lamely. Okay, lamely, whereby you remember Ekweturo. Was he called Ekweturo? The former speaker of the Senate. He was vilified in the 2017 because he refused to bow to the intimidation by the executive to force them to pass the insecurity, whatever security rules. If those of you can remember that stuff, all when they went to the Senate and they had all police vehicles around the Senate and all that. And he said, we are not going to start the session until those police and their vehicles have gone away. And from that day is when he lost favor with the Rutos and the other guys. So they want to have an intimidated Senate that they can manipulate. And so they would not like to have Senate be revamped and strong and independent. They want a dependent parliament, a dependent Senate. These people are lame in their mind, they are lame in their speech, they are lame everywhere. We shouldn't rely on them for anything. Asante, lakini naomba tusonge mbele, na katika kusonga mbele tutamsikiliza dada Susan kwanza, alafu tutaendelea na mkururo. How are you today, Susan? You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Now it's okay?
Yes, you're good. Go ahead.
Nimefurahi kusikia Wakenya wenzangu tukiendelea kujadiliana kwa hii mjadala wa kutetea Kenya yetu. Although mimi si huko Kenya, niko mbali, niko Lebanon. So nataka kufuatilia venye kuko Kenya yetu. Nimeshukuru.
Asante. So kwa maoni yako Kenya yetu inaendeleaje?
Siani ikiwa mzuri vile. Mpaka tunaogopa kurudi juu hatuoni kuko poa, yani tunaona watu wetu huwa wanateseka huko. Sawa. Tunaogopa kurudi juu ya uchumi iko juu sana. Naona sasa hata wenye tumeacha huko huwa tunaona wanalia kila siku. Mahindi ndio hiyo imepanda, yani si Kenya, hatuoni kama ni Kenya ile yenye tulikuanga.
Thank you. Stony PK, you seem to have a question.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
Bernard, thank you. It's just 1 minute. I'm just happy to hear where Susan Buhari is, because I know exactly where she is. Lakini wewe ni mnoma. If you are in Lebanon, wewe ni Mkenya halisi. Thank you very much, Susan. Buhari is a special name for me. That's my wife's name, and I'm amused that there is a Buhari in Lebanon. I was in Beirut also for I think 18 months. So,
You're welcome. I don't see Kenya in Beirut here. Sijaiona Mkenya hapa Lebanon.
It is 4 years ago, and we were 3 of us. Ilikuwa ni ma mission za UN. So that's why I'm laughing. When I hear where you are na umevumilia, this tells you the resilience of Kenyans. Ruto, we can remove Ruto within 30 minutes, sincerely speaking. Tukiweka, wacha yeye aliweka Biblia chini. Sisi wa mbele tunasemanga tuweke mchezo pale kando. Unajua kuna saa ya mchezo, you take it, mchezo, jokes, tunaziweka kwa mti moja tunaita eshe. You take all the jokes, unazibandika pale for 30 seconds. I mean 30 minutes. Then you deal with something. Hiyo tunafanyanga hata kudeal na mtu individually. We are few, but when we make a resolve, ni kama hiyo ya. Thank you so much, Buhari. So wa Kenya, the resilience in us. We don't need 1 million or 2 million people to remove this thing. Na tuache tu ma debate na mastori mingi, na tusitoboe siri. Hata hii tusiseme kitu, wacha tuongee tu, sisi tunaona ni wajinga. Bernard, I'm seeing somebody like Agwaru there, or Gwaru sijui nini. Why do they come here if they feel like what we are doing is rubbish? Who is stupid? When you go to listen to stupid people, it tells you are stupid.
We are not stupid, but we continue to see where we go. Najua Kenya yetu sasa saa hii si ile Kenya yenye tulikuwa. Sasa hata tunashindwa, yani kama tungekuwa na uwezo hata tungetoa familia yetu huko yote ikuje tukae pamoja huku kwenye tuko. Juu sasa si ile Kenya yenye tulikuwa. Lakini by the way tunaomba tu muiweke tu kwa maombi, pengine itabadilika.
Okay, sawa. Asante Susan. Tutaweka kwa maombi na tutaweka katika matendo. Imani bila matendo, Biblia inasema imekufa. So tutafanya jukumu letu, na jukumu letu ni mojawapo vile tunapoongea hivi, Wakenya wanaelimika, wanapevuka, wanaelewa haki yao, alafu watasimamia hiyo haki. And then tukiitwa kwenda kukaa kujaza street, tuhakikishe kwamba tumejaza street. Okay? Wale washosho wale walikuwa wanapepwa kwa wheelbarrow wakipelekwa kwa mkutano ya UDA. Sasa siku ya kujaza street tunataka kuona hizo wheelbarrows zimejaza street. Hakuna gari inatembea, hakuna nzike inapita, mpaka wezi watoke, inji karudie wenyewe. Na wenye inji ni sisi wa Kenya, sio wanasiasa. Wanasiasa ni waajiri. They are only employees. Okay, let's move forward. Thank you so much, Susan. Unless kuna swala lingine na tumsikilize Mohamed kabla ya Moses.
Sina swala lingine, ila tunasema tusidi tu kuombea Kenya yetu juu tumeacha familia yetu huko. Tunaweza furahia wakati tunarudi tupate familia iko sawa, si eti ni vita hapa na pale. Naona tunaweza furahia sana tukiwa tunasikia kuna raha, kuna amani Kenya yetu. Hatungependa vita iendelee, yani venye tunaona kunaendelea. Nimeshukuru sana.
Sawa. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let's keep in the struggle. Na tuimize Wakenya wasikubali kukua wafungwa katika nchi yao. Sasa hata mkiwa huko nje mnapiga simu nyumbani, mnawaambia ni haki yenu kuongozwa vile katiba inasema. Msikubali kukunjwa, mkakubali kukunjwa na serikali mbaya. Serikali ikiwa mbaya tunaing'oa, tunaweka serikali mzuri. Na hiyo hatujaenda kinyume na katiba, hatujaenda kinyume na sheria, kwa sababu hii historia yao kutubebea Biblia na kutuongoza katika maombi ni kujaribu kufanya Wakenya waanze kusema tukisema hii serikali ni mbaya tunaenda kinyume na Mungu, hatutaki kumkosea Mungu. Kwa sababu ya hiyo, unajua Kenyans are very religious. The moment you invoke God, they will all go to submit and say mapenzi ya Mungu yafanyike. Mapenzi ya Mungu ni kila mtu apate haki yake. Mapenzi ya Mungu ni wanafunzi wasome. Mapenzi ya Mungu kuwe na dawa hospitalini. Mapenzi ya Mungu kuwe na hela mfukoni. Mapenzi ya Mungu mashamba yawe na chakula. Hiyo ndio mapenzi ya Mungu. Hii ingine, mapenzi ya Mungu ya kwenda kunyenyekea chini ya oppression, sio mapenzi ya Mungu. Hiyo ni utapeli wa kisiasa, na kila mmoja ajue hivyo, na usikubali kukaa chini ya uongozi ambao haufai kama uko na ufunguo wa kutimua huo uongozi mbaya. Asante. Inaonekana Mohamed amerudi. Vipi dadi?
Salama sana. Habari nyote, mwalimuko na wasalimia.
Tuko salama, karibu.
Naam, asante sana. Naona leo nasikia kuna maombi bado inaendelea. Wataenda hii weekend, sijui wanaenda Kiambu. Watu wameamua tu kuendelea na mambo yao, hata pamoja na Wakenya wanapiga makelele, hawajali na watasikia. Na sisi tuendelee tu tuendelee kueneza injili ya revolution, injili ya kung'oa hiyo serikali ya wezi na wahalifu, serikali ya Ruto. Kwa hivyo hakuna dawa ingine, dawa ni ile ile tu, wembe ni ule ule. Naona baka tuangoe, baka yani Wakenya wako tayari na hii injili yetu. Unajua hapa kwa TV ama kwa hii ni mtandao yetu, tuko wachache, lakini tunafaa kukuwa na watu wengi huku mashinani, na hii pia injili ienee pia kwa mashinani, pia watu endelee kuambiwa. Yani ndio maana rally inaendelea. Tunaona pia kwa rally pia hiyo habari iko kufika, yani iko zambazwa vizuri. Na kwa hivyo yetu pia hata sisi tuwe na watu, tuwe na kwa mtandao yote, tuwe ndani ya Facebook, ya Twitter, ya nini, ndio habari ifike kwa watu wengi zaidi. Kwa hayo mimi nasema tuko pamoja, bora tuko kwa the right path, tuko kwa the right path ya kutafuta haki yetu. Haki yetu ni ile ng'ombe tuliibiwa, na wenye waliba wanajulikana mahali wako, na ng'ombe pia inajulikana mahali iko. Kwa hivyo ni sisi tu tutoke kwa wingi na tujaribu kupressure hata Raila. Sasa hata hawa jamaa wameanza kujipanga. Leo umesikia wameongeza hustler fund imeshaongezwa. Si ajabu waseme tena shule pia tumeshateremsha fees. Si ajabu waseme tena chakula imeteremshwa, sasa bei imekuwa nafuu. Sasa Wakenya wakiteremshiwa chakula, hii makelele itaisha. Unaona wengine wataanza kulegea, watakosa nguvu, wataona ile shida yao sasa imesha shughulikiwa. Lakini shida sio hiyo, shida sio unga peke yake, shida ni mambo mingi. Shida ni demokrasia, shida ni hiyo constitution ambayo wanataka kuibadilisha na waweke ile constitution. Hawa ni wale waliopinga hiyo constitution, na wajua vizuri hawakutaka hata hapo mbeleni. Sasa hebu fikiria watakubali kuifuata, watakubali yani hii constitution iwe ndo nini yao, hawatakubali. Kwa hivyo hawa watu lazima tupigane na wao kwa vilivyo, na pia hawezi uongozi wenyewe, uongozi hawezi, wamechanganyikiwa mpaka saa hii mwezi 6 imeisha, hawajui cha kufanya. Wakenya waendelea kuumia, gharama endelea kuwa zaidi, naona maisha endelea kuwa ngumu, hakuna kazi. Wavijana wengi hawana kazi, sana sana wavijana wala kwa Nairobi ndio wako na shida sana. Nairobi ni mali bila pesa hutaishi. Kama una pesa, hata kama uko kwa nyumba ile za korokocho, bila pesa hautaishi, kwa sababu lazima ununue chakula, lazima ulipe rent, lazima transport, mahali unataka kwenda lazima ulipe fare. So maisha watu Nairobi ni ngumu sana, na hao vijana ndo wanahangaika na maisha pale. So kwa hivyo Kenya iko na mambo mingi na iko na shida mingi ya kutatuliwa, na hiyo mpaka sisi wenyewe tujitolee na turekebishe, na tunaanza na hawa. Ndio hiyo ndio mimi nasema sisi tuendelee na tushikane na tusione tuko wachache ndo wale wako na msimamo ndo watashinda katika kila vita. Si ati kwa wingi mtu anashindwa kwa wingi, mtu ushinda kwa ile maamuzi mtu kuwa nayo. Unaona, ni ajabu kusikia bandit ndani ya Kenya inapiga serikali bana. Hii ni maajabu mengine. Yani watu bandit hata hawana training, wako na bunduki, alafu wanapiga serikali, gari ya serikali, na wanachoma na wanaua maskari. Hebu fikiria, yani baka. Kwa hivyo hawa watu wachache ni watu wameamua wale ndio maana hata wanashtua, hata wanababaisha serikali. Lakini kitu ya ajabu tunafaa kujiuliza, bunduki ya haramu inaingiaje nchi ya Kenya kama haipitii kwa nini ya polisi? Yani si inaingia na wapi, na iniaje inafika kwa Mkenya? Ni aje Mkenya anakuwa na bunduki ya haramu? Hiyo ndio kitu kwanza Wakenya na serikali inafaa kujiuliza. Mkenya hafai kuwa na bunduki haramu hata moja. Hawa watu community mzima iko na bunduki, imekuwa aje? Mbona haiwezi shughulikia? Mbona wanaathirika na hiyo attack, yani hiyo mashambulizi? Lakini ile kitu wanafaa kujiuliza kwanza, hawa watu wametoa wapi silaha, na nani anawaletea silaha, nani anawanunulia silaha? Wangefaa kufuatilia hiyo uchunguzi. Lazima serikali wanajua, polisi wanajua, lakini wanalalia. Ndio maana kuna shida ndani ya Kenya. Ndio maana ule anaitwa Natembea alikuwa anasema hawa watu wako na watu kwa serikali. Unaona? Wewe Kenya ina mambo mingi ya kurekebishwa. Ndio tunasema lazima tulete mabadiliko. Mabadiliko ni sisi wananchi ndio tutaleta revolution. Na lazima tusimame na Raila. Baba yetu huyu mwenye alituletea maendeleo na ametuletea hii constitution, akatuletea mambo mingi sana. Leo Wakenya wanafaidika nayo. Huyu mzee ana haki ya kupata hii nafasi, ndio afungue barabara na aoneshe mfano mzuri ya uongozi na alete mabadiliko na faida. Unaona, alete huduma. Sisi Wakenya huku ndio tutafaidika, sisi raia. Mimi nashangaa na hawa watu ambaye wako pande nyingine. Unajua, ukikuwa na ile akili na ukiwa na ile ujinga ya kupendelea tu kupendelea pande moja, yani kupendelea chama kwa sababu ni ya mtu fulani ama kabila fulani, at long last huyu mtu akiingia pale, yeye na familia yake ndio wanafaidika. Wewe unafaidika ni wewe Mkenya, unabaki pale pale tu. Utakuwa kwa ile baranda yako, utakuwa kwa ile nyumba yako mabati, utakuwa kwa ile ni ushago. Yani wewe ndio utabaki kwa ile shida yako tu ya zamani. Sasa huyu mtu unamsupport tu hivi tu bure. Hii ni ujinga sana. Kwa hivyo lazima tuwe na malengo. Tukisema tunatengeneza serikali ama tunataka kuunda serikali, lazima tuwe na malengo. Kwanza mimi ndo nipate interest, nipate yani nipate maendeleo kwanza inifikie mimi, na mimi nifaidike na serikali kwa kila kitu. Niletewe hizo huduma karibu yangu, mimi nifaidike na hiyo huduma, barabara, maji, hospitali, naona na gharama, kila kitu, yani mambo yangu iangaliwe, masomo yangu niwe na njia yote ya kusoma hata kama sina pesa, niwe na njia yote ya kupata hata kama sina pesa. Hiyo ndo serikali tunataka.
Sawa. Thank you sir. Mambo ni kama hayo, tunaendelea katika mjadala wetu. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Naamini kwamba unamakinika ukisikiliza Wakenya wakizungumzia masuala yao. Tunakuomba tu mahala popote ulipo, hakikisha unakaribisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja tunapojifunza siasa zetu na kuelewa hali ya mambo yalivyo na jinsi tunapaswa kuwajibika kuyarekebisha. Asante. Wale watu ambao wanapinga masuala ya kusema William Ruto alishinda kura. Sisi hatupingi William Ruto kushinda kura. Swali ni moja tu, namba zake ziko wapi? Waliompigia kura ni kina nani? Wako wapi? Okay? Wako wapi? Kwa sababu hawaonekani. Hata tukichukua kura hapa tuseme tunapiga kura, nani aliyepigia William Ruto, nani aliyepigia Raila Odinga? Just sampling hapa. They will get 2 votes, will have 8 votes. So how is that something to be disputed? So the bloggers, go and bring your numbers. When you have arrived enough number, when you have reached enough numbers, we will talk to you. But as at now, eleweni kwamba mwizi anakamatwa, anapelekwa kamiti, wenye ng'ombe wanarudishiwa ng'ombe yao na inji inasonga mbele. Bwana Moses, naomba tafadhali, unaona mkururo vile ni mrefu. Oga Moses, my line is very long, so please let's manage time. Tuhakikishe kwamba na wewe kwanza, wewe tunakuwa na wewe mpaka mwisho wa kipindi, hata mimi nakuachanga hapo. So 3 points. Tukisikilize Raymond, tusikilize Manu from Bondo, namna hiyo. Thank you Moses, karibu.
I'm going to be very brief as a brief case. Hi, Mr. Tony PK and the whole panelists and our viewers outside there. Bernard, I'll go straight to the point. I saw people here, people, we are talking about the handshake and what. We don't want to hear anything concerning that. Anything related to handshake, put in dust and keep quiet. Because even last handshake, many Kenyans were not happy with that. But due to the respect that they give to Baba, they just let it go. But many people, I can tell you, Bernard, they were not happy. If they were not happy at that moment, how about this guy, this conman here, this blocker? Because this one, having a handshake means you are going to agree on certain things to what can make a country move on. You agree and make an agreement. But if you make an agreement with a blocker, a conman, it cannot stand. It will be there for time being, then you will come to disagree again. So there is nothing like that. And this time around, I believe, if it I'm just saying it, if it happens, many people will not stand with Baba. This time around, people will defy him. They will say, Baba, first sit for us, we are moving forward. So that one cannot work. Secondly, Bernard, I saw today, there is one pastor, the one who made Nya Stadium full. I was checking on social media somewhere. Now, this so-called pastor who is pretending around, convincing, making people stupid, look stupid, he can't even gather more than 10,000 people in the stadium. The one who made the stadium full and the one who is a qualified pastor, today they brought students at his home who are not having, who are not accessing school due to school fees. So he gave them some good money and he paid for 4 years. That means, I don't know, high school of Kenya, you know, we have a different way of doing things. He paid cash. And that is a person who knows, he knows what prayers mean, you know. But he knows that he is showing people that only prayers cannot bring bread to the table. You have to pray and also add on action. Now, this one who is taking himself as a president, taking people in prayers, but without giving them what to eat. So he should learn from the real pastor who showed him that it was a message to him that we can give out, let people go and do this before prayers. That is being said. Another thing, Bernard, I was watching Kenyan Senate today, what was happening in the Senate when people are doing their businesses in the House. What happened today, Bernard, if you compare to what happened to our country some 5 years ago, those who saw, I believe Stone PK has ever come across that, what happened in our parliament when they were changing the constitution. The chaos that happened there, they brought police officers, army, every kind of security was there. They beat people, even MPs were beaten, others were arrested, others were even injured, but they made sure that the law has to go through. They changed the constitution forcefully, they don't care. And when today I came across what was happening in the House, Kenyan Senate, it's exactly what happened there. You know, the thing is starts slow like this, Bernard, and people will say, maybe these are the people. This is what is going to happen in Kenya if this guy is being left there to continue for more than 2 years. Because first of all, these people doesn't respect the law. They will put themselves first. They are above the law. So long as they are interested in anything, they will do. It is a do or die. It must go through. It must pass. You see, even the Senate, those speakers who are leading the House, the way they have started talking the Chinese language that people cannot understand, you know. And I'm very happy as new senators. They are very strong and they are very reasonable people in the House. They even call the speaker and tell you should not accept these people to mislead. They are just misleading this House. And the fight, I think Kenya is ready to go. These people are promising. So, Bernard, like our brother Muhammad said, Baba should not delay because these people are not sleeping. Each and every day they are targeting and I'm very sure they know now how people are very angry and very ready to do anything, whatever it costs. So Baba should at least also, as they plan, he should also keep planning, make the program become shorter, not tomorrow. It must be swing with the environment. Then lastly, before I close, this is a person who used to deceive Kenyans during his campaigns, and is the one now swallowing his own words. You know, he used to preach 3 things. I'm going to change Mama Mboga's life, I'm going to change Boda's life, I'm going to change householders' lives. Now, Bernard, if we check around what is happening in Kenya, the more people who are suffering most are Mama Mbogas, Bodas, and householders. These householders, Mama Mbogas, Bodas, they should start demanding immediately what they were promised because it is nowhere to be seen. And if they don't demand it, it is not coming on our way. Lastly, Bernard, you see the way this guy pretender, this is like he's becoming a comedian now. Today he will talk on this, tomorrow he will talk that. So if you look into what is happening now, he's making the rich people more richer and poor people become more poor. And that is what dictators do. Because they will make few people rich, people who can stand with them, but then they will start mistreating whoever is not who is already in disagreement with them. And from today onward, we are yet to see drama happening in these parliaments and Senate House, because, like I said here last time, Bernard, this is my first final one. They are buying these MPs, not just they are going to misuse them again to go against the law, and it has started. So we should get prepared for that, and that is what's going to happen. They have to pay the money back, not just to buy you and sit at home. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana Moses, nashukuru. Let's listen quickly from before Raymond, just a short video, and then Raymond comes in, and then the man from Bondo. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, here we go.
You are saying that in your capacity as the deputy speaker, having sat on that chair, you cannot undertake a simple task like reading a communication. How then would you transact bills and motions, which are far more serious matters that have to wait for the substantive chair? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this here. Nobody is going to scare us. This is our house. I was elected here and in both houses of parliament in this Republic of Kenya. Nobody, none of you, got as many votes as Sifuna. You are not going to threaten me. You have nothing on me. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that it does not matter which shenanigans are employed. It doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter what we have to do. We are saying we are going to change our leadership because it is our right. Mr. Speaker, we want all we want, whether the communication that comes from the Speaker's office is legal, is right or wrong. We don't care. We want it to come out of the Speaker's office so that we can take other avenues in order to enforce our rights as a minority side. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, no, you will not gag me, Cheriot. You did not even get half the votes I have. Senator. So just be quiet. Be quiet when I'm here. Senator, these are numbers. Senator numbers don't lie.
You must be honoring. You must
protect me.
You must
protect me. You have to protect me.
You just
you have to.
Haya, mambo ni kama haya katika bunge zetu. Naomba Raymond, karibu. Raymond, unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Oga Raymond, the broadcast is allergic to silence. You unmute, you click on the mic beside your name, it opens up, then you speak up. Okay, there you go. Go ahead. He's thrown himself out. No problem. Let's move on. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep going. To listen, the man from Bondo, as we proceed further, Raymond seems to have his gadget not well configured. Please, Raymond, get out, restart your phone afresh, and then rejoin. Probably you'll be able to communicate. Thank you. Yeah, the same applies to Cyprian Chelot. Cyprian Chelot, your gadget is not well configured. You get out, configure it rightly, then get back. Man from Bondo, unmute. Your gadget must not fail. Thank you.
Yes, hello.
Hello to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. I hope mnanisikiza from wherever you are.
Uko sawa, endelea.
Nasalimia wote kwanza. Okay, so I think my point, pick a point from political view, and then apart from political view, I will take it from our culture and change. You know, sometimes for people to change, we have also to change part of our culture. In changing a culture, sometimes tend to be something very difficult. That's why no matter what we do, we always come back to the same spot. We bring revolution, we come to handshake. We bring revolution, we come to handshake. All of us have been goons. We've been raised under culture of goons. From childhood, mtoto anapigwa kama nyoka, gangs, wazazi, and then we've had a big side of identity with being notorious. But I think we have to change that. We have to accept it. Because every time when you see in the media, the same learned fellows, when they're on this side of the fence, they will equally speak the same way as the other people on the other side of the fence, depending on which side of the fence they are. So it doesn't mean that there's anybody ignorant there. We are all informed, despite the fact that we choose to exercise ignorance. First, we have to say honestly no and no to it. Two, the art of competition should be scrapped off. The winner takes it all should be taken away. We were, from creation to everything, we have different talents, different abilities, different responsibilities, different wills, different goals. So that's why we end up in this problem. Competition starts from school. It comes everywhere, even in parliaments, even in the house. It's like a competition. Somebody is speaking, the other one is speaking, the other one, everyone wants to prove himself. So at the end of the day, we end up lacking a sense of direction. Another major undoing is sometimes we have the platform. As much as we have the platform, we have the qualification, we have the brains. How do we use it? That is the problem. When we want to make a change, we push for a change. We don't push for politics. We push for information. We push for the reason why. And I think the notion that the government helps us or should help us is something a little bit, I don't know what to say, because for me, there's no way I saw the government help me any time of my life. I had to find my own food. I saw my grandmother went to the farm, got their own food. Sometimes tunachuniwa dawa ya kienyeji, ikishindikana ndo tunajaribu hospitali, huko pia hakuna dawa. So already the thing why we can compete to have a government that is working than to a government of an identity, it becomes difficult if the government does not and has never played a role in making who we are, creating who we are, and positioning us to where we are supposed to be. We've gone to school. What has the government given me from school? What are the government that is taking and putting school fees, providing to graduates? Nothing. If I was to give somebody a job, not the government, are they individually competent enough to be able to do it with minimal supervision to the perfection? No. 99% we will not almost do it. So we have a problem. If I have a problem, how will I manage to install a government that doesn't have a problem? If I install a government that has no problem, then I will get problem, because I'm already a problem, and I'm looking for a loophole in a government that has a problem. So it's a thing that we have to mature up and know and be civilized. What do we want? And the few who has chosen that way, what do they think? What do they want? And what do they say? When a country is falling, when an individual is messing, who is not you? The whole country is in a mess. Ikikufikia, that's when unapiga kelele. But kabla ikufikie, it's not your affairs. We should take it our own responsibility. Sisi sote tuone ama tuelimishane what is expected of the government. Kabla tuseme Ruto ni mbaya ama ni first, do we know the laws? To be honest, naweza soma, but I've never known, even within my rights, zingine hata kwetu sijui. Baba anataka amue yote, mama anataka amue yote, ukitaka kusema hii familia inashikana wanakupiga yote vita. So where are the laws? Ukienda chief everything in their pocket, where are the laws? What do we know? And it becomes very difficult to find a sense of direction with an empty head of nothing. Kama haujui, then how do you direct? Sometimes I watch lots of discussion with politicians, even the head of state. I can honestly 100% with no doubt of contradiction that we've had almost most of the presidents, they didn't know what they are doing than taking the office first. Politics, power, money, qualification has got nothing in relation to being an expert of something. We lack expertise. We don't listen to expertise. We employ expertise to a certain point. We feel, no, this expertise advice is infringing in our will, tunawakata nje. Today I see Ndi is complaining, but he has been used as a scapegoat to get somewhere. Is that what we need? How competent are we despite being qualified? What do we understand about what we do, how we do it, why we should do it? If we don't understand that everybody needs to be treated, just because if they are not treated, they can spread the disease to the next person, and finally, it becomes a burden to me and you and your taxes, and we'll spend a lot of money in treating and losing life than curbing the disease. Unakuja unapata, mtu ni mgonjwa, because you have money. It's none of your business. You don't have money. You have money. You don't have the disease. It's none of your business. Whether you have money or you don't have. Some disease is in a spread. That's why if we cannot take it as our own problem, sisi sote, than kushindana. I know better than you. You know better than. The life is a circle. Nobody's independent. The rich need the poor. The poor need the rich. The middle class, we all need everybody. It's not about money. Some of us have had money, tukajaribu kutuma watu wenye hawana. We thought that with money we will achieve. We didn't achieve. Why? there is lack of competence, there is lack of a lot. So kabla to come to political sides, there is a lot of stuff we have to agree as a country that has to be fixed. Character, knowledge, and some of it is even related to knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, you cannot fix your character, because part of it is shaped with knowledge. If your character is poor, you are knowledgeable, is still equivalent to ignorance. Why do we go to school? Unapata mtu kule kijijini anafanya some basic things. They are rich, they have money, they are doing well. Mtu ameenda shule ana madigrii amepanga, lakini mdomo yake mingi hapa na pale. Hawezi mtuma, hawezi mpatia responsibility, hawezi mwachia anything. And then all Kenyans, they know. We have this attitude, we know. Ukiuliza mtu what is an umbilical cord, do you know? Kwa streets everybody knows, but skiza Kenya watatujibu. Why? Because tumestigmatize being stupid, tumestigmatize not knowing. Ule ni mshamba hajui. So when we really know what we don't know, and when will we know what we think we know but we don't know? We are all a lost society. We don't have pesetas. We don't have people who can show us the direction, which way to go. Mzee anasema we ni kijana, we ujui kitu, kaa chini. They've been lost. A generation is lost. Second generation is lost. We are all lost. At the end of the day, we gang. Ignorant people, stupid people, gang more.
Mr. Man from Boda, I have one question.
Yes.
Please don't interrupt. Please. Let man from Bondo finish. Please.
I will take the question.
One, just one. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like I did not understand you. I did not get you here.
Can you talk what you mean? What do you mean with this stupid? Some people ask, what do you try to can you explain for us, please, Mr. Bodo?
Okay, stupid is ignorance, and ignorance is stupid. If we don't accept that it is normal not to know, it is normal to be ignorant without experience, without exposure, and something you've never come across, so you don't know, but you say you know. Somebody who knows. I will tell you one thing that is always done in the international world. Why leaders get grilled and ask tough questions is to get how intelligent are they? Are they people we can use? Are they people who can make life difficult for us to achieve or get what we want in Africa? That's the reason they're put on panel to be asked questions. Have you ever seen any contender in any westernized country being put on panel to be grilled? It doesn't work because they're already protected in their constitution, because the constitution knows the human rights and what is supposed to be done to elevate and improve each and everybody's ability despite their disability. Hata mtu mnyonge mwenye ana akili impaired. In Western countries, they have institutions where they are trained to the abilities of their brain na capacity. See, what do? Tunakatana tu, tunashindana tu. Arguments left, right. At the end of the day, we all eat, we all want to sit down, we all want to dress, and we all have the same goal. But we never achieve it because we compete. There was a question.
No, I'm asking you.
Okay,
When you talk about
let's do
those,
this. Order. The man from Bondo. Unfortunately,
Yes.
I was thrown out. My internet. The guys are on my trail, but I think I've secured myself. I've listened and followed the part that I followed.
Yes.
And you have taken enough time. And you're well protected not to be interrupted. Okay.
Yes.
But listening to you in view of our current state of affairs,
Yes.
I don't find either a solution or a problem in what you have submitted.
Okay. I don't know if somebody found a solution from what I said or a problem, and then it can maybe help you if somebody got something from that. You can give Stone PK a chance.
Thank you. And I hope you guys can hear me. Me and Bernard also, our things are being destroyed. Today I had to do an alternative way to access Mtembei. So it is real. It is real. This guy is out to destroy us and a way of communication. Bernard, I agree with you. You may struggle for 2 days. I don't want to say what I did. Anyway, Bernard, I was so sad that you were thrown out when man from Bondo is delivering something. And this is what I've been dying for. He's delivering. You see, like now we have been complaining, we are crying that some people are running away from Baba. Some people, this flip-flopping. If we follow, and this man from Bondo, I think is God-given. For me, I give kudos to wherever the kudos belong. I'm in the industry, which I believe, Bernard, you are also in your line. You are in the industry of empowering people. Here, this is the best. Nisikupe pesa, lakini nikupe hii. Man from Bondo has really articulated, and unfortunately, Kenyans get impatient to pick things. I may articulate where our problem is. Number one, we, as much as like now we are agitating, number one thing that we are agitating is that injustice has been done in terms of electoral. That whatever we believe we did was subverted. That is one. But then from what I've gathered from Bondo is, are we now aware that yes, it is true, kura zetu zimeibiwa, and we voted for a man XYZ who is Raila Amolo Odinga. He's the one we want to be the president. So do we really know what we want to do with that presidency? Ama itakuwa tu, sisi tumechukua, then the Ruto naye pia anasema tumemnyang'anya, then it is a vicious cycle of idiocy actually. And he's not insulting. He defined what idiot and all this is. Because we might say, Baba, but how well have we understood the problems of our country? He brought up very key and major thing that has killed our country, Kenya, which was brought up by the first clip you played, ile Mhubiri wa kule Zambia. Competition. Kenyans, for example, let's take Kenyans, and I want to give and juxtapose this with Korea. Korea said, we don't care about competition. We want to build things around our own country. And Korea decided to, yani walipika supu yao. Korea decided to koroga their own soup. They didn't care what the other world was thinking. So this man from Bondo anauliza, can you make what fits you? Can you cut the suit that fits you? Okay? Ndiye akasemaje? Sisi tulipokuwa in the same line with akina Korea and those other countries. Why walingatukaje? Saa hii tunawasujudu kama miungu. Why do we say, oh, I want to buy Samsung from Korea, and these guys, we at one time lended money to them. Wakiwa maskini kama sisi, ama chini yetu. It's because we encourage stupid competition. Kenyans are very good at competing. They compete even at kwenda chop. Nani ameenda choo kuliko mwingine? I'm being sarcastic. I'm telling you. Oh, nani amesoma kuliko mwingine? For heaven's sake, of what use is it that Mr. X is more learned than Mr. Y? Isn't it garbage? If you are 10 PhDs, I have my 2 or 1. For heaven's sake, are we focused on what we want to solve? Okay, so for me, man from Bondo, you brought something very good, that we were being encouraged. Na tumeletewa hiyo na Western world. For us, we are busy competing for 100 years, competing over nonsense. Huyu amejenga nyumba nzuri kuniliko, huyu ameoa bibi mzuri kuniliko. We compete in nonsense and lose the focus. We've lost the focus. So far, that is what I've picked. There is more I've picked from Mr. Bondo, which I can elaborate when I get my time, Bernard. But I think we need to reflect. Competition is not necessary. Can you have a school that doesn't have competition, but empowering kids' capacity to do things? I don't want to hear my kid is better than yours. My kid can be able to construct a watch. Hata akiwa ako grade 3, unaweza mpa hiyo chance. My kid is dumb to do what your kid can do. Is that a basis of judging my child? In fact, one time I dreamt of beginning a school where there are no exams. Because what do exams say? Zinasema nini exams? Ati huyu amepata A, huyu amepata B, huyu amepata C. And by the time they reach a university, ni garbage water. What are we talking about? The India, the Asia, the water wali design things that are produced for them. Sisi bado tuko na ile ujinga. You know, I was an A student. Ukafanya? Anyway, let me stop there, Bernard. I think that is what I picked from man from Bondo, and he's so good. And we should have a show with him, exclusive, to educate
Bernard
on what we are doing now.
Yeah, like here, I would have said, if you ask me, I wouldn't have discussed Ruto. I've got nothing to discuss about him or with him or what people say. If I know Raila Odinga won and Raila asked me to do something, I will go straight and serve Raila and do what he has said. Simple. If everybody will have done that, there will be no glory or nothing to discuss. Akisema tuende Jakaranda leo tukae, tuende Jakaranda tukae, tufanye biashara yetu, tupitishe pesa yetu hivi, that's exactly what I will do. Because you cannot compete with somebody or who doesn't have peace. Ye kazi yake ni kushindana. You are better than him, you have either money than him, or you have ideas than him. Lakini because of the word competition, he will go always down. Even something that you can invent to help him out and others, ataribu just because it is you, not them. If
okay,
you
thank
educated,
you, sir.
yeah.
I get your point. I get your point, and from the clarification by Stony PK, and like Stony PK said, we may need to have an exclusive show on that. It is there is what we call healthy and unhealthy competition. What we have, especially in our politics, is unhealthy competition. Unhealthy competition whereby you you do what you used to do when we were boys. When we go fishing, we go and take bitter herbs, and then we go and poison at the source of the river, and then we go down to wait for the fish to come. So the only way for us to go down is because we are sure the fish are going to come this way and they will be ready for us to pick. So we don't want to go and fish like the man chancing with a hook, okay? We go and set up the fish and give them direction where they will go, then we go and catch. Our politics is such that mtu hataki kwenda kwa competition, aone ana umahiri kiasi gani katika nchi nzima. Yeye anataka akiingia pia akwe kwa IEBC atengeneze majibu ili majibu ile anataka itoke, si ile majibu ile imeamuliwa na wingi wa watu. So that makes it not a competition in the first place. It's now a manipulation of the system to suit your desires, regardless of what other people may feel by the same. So we are doing more of abuse of our operations than letting the laws and the governance we gave ourselves to function freely. And in the process, that's why we have conflict almost on every issue. But if we let everything work out accordingly, we will have less conflict and more enjoyment. Even what is happening right now, where William Ruto is already in office, but he can't stand other political parties thriving. He has to interfere with them. He has to buy members of parliament. He has to see that Jubilee is destroyed so that he feels safe. His security is built on the insecurity of others. So I get it. And I wish so much that Kenyans will walk away from this, although you talked about culture. It is almost like our culture. And so we need to work on the same and move away. Now, we will get back to that later. Nataka tusonge mbele. Kuna watu ambao wamekuwa hapa. We are in the third hour and they have not said anything. So nataka niwapatie nafasi waseme wakohoe kwanza, alafu tutarudi hiyo raundi ya pili. Lakini nawahimiza tafadhali kila mmoja tukasonge mbele. The diversionary officers on the comment sections are very, excited when we are not asking why the whistleblower results have not been disputed by anybody. I would love to see Chebukati disputing the whistleblower's results. I would love to see Kenya Kwanza disputing the whistleblower's results. I would want that to come up. You come up with block after block, block after block, disapproving each and every aspect. Not to come and say that we won, the Supreme Court said, and that settles it, and we are already in office, you have to accept, and we're going to be here for 10 years. How now? How is it possible you're going to be here 10 years when we are subject to elections? Our elections only formalities and not a process of sieving the good from the bad and determining who is the next leader. Where is it written that when you are a president, you have to serve 2 terms? Is that part and parcel of our constitutional provision? All the same, let's move on. Secretary General, how is our party doing? I'm happy that Jubilee has been saved today.
Hey, that was the biggest and the best news of the day, because I thought we don't have an alternative. In fact, when I saw the police at the Jubilee yesterday, I was taken back. What options do Wakina Kioni have? Little did I know, Baba and the tribunal is these are institutions. So when Baba went to Sindikiza Kioni, I knew hata polisi hawezi karibia hapo, because it would be the beginning of a revolution. Unajua, these people are very careful. Wamejua, despite many other things, they can talk about Baba in churches, in corners, but they cannot allow anybody to poke anything to Baba. Kurusha tear gas sahi ni shida, because it will be the beginning of toppling this government. Nilikuwa nasikiza the man from Bondo. I think it is a lot of what you're talking about is too much. It's deep. It's very deep. And sometimes when you're giving people that kind of literature and education, people tend to not understand. But I tried to understand you before I understand the whole story. And it boils down to one thing, because I want to be as simplified as possible. Because we want everybody, even if you're in class 2, to understand the many things. I think what you're saying in simple terms is, why doesn't Kenya create or custom make laws and custom make their culture to a point it suits us? And that is what PK is talking about. That Chinese don't have to know English to become China, the biggest economy in the world. And that is where we go wrong. Can you imagine, Bernard, before I go to the topic, that all of us in Kenya, we believe that education has to go in one corridor. Kuna first term, kuna second term, kuna third term. Vitu ambazo, to me, they are stupid. Ati mimi na wewe Bernard, tunaamuka 5:30, tunaoga, alafu sisi zote tunakutana kwa jam saa 2. Kwa sababu gani? Ati kuna mzungu alituwekea hiyo calendar na hiyo timetable. And we have to do it. Na hakuna njia ingine. Na saa hii sisi zote tumelala kwa sababu saa hii tukifanya kazi tunaonekana wajinga. You know, where man of Bondo is, I don't know where he is. These are people who work 3-4 jobs because work continues. As long as you are strong, you can continue working. And therefore, I think what he was simply saying is that we have never gotten an identity as Kenyans, which identity we can export even outside. We are people who are swayed and believe in what we found and follow it to a place where we are not making sense. Yeah, because for example, if I employ you today, which is on I think 15th or 16th, I should pay you a salary next on the next 16th, not ati tunakutana sisi zote kwa supermarket, tunakutana sisi zote kwa ATM. Hizi ni vitu ambazo tunatakiwa kuacha. But anyway, that is a topic of another day, and I think we should give a man of Bondo a session so that everybody can understand him at one point. What we are interested with today is, when is revolution starting and when are we beginning to march to State House? Because that is the most important thing in Kenya today. And I think kitu kimenifurahisha leo panelists ni kwamba tutakuwa na maombi on Wednesday. And we are asking all Kenyans of all works, from all locations, to begin their traveling to Nairobi, because that is a prayer and a half. We are also inviting the bishops, wakina Mark Kariuki, wakina Pastor Lai, wakina nani, all those pastors that were there in Nyayo. Karibuni sana. The only thing that you're not going to receive from Azimio or Baba ni mulungula. We will not bribe your prayers. Come like any other Kenyans. We are not bribing anybody. Hiyo atukuji, lakini Nairobi will be at a standstill. They will know the owners of the numbers, and that is the beginning of marching towards State House. I know this, you know, there's something Ruto is doing, thinking that he's going to succeed. Ruto is behaving like he wants to control Kenya as his own kiosk. Unaona vile umeanza kiosk, unajua pahali airtime iko, mkate iko, na unajua kila kitu ikitoka ni nini imetoka. And what I'm reminding him and the people who think like him is that it is difficult to become a Moi in this generation. Ni ngumu. It is not easy. And that is why you see the millions even who voted for him are ashamed to defend him. I find some people here on the comment center, they cannot even come to the panel. Because what will you be telling people about? Ruto is an incompetent president. He is mismanaging the country. The other day I saw Dende Nyoro giving subsidy, or giving money to his whole of his constituency, over 70 million shillings, way above his CDF. And it tells you one thing. This is the money they have stolen of KPLC, because he's the greatest he's a single biggest shareholder of Kenya Power and Lighting. Kwa hivyo, he is subjecting all other Kenyans to struggle to pay electricity. And as they steal tokens, wanarudisha pesa kidogo kwa constituency, 70 million. But he has stolen billions of shillings. And these are things after revolution that we are going to reverse.
Secretary
It is not
General, Secretary General, how much are Kenyans paying for electricity for a token?
For you to understand is that if you buy a token of 1,000 shillings, you only get 37 units. And it is reducing each and every day.
No, what I wanted you to say is you're paying for electricity, you only get two-fifths worth of it, and then three-fifths of it goes to the government. You're paying taxes and having the privilege of electricity.
Yes, I think you've put it better than me. And therefore, we are saying, as a people of Kenya, because we are not stupid, we are not gullible, these people are taking advantage of us and then pretending to be saints, and they are not saints. I'm so happy that Jubilee Kioni is back, because as per the constitution of the Jubilee party, it is only the SG and the president and the chairman who can call and convene the NEC. Anybody else is an outsider. The Sabinas and the Kanini Kegas were tempted with 5 million shillings, as Baba told us, and now they are singing the song of Ruto. But the good thing about this country now, unless you buy the whole country, if Ruto wants to buy the whole country, everybody should be given 5 million, not 5,000, not 500. Kama ile hustler fund. Atulete 5 million and we are going to sing his song. Lakini we cannot buy some few leaders and expect us to follow him. However, we are happy as a country. We shall be following the happenings in Kisii. And on Wednesday, let us all go. Let us go and pray for IBC, pray for DPP, pray for the courts, because all these institutions of Kenya have been infiltrated by corruption. Because right now it is corruption that is leading this country. Mimi sitaongea mangi sana, lakini nashukuru ya kwamba tunaendelea vizuri. Iko karibu. We are nearer than before. Na mimi nataka kuamka siku moja niambiwe kimekamatana. That is all what I am looking for. Kimekamatana. Ikikamatana, then we'll have a very good country to live in. So as I finish, Bernard, I want to say, let us, after revolution, we find a custom-made democracy for Kenya that everybody feels comfortable. A custom-made school calendar that everybody feels comfortable. A custom-made even clothes and whatever, everybody feels comfortable. That is what we want. Kwa hivyo tuendelee na hiyo maneno. Asante.
Okay, asante SG, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Asante kwa kila Mkenya anayemakinika kwa kufuata kipindi cha leo. Na washukuru wote. Tafadhali tuendelee kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya anasalia nyuma katika kuelewa kinachoendelea, na jibu ambalo ni rahisi. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Paul anasema Chebukati hana haja ya kurespond kwa uongo na propaganda. Ndio nauliza, mbona majibu ya Chebukati peke yake ndio na maswali? Majibu ya Chebukati imekataliwa na 4 commissioners, majibu ya Chebukati imekataliwa na whistleblower, majibu ya Chebukati imekataliwa na Azimio. Na kuna kundi lolote lilo hai na waliokufa ambalo limekataa majibu ya whistleblower. So kati ya haya mawili, majibu haya, lipi ndio uongo, lipi ndio propaganda? Lile limekataliwa na wengi ama lile ambalo alijapatikana na shtumu yoyote? Well, thank you. There is what Mato said. He said there is no disputing the indisputable. So we will need to accept to critically look at the situation and judge them fairly based on available information, and not just dig in to defend our corner without properly subjecting everything to the fair law of judgment. Mimi ni nakuanga mwalimu wa Biblia na tulifundishwa wakati katika shule ya kuhubiri kwamba the best way to interpret the scripture is begin by taking it as literal as possible. Then secondly, look around it, the context, the situation surrounding the scenario. When was it? What was prevailing at that time? And what was it addressing? So that whenever you interpret, you don't put into anything, you just open it up so that it makes sense based on what it's communicating. And so when we carry that to the IBC scenario, the outsiders have not much to put into what comes from IEBC. We judge the IEBC result based on what IEBC itself has given us. And what has IEBC given us in terms of results? Number one, they gave us the result that were rejected by 4 commissioners. Okay, that is IEBC. Nobody else. It's IEBC and its Chebukati and his commissioners. Hakuna mtu wa nje ameingilia. Okay. Secondly, the matter is rejected by an outsider who is AZIMIO, and then is taken to court. The court looks at it and the court gives it a bill or a health bill so that the person elected is duly elected. Then later on, there is a whistleblower who is also from IEBC. Okay, he says whatever that was announced, it was not the right one because this and this and this. So if you are judging this maneno, tutoe wa watu wengine, tushughulikie tu na IEBC na kile IEBC imepeana. So kama IEBC inajicontradict, IEBC inakataa matokeo yake, IEBC inakubali matokeo mengine, IEBC inakana, then kuna mushkili na IEBC. Na wewe kama Paul, wewe ni blogger, okay? Haufanyi kazi kwa IEBC, hauna ruhusa ya kukataa majibu ya IEBC, okay? Na hakuna ruhusa ya wewe kutetea Chebukati wakati anahepa kuaddress masuala ambayo IEBC imesema. I think that's my point. Now let's man from Bondo, just hold on. I want to give Kip an opportunity to we hear his voice first, then we'll come back to you. Don't worry. There is no other person in between. Dr. Kip.
Hey, fine, but
Hey.
kulipa fine bwana mzee.
Before I call you professor.
Itakuwa tu sinaja wakale tunaendanga hizo kwa botany, zoology. Tukwe ma doctors huko nitaenda kununua doctorates. Man from Bondo, wewe MP wako bure kabisa. Kuja kuaibisha baba. Shame on him. What I wanted to say is, what are you guys expecting from Baba? I don't understand. I'm really confused. Martha is my party leader. This is not a time to look at them. What are you going to do as a people? Do you want Raila to ask for a riot? Do you want Raila to ask for mandamano? He's a peaceful man. He's the father of the nation. How do you feel in your soul as Kenyans? Is Raila going to tell you how you feel? I don't get you Kenyans. Huh? That man has sacrificed nearly 9 years of his life in prison. All his life in politics. Yet you expect him to tell you to go and fight for your rights. You know the answer. Kenyans, mnataka baba afanye nini? Unataka akwambie, oh, go to State House. Why would you want to do that? He's a statesman and he's the father of the nation. Why would you want him to do that, Kenyans? I'm asking you. Mbona mjitolee kwa roho yenu? Where are the Nurs? Where are the Gauchos? Where are the Omoshes of this world? To go out there and start asking for their rights. Raila has sacrificed a lot. Hata kwanza nataka Raila akae kidogo. Ile wakati tunamwambia mzee tumekusaidia kupata hii kiti kuja ukae. Yes. We're his children. Mnangoja nini? Stone, what are you waiting for? Mataka baba akuja amekata nyama, amepika chakula. Sasa nataka spoon fed. He spoon feeds you to eat now. He's built everything for you, my fellow Kenyans. I still don't understand what we're waiting for. It's you to spark it, you Kenyans, you yourself, to spark the revolution. Our MPs have let us down. Our governors have let us down. Our senators have let us down. Our MCAs don't even exist. I don't even know what those people are doing. So what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for the governor of Machakos to abuse Baba? Oh, he's from AZIMIO. We don't even know what Simbarat is doing. The only people I recognize are Kina Oledama. Even with Babu, being a bit uncouth, he's still a good leader. But those are the few people. Are we going to wait for more Jalas? Although in Lu, I'm told Jalas is not actually Jalas. Are we waiting for more Sabina? It is you to fight for your for your rights as Kenyans. Expecting an old man who's almost 80 to fight for you? Fight for yourselves. He's given you the evidence. Bakame, Kenyans, how much evidence should he give you to know that somebody has taken your right to choose? I don't need to know. I don't need any more. What more evidence do you want? I don't understand. Mnaongea juu ya hackers. Bernard, ama tuende maombi hata sisi. We start praying. God helps those who help themselves. Bernard, you're a preacher. Wacha nitaacha hapo kidogo kabla nikasirike.
Okay, thank you, Kip. I get your point, and I'm the advocate of Baba managing this process, because I want this process to have not a soft landing, but a profitable venture. Profitable venture means we minimize on the damages, but maximize on the profits, in the sense that if this thing gets out of hand, like it looks eminently to get out of hand, to start is no problem. Lakini wewe ni dereva, wakati umeanzisha gari na haina brake, how long will you survive on the road?
We're talking about peaceful. We're not talking about spilling any bloods there. We're going for what we need. But the State House is my house, and it's your house. And it was stolen from us. And we're going to be there peacefully. I have not asked for anything that is radical. We're not going to harm anybody. I repeat myself there. We're going for peaceful reinstatement of our rights.
Exactly.
So, Bernard, why do you want to make Mzee tell us that? Why?
No, it's not Mzee. It's not Mzee telling us.
It is you.
It is keeping our ranks, because if we don't keep our ranks, we'll get out of order. When we get out of order, we become very easily managed by those who want to keep the status quo. And
So
we have been here before.
So tell me about the Arab Spring, and tell me about any revolutionary activity
That's
that
exactly
was
what I'm
led,
telling you.
except for Martin Luther King.
How much profit came from that? Okay, Libya was an empire. Okay, after the spring, what was left behind? The same thing. What I think the only one that survived was Zimbabwe. Was bloodless and it was minimal, but it's bearing fruit. Egypt and all that. So I would what I would not want to encourage is for us to go. It is said that the elders declare war, and it's the young people that fight. If we go without elders, it will be messy.
please emphasize,
when we go with our elders,
we're not
it will be
asking for that.
safer. Safer in the sense that at least we have somebody to call us back. Wewe ulienda kuwinda na umbwa zako. Kama umbwa zako zimeenda kwa forest na wezi kuziita, zirudi. Wewe utarudi na swara kweli? So mimi sitaki kuachilia umbwa kama siko na njia ya kuziita zirudi ziniletee swara, ama zimekamata swara niende kuifikia swara nirudi na swara. Cha muhimu hapa ni lazima tupate swara. Sio tu tutishe wale walichukua swara ama tuwachape makofi. We must get our swara, bring it back. And if that is not what we are going for, tuachane nayo. There's no need because hakuna haja. But kama lazima tuende, lazima turudi na swara. Na kama tunaenda kurudi na swara, mpaka tuende tukue na strategy mzuri.
But Bernard, no, before you continue, Bernard, but that is the problem. We don't want Kenyans to get used to it.
Get used to.
Can I say something?
Getting used to.
Just a moment, Fidel, you're coming in. Just a moment.
I don't want Kenyans to get content with the situation and say, it's okay, this is what we're used to. And the more time we waste, the more we're like, we'll let it go, we'll leave it alone. Ni sawa tuendelee. We did that last time.
No.
That is what I'm afraid of.
There. If there was any time, I'm too sure it will not end up there. 2018, it ended up there. But it was because of 2022. This one doesn't have 2027. So, hii ngoma ni tofauti. But all in all, every caution must be applied. But of course, eventually, ni vijana watapigana hii vita, sio wazee. Lakini mimi napenda tusiache wazee nyuma. At least tukue na ile sauti. Biblia inasemanga ukifika crossroad utasikia walimu wako wakikwambia hii ndio njia fuata. Lakini ukienda bila walimu wako unamefika crossroad, you don't know whether to go right or left, and usikii sauti yeyote, utaishia kama Sauli. Uanze sasa kwenda kutafuta kufufua wale waliokufa wakuambie cha kufanya. Let's not stretch that too far. But I'm happy. Let's keep talking. Man from Bonda, I'll give you 1 minute before we go back to Fidel. Unmute man from Bondo.
Okay, yeah, thank you again. You know, for me, it's the same thing. What Kip is saying is what I was saying. If you ask me, first, my president is Raila. Whatever he says, he can say. But the rest, I as a person, technically, I would have known what to do. And even if I was approached with ODM on a closed door to tell them what to do, they will bring him on his knees, whether he like it or not. When you deal with intelligent expertise about something, lots of things evolve around economy, how you go doing stuff. It's not about violence. One, everyone can withdraw their money from the bank accounts that are associated with the government or in the government, bank them somewhere. People can avoid doing transaction with Safaricom. You pay things direct one-on-one, buy things direct from the farms, tuone watatoa wapi taxes. And then you push with your voice for what you want. So there are so many ways. Another thing was about the corruption. Corruption is a word that has been used a lot. But nimejaribu kuianalyze for so many years. But it's a dummy word. We shouldn't use corruption. If you are incompetent, you don't know what you are doing, you don't know. We should say you don't know, toka. Ukitisha hongo, there is nothing like corruption. You don't know what you are doing. You are supposed to go and give services. The money is not yours, it belongs to people. Why should we be made to feel that, hongo, ama tuachai, ama kitu kidogo? It's not our right. That's how we continue deceiving most society. If somebody amepatikana shida, just say, uyo is unqualified, they don't know, bas. We'd rather know that we have somebody who doesn't know, na tunamwambia hii kazi ya uijui. There's nothing called corruption. You don't sit there, don't think they don't know what they are doing.
So if you want to fight corruption or talk about corruption, how will you stop it? No, if somebody ajui kazi yake, unamtoa, and don't think they don't know. When you use the rule and the law is as sharp as a saw. Ikienda mbele inakata. If you don't know, you don't know. We start to find a strategy of getting rid of you through thick and thin. It will stop.
Okay. Thank you. Point made. Point made. Thank you. We'll revisit. We are in a very, very interesting scenario. I will give Fidel to submit, then we go to Alex. Yes, Fidel. Unmute, Fidel. You are still mute.
Sorry about that. It's been quite a challenge getting into the show. Every time I try, something just kicks me out of the show. I don't even know why. But I'm here. Let me thank you.
Wamevamia hii show. Sorry, Fidel, to interrupt to you and all panelists. Wameivamia, they are blocking it. So you have to have like 5 options. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So let me say thank you to Stony, let me greet Alex, Rhoda, Kip, Aman from Bondo. I just wanted to respond to some of the things that Aman from Bondo started with about rights. The Kenyans, there's a problem as far as the connection that Kenya seems to be lacking, where it matters most in terms of the governance aspect of it. I think if you look at the problem is actually political culture, lack of it. And it started way back before independence or immediately after independence. I mean, if you look at countries like Tanzania that emphasize on oneness, undugu, patriotism, they tend to be quite ahead, politically mature, when you compare to Kenya. In fact, their understanding of politics is completely different from the Kenyan population or citizenry. You remember Tanzanians played quite a big role in the liberation movement. They suffered for it. You know, they materially, physically, they did. You know, they were embargoed by the Western nation because of supporting the liberation movement. So Nyerere preached that, and that more or less like helped bring them together in understanding that patriotism and oneness was more important rather than the things that divide us, you know, particularly with the tribes and religion. If you look at countries where this has more or less like solidified, country like Nigeria, you find the same thing that is happening, where the political conscientization has not really taken place. People look at themselves as a tribe first, religion second, or religion first and then tribe and nothing, and something else. You know, so it applies to countries where that cohesion was not really emphasized right from the beginning at independence. So Kenyans are suffering from that, and they don't know how to go beyond it. You even seeing people who have gone to school who have been exposed are still perpetuating the same thing, despite the fact that they've been exposed, they know better, they go and do the same thing. You know, they're still narrow-mindedness. That narrow-mindedness still exists. Now, Bernard Kip was talking about the people taking issues and pushing it beyond the leadership that exists right now. I agree with that, but I also agree with what Bernard was saying. I think I will go with that particular aspect, the way we are putting it, because even any movement, any revolution that matures or which is not structured tends to starting something is very easy. people going and doing stuff, but maintaining it and giving it a structure, giving it an order, which everybody can be able to see that this one makes sense, is where the challenge is. So what Mzee is doing, what the Baba is doing right now, is people have given him that honor, that honor to be, because we know his struggle, we know what he has already done, so we cannot take that away from him. You know, those who are pushing for the revolution, those who are pushing for this movement, wants to see him being more or less like he's the one who's supposed to conduct the whole thing based on what is where he has come from, what he has done, and what he even proposes to bring to Kenya, because we have never tried him. Yet the stuff that he keeps on talking about are things that inspire us. You know, we find aspiration from what inspiration from what he says, even how he wants to govern. But we have never tried that. So we want to be able to give him that kind of opportunity to create that environment for the movement, because we know that eventually whatever ideals that we have, he represents them. You know, he represents those particular ideals. He has captured our ideals. He has captured our those particular, the truthness, the justice that we seek, the reforms that we have been talking about. He's spearheaded all these things. You know, so we know that with him we are safe. That's why we want him to more or less like guide the movement, guide the revolution. You know, even when it succeeds, it's still under some form of order, you know, where it does not fracture. We saw what happened in Egypt when the revolution took over. What happened? It all floundered, you know. Of course, the Muslim Brotherhood came over after the Hosni Mubarak was kicked out. But what happened to it? The army came over again and took back the government, you know. So everything just failed. We saw that happen also in Tunisia, you know. See, it went all over there. It was headless. So we need a structured revolution, which we can also be able to count on and saying, this is an orderly process. And from this particular process, we are looking forward to achieving the objectives which we had already, more conceived, or the thing that we had dreamt about. So that's a point I wanted to make on that particular thing. So we need Baba at the head, as the head of that particular movement, not because the young people cannot do the process or spearhead the movement. No, they can, but it will be chaotic. You know, we'll be splintering. Everybody will have their own thing. Somebody saying this. I mean, you even saw what happened with Gaucho and those young boys when they first came. Gaucho was talking about, you know, you could see the envy. You know, that's how it starts. Competition, small little tiny things. You know, you are being favored. We were supposed to be in Runda, or things like that. So we don't want that kind of thing. We want an orderly, structured movement that attain its objective, but at the same time is being orderly, functioning in an orderly manner. Now, I want to talk about what is happening with Ruto versus what you just posted. We saw what happening with the. I take umbrage so much with these political pundits or political analysts who keep on saying that Jubilee was whitewashed in Mount Kenya. I mean, unless you don't believe, if you don't believe that Raila Odinga won this election, that 2.6 million voters went out there and cast their vote for Baba in Mount Kenya, then you can go ahead and say that Jubilee was whitewashed, in Mount Kenya. But that is not true. That was more or less like we were being deceived. You know, it was like a Pyrex campaign that was being stage managed, showing how Jubilee was completely outclassed in Mount Kenya. But eventually, in the long end, we saw that Jubilee, even Raila Odinga himself can attest to that 2.6 million voters went out there. So Jubilee was never whitewashed. Uhuru Kenyatta never failed Azimio. People want to keep on talking about, Uhuru Kenyatta alimchezea Baba. Baba cannot lie about the votes that he got from Mount Kenya. So people should stop this thing of keep on talking about, backbiting, what Uhuru did not do this, Uhuru did not do that. Uhuru might be a person who is a laid-back president. He does not react in a knee-jerk way, the way some people will do. He's a laid-back person. So we are seeing that the reason why Ruto is hell-bent in submerging or more or less like buying the entire Jubilee leadership in Mount Kenya is because he knows the truth. He has understood that he lost the election in Mount Kenya, and this is the moment that he has got to be able to take the entire party and more or less like swallow it. He's looking ahead in 2027. You see, the man is still clueless. That 2027 he won't be there. So I don't even know why he cannot see what is ahead of his. If he cannot see something beyond his nose, too bad, because we will not be having 2027 where we are going to have this election, or Ruto will not be there in 2027. I mean, I wish he could start understanding this. If you continue doing what he's already doing, and I'm praying, and I keep praying every single day that he continue doing what he's doing, that he remain clueless, he's blind, he becomes blind completely, because through that, he makes everything quite easy for us to have a reason to move forward and get where we want to get. We don't want to wake up tomorrow and start doing good things, because when he start doing good things, then it complicates the whole thing for us. By him continuing being the way he is, beating his chest, thumping his chest, and doing all the kind of this arrogance that they keep on doing, we say thank God that God has put a blinder on his face and he cannot see far where he's supposed to be seeing. So we are thanking God. We should be thanking God.
Thank you, Fidel. Thank you. I think that's clear enough. And of course, it is ventilating on different point of view. At the end of the day, we'll have to settle down on the most profitable, and the most profitable is the one that gets us our gazelle, gets us our gazelle back. And for that to happen, we must remain sober, focused. Okay. There is this guy, Paul, is really determined in his blogging ministry. He says, why is Uhuru silent when his party is crumbling? The people who went to take the party should be the one complaining. Okay. How come Uhuru is not panicking when they are going for his party? It means they are insignificant, irrelevant, and immaterial. That is what it means. So don't ask it, because if it was anything, he will be panicking, calling press conference and declaring. But he believes in his foot soldiers. He believes that Jeremiah Nyaga can, wherever Jeremiah Kioni can handle that. So he can sit pretty, he knows the matter is under control. The same Paul, you are the one who said that Jubilee is Ruto and Ruto is Jubilee. So who is the owner of the party? Why are you now dragging Uhuru's name when you have confessed here on the comments saying that Jubilee is Ruto and Ruto is Jubilee? Then the owner of the party is Ruto. So why is Ruto destroying his own party? That's what you need to explain to us. Some Kenyans, we really become so, narrow-minded in our approach that we don't see what we say and we don't even think about what he's saying. So you wanted us just to brush it off that you just said a few minutes ago that Ruto is the owner of Jubilee and Jubilee is Ruto. And then Ruto has gone to destroy Jubilee. And then you're saying, why is Uhuru silent? Uhuru is silent because your attempt is insignificant. It's not going to make any difference. Prepare to pack and go. And there is a Rika who believes that Ruto cannot be removed from office. Ruto is not going to be removed from office. Ruto is already removed from office. We're just waiting for the inauguration day. Alan Sakwa, how are you?
Hi, how are you, Bernard? How are you, Rhoda, Stone, Fidel, and Aman from
Okay,
London?
raise your voice or remove the earphone so that we get your voice loudly.
Can you hear me now?
Better. Go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone is is doing good. Man from Bondo, Stone, PK, Mr. Bernard himself. I can see Rod on board and Fidel. Hope you guys are okay. This is a good topic for today. Brutal survival strategy versus AZIMIO onslaught. Well, I think Ruto is going to still use the same tricks, of course, the same theatrics. What he did, I'll take you back during the campaign period. This guy just came up with the narrative that he's a hustler. So this is a deputy president who's actually, from what Dr. Fred Matiang'i told us, he's being guarded. He's actually the vice president in Kenya who has actually been guarded the highest number of policemen. Actually, they quoted 254. So this guy comes and tells us that he's a hustler and he has properties here and there. And the way he acquired those properties, nobody knows. And nobody is really even willing to really divulge information about them. This guy is just became a billionaire from the blues. 10 years ago, he was not that rich. But here we are, we have a man who's super rich. He's actually competing with the likes of Naushad Meralis. I think you should go and look at the age of Naushad Meralis, the likes of Manu Chandare. These are industrialists who have actually been in this game of business, and they have companies that you are aware of. But this guy, 10 years as a deputy president, and he has acquired that much. And then come 2017, he comes, tells us that he's a hustler. And he's the son of a poor man. Okay, of course, that one is, I don't know if it's true or not, but convinces a mass of guys or a cliche of Kenyans that he is as poor as they are, you know. And I felt that was a mockery to the people of Kenya, because this man was actually super rich. He acquired all this wealth and nobody understands how he got it. So he hoodwinked a cliche of Kenyans, and they believed that this was the way to go. And he went on and played now sympathy of the state. Mind you, this man is actually being fed every morning. He actually consumes intelligence reports, but he's here on the. He was in the rallies telling us that they have actually taken all his duties. So he did that trick and managed to get to State House. And as we predicted, we knew that this presidency is going to have an issue in one way or another. So here we are. Taxes from left, right, center. This is a man who believes that if he's going to tax Kenyans, he's going to actually get us from poverty, which has never worked before. This is a man who believes that if he's going to put resources in an imaginable way, not just put, he sits down and thinks, and also imagines that he has put resources to the people at the low, at the base of the pyramid. And he feels that by putting some money there, he's actually going to make the economy much better. They had the likes of David Ndii, who came up with very funny economical plans and whatever. But all these things so far, they're not even going through. So technically, this man has conned his way to State House. He has lied to Kenyans. And I think the best way, like I said the other time we were together again, is now that this guy is here, we have the power to constitutionally to do all the things necessary to actually put him out of office. And we can only wait for the next general election and actually do what we can do best. But that will also be possible if we put the right people to run the IBC. You see, the other time, the same president actually declared the IBC vacant. So if we had a good team of people who can actually handle our elections better, then you're going to have better people in offices next time. So I think we still have that opportunity. It's not over. So I think that would be much, much better. if we approached this thing coming the next general election. Now we know better. I'll say it that way. Now we know much better, and we can actually go into the next general election knowing that this is what we want. So I think I'll end it there. In case of anything, I'll jump in real quick.
Okay, thank you, Alan Sakwa. We appreciate that. Great lessons offered by our experiences, but from all indications, we don't have a problem with our election. Kenyan people are very well disciplined and they know what they want. They go to the ballot having made up their mind who they are electing. The only problem is with the people who count the votes. And until we are able to get people who can count properly, we will forever be where we are. And it's not that the people did not vote. It's not that the people did not make a decision. Like the 2022 elections, it is clear who the people voted for. Clear from all indications. From during the waiting, from when the elections results were declared, and from how the country went silent, and from how the television stations lost viewership completely. The majority of the Kenyan people went quiet. Is a proof. So those of you who think that we can go to an election and then you steal that election and there will be no consequences, there are consequences everywhere. Arika says Ruto is in office. Why is he praying to stay in office if he's in office? Hajakaa vizuri, ananua kila mtu, anabribe kila mtu. Hiyo ndio kukua kwa ofisi. Huyo ni mtu anafungasha. Ni vile wewe uelewi. Anafungasha na kuna vile ataweza kukaa hapo. Wacha wananchi waanze kudai haki yao vile wameanza. And then of course right now hakuna chaku nini, hakuna there is nothing he can do now that can change the Kenyans mind from the look of things. Nothing. Sahi atakiamua tu apike breakfast wa Kenya waendange huko kukula kila asubuhi. Na atembelee wa mama kila usiku akiwapatia 500. Nothing he does now will change Kenyans' mind about him because he has shown them that Kenyans don't matter. It is him who matters. So I want, since my time is running out, give me, I play a series of my videos. Nimalizane nazo ili muda wangu ukifika, ningatuke, niwachie wengine wakuwe dereva wa maswala haya. Basi, tuanzie kwa njia muongo ni fupi.
Mambo ya usalama imekwama, alafu wanakuja kusumbua wananchi na mambo ya curfew. Mimi nataka niwaambie, hakuna haja ya curfew. Tunataka askari wawe wa kutosha kusimamia usalama, ndio kila mwananchi atembee na afanye biashara vile anavyopenda.
Somebody tell our leaders, we are tired of church. We are tired of prayers. We want to see work. Yani kanisa imeingiana sasa na politicians. So siku hizi wako hivi. They are working together. Mwananchi wa kawaida amedanganywa kwa sababu anaambiwa lazima tuangalie juu mbinguni, lazima tuende tukaombe, lakini hakuna kitu itaendelea. We don't want to hear these churches. We don't want to hear these prayers. We don't want these are too many. We don't want to hear about churches anymore. We don't want even to hear about prayers anymore. Yani mpaka siku hizi sasa wanaita watu wa Nigeria. I saw the other day Suleiman amekuja akasema now kanisa ndio inakuja sasa because there is the move of God in Kenya. Itakuwa Saturday. Leo haitakuwa. And the politicians the same. Wamesema watu wanaenda sijui kuomba, sijui wanaenda wapi? Kila siku ni maombi. And then they come here. The other day, so even the vice president pia, vice president anatuambia sasa hata watuambie sijui pesa tutatoa wapi? Hatuna pesa. Hata wakitupiga mpaka matako. Vice president. Hata wakitupiga matako, hatuna pesa ya kulipa deni. So, nyinyi mwananchi, wewe mwananchi, uendelee tu kuomba. Mara uko Nyayo, mara uko state maombi. When are they going to do their work? Siku gani watafanya kazi yao? Kanisa imeingiana na wao. So, if you are expecting the leaders wa church waongee, they cannot talk. They will not come with the cover. Wanataka kukua cover na nani? Na politicians. Politicians pia nao wanataka kusukuma miaka ziende, siku ziende, hakuna kazi inaendelea. Nyinyi kazi yenu ni kuomba. Watoto wetu hatujui wanakula nini. Barabara ndio hizo tunaona ni mbaya. Tunataka kusikia mahali kunaambiwa, tunakuja kuona barabara zile itafanywa. We want to see ile pesa ilikuwa ifanya kazi gani. We don't want to hear those prayers. And let me tell you Kenyans, wacheni niwaambie, tumedanganywa ya kutosha. And thank God because people are waking up. Watu wameona hizi maombi ni za uongo. Tunataka kuambia hizi shule zote, tuko na mashule mingi hivi. Hizi shule we want a few zenye ziko na usimamizi mzuri, lakini si kanisa tuombe. Yet wao wanapeleka watoto wao mbali. Halafu anatuambia tuombe. So sisi mwananchi ni kukaa tu akizunguka na maombi. Miaka inarudi inaenda, hakuna kazi inafanyika. Our leaders and our church leaders wao wamekaa tu pale because they are working together. It is a collaboration of the two. Watu wa kanisa na nani? Na politicians, leaders, ministers, munawaona. Sakaja the other day, mtu amesema na Sakaja nayo ndio huyo. Mtu mzima na akili zake na amechaguliwa asimamie Nairobi mzima. No. What a disgrace. And then bado tunaona watu waturukana chakula hawana. Bado tunaona barabara ni vile. Miaka nenda miaka rudi. Tukidanganywa kanisa. I don't want people to tell me about church. And all these our leaders also. Yani wamevuruto wamekuwa macomedians all of them. Karena yada amevaa civilist. Kanisa azim parliament everything it can't steal because Catherine Karen Nyamu lazima nini? Lazima apatiwe nafasi. Hizo ndio vitu wanaongea kule kwa parliament. Those are the things they are talking. Lakini tuko hapa Sunday mukaombe, Monday mwende mukaombe, Tuesday mwende mukatuma shetani, Wednesday ndio sasa move of God inakuja, Saturday ni machetani zinatolewa. Saturday machetani zile kubwa ziko kwa maboma ndio zinatolewa. Hakuna kazi inafanyika. Hiyo ni ujinga na ni ufukara. Na kama uko hapo celebrating leaders kwenda maombi from one to the next na ongea na I think that is the way to go my friend. Jifanyia kwa sababu umebrainwashiwa. They are supposed to do their work. Si kushinda kutuambia kuomba. Me I don't. Me siwezi omba vitu zingine kama hizo. See you on my next one. I love you so much.
Okay, I said it. I rest my case. Nothing there to add. What I will say is one. If Kenyans will not rise up to get their country back, they will lose it completely, unnecessarily. We don't need to lose it. We don't have to lose it. We have everything it takes to get it back, but we'll have to go for it and take it back. If not, imeenda. Na ikienda, haitarudi tena. So let's work at it. Kuna mtu ako obsessed hapa na baba anaitwa Paul, anasema ile maombi baba anaenda kufanya ni gani? Mimi nakuuliza, huyu baba unamlipa mshahara gani? Mbona mnamchunga? Hamja mwajiri, halipi mshahara, mnafuatana naye na mipango yake. Kwa nini simfuatane na wale watu mmeajiri ambao wanakula mshahara, wanatumia magari ya serikali, wanatumia petroli ya serikali, wanalala kwa nyumba ya serikali, wanakula chakula ya serikali. Those are the people you need to monitor. So how do you monitor somebody you did not hire and you ignore the person you hired? How does that make you responsible as a Kenyan? Yani mimi nashindwa. UDA kama ningekuwa na uwezo ni chama ambacho kingekuwa banned from the earth, not from Kenya, from the earth, because people lose their brains as soon as they join. They can't use their brain again. Their brain either get paralyzed or get neutralized or just get blocked. Because baba akiitisha maombi haitishi kwa nini, kwa courtesy of the government. Hii maombi ya Uhuru Park, ya nini Nyayo Stadium 100 million, ya Furaha Stadium 100 million. Hiyo pesa inatoka wapi? Kwa serikali. Okay? And then you are saying that because Raila called prayer, I should also call prayer. Kenyans, wake up. And especially when you are a young person and you reason like that, you really make me very angry. All the same, nataka, this is my 2 minutes and I'm out of here. Stony PK, you hold on. Leo is supposed to join us at 2 a.m. Unless kuna mtu ako na swali kwangu, ningependa kuanza kung'atuka ili tuendelee mbele.
Bernard, using'atuke kabla sijazungumza. Asante.
Okay, nimenaswa hapo tayari. Nani Melekisede, kuna swali kwangu? Swali kwanza. Sio submission. Unmute Melekisede, I can't hear you.
Nilikuwa nasema niko busy kidogo, ndio nilikuwa nataka niongee niingie, but kama unaenda nitangoje kidogo basi. Sina swali, niko tu na jambo.
Mimi ndio naenda, kipindi kinaendelea. Mimi ndio nitaenda, lakini kipindi kinaendelea, haina shida. Albaba?
Niko na swali kwako. Mbona unafikiri Raila kupigia Raila ndio right na kupigia Ruto ndio wrong?
Sorry?
Mbona unafikiri kupigia Raila ndio right, kupigia Ruto ni wrong? Ruto swali.
Hapana, hiyo ni ya kwako. Mimi sijasema hivyo. Mimi nimesema kwa Raila kulingana na whistleblower, the undisputed results. Let's start from there. The undisputed results. The result that nobody has disputed, okay, show that Ruto got 41%, Raila got 57%, okay? And according to the Constitution, it is not possible to be the president of Kenya if you don't get 50%.
This hot water is not.
Okay?
Yes, now
So,
let me follow up.
Who is this? Melchizedek. Okay. So we are not saying that voting for Raila is right, voting for Ruto is wrong. We are saying let the person who won the elections be the president. You don't have to change things and turn them upside down simply because you don't like Raila presidents. If he has won, he has won. Just like mnaendanga match, mmecheza ball, mmepigwa 3-0. Hata mseme nini, mmepigwa 3-0, you have lost the match. Accept it. Other than now turning around and saying that you want this and this so that we massage and then we go through the video and then make the goalkeeper of this side be the goalkeeper of that side so that we can now make that this other team is the one that won and not the one that won. Why should we go manipulate the outcome when the outcome is clear? So that is it. So
there was a dossier yesterday. There was a dossier yesterday that says otherwise. Even if did you check those results?
No,
there is a constituency in Kapseret where Oscar Sudi comes. It says the Raila won overwhelmingly in Kapseret. Then we go somewhere like Elgeyo Marakwet. In Marakwet East and Marakwet West, that dossier said Raila won there. So how it's supposed to should we believe?
It is not a dossier, Albaba. It's not a dossier. Have you gone through the whistleblowers results? The whistleblowers result revealed that even in Uasin Gishu, President Ruto's home, Raila won. Okay, so the winning of Raila is so overwhelming that it was very hard to rig. That is why they were caught in the rigging process. If it was easy to rig, they would have gotten away with this thing. Nobody would have suspected it. And that's why I'm explaining the reason why Raila won Rift Valley in those places that you are claiming is unlikely to win. It's the Mother Karua ticket. The women vote in Rift Valley went to Baba. And that is where the hapo ndio mshikili, hapo ndio kuna shida. Okay? The women vote, majority of the women vote in Rift Valley went to Baba, courtesy of Mother Karua. Okay? And of course, Baba is a more credible, sellable ticket than William Ruto any day, anywhere. And no sensible person is going to give his vote to Washosho and Wanugu. It doesn't work. So if Baba won in Kiambu, won in Nyeri, won in Kirinyaga, okay, won in Wasingishu, won in Kapsereta, courtesy of you, okay. So where did Ruto win? Okay, where did he win? Now, if he did not win, how did he end up being president? That's where the question is. And that is where we will not move from until that matter is settled. Until that is settled, we show us where Ruto won, give us the numbers he got that are more than the ones for Raila Odinga. If that's the case, Ruto aendelee kukaa kwa kiti. Lakini kama hakupata the enough numbers, anang'atuliwa na Wakenya. Sio Raila Odinga, Wakenya ndio watamngatua. Na tena wamewatusi Wakenya tayari. So hata sahi, hata kikuja na hizo numbers, they won't make any difference. Why? He has put his finger in the eyeball of Kenyans. And Kenyans are not happy. And I don't think he has anything to say that will make them happier. Rhoda, ulikuwa unasemaje? Ni kuinua mkono ama unanisalimia?
Nasema hivi, Ruto, yeye mwenyewe, obviously, he didn't win. When they were in Bomas, Kenya, he's saying nobody win or lose. Because he know that he didn't win. Actually, Ruto, he need to be very ashamed. Shame on you, Ruto. Unaimba haki yetu. Can you imagine? Na unakalia hiyo kiti na hakuna mtu. Unajua vile Musalia Mudavadi alisema, we could not allow Odinga to come because of the money. That's the way Musalia Mudavadi. So that means those guys, they were planning to steal the vote. We are not stupid. We have eyes to see. Na hizo itamkula hiyo. Nyinyi wote watatu, nyinyi Wetangula na Musalia Mudavadi na Ruto, nyinyi wote watu wa Kenya kwisha, mtakuliwa na hizo vitu. Na ndio maana Ruto akomsik. Kwa sababu amechukua haki yetu. Rudisha haki yetu, Ruto. Ukue soba. Na uende Mount Kenya upige magoti kwa Mount Kenya. Kwa sababu ulida ukawa, you're not his tribe. Betrayed other community. Ukawadanganya. Ulikuwa na wadanganya kwa nini? You must go to Mount Kenya. Wazee wa shosho wetu. Tuko na wazee wako na 90 years. Walikuwa naenda na Gatirimo. Unajua Gatirimo ni nini? Wanaambia, "Oi, shosho nipigie Raila." Walikuwa natetemeka mkono hivyo akisema, "Raila, tuleta sio wa Kisumu. Tunataka huyo wa Kisumu." Kwa sababu tuliambio na Uhuru huyo ndio tunataka. So I was very confident that Raila win in Mount Kenya, and I'm not ashamed to say that. All my cousin, my niece, they vote for, even my sister, they vote for Raila. And I told them, this guy is coming to bring us in your era. And they could listen to me. I was telling them, go and vote. I wake up, I tell them, go and vote. Ata Videli is my witness. I was crying. We had AZIMIO Umoja nini TV. Nikaza kulia, nikamwambia, "Woi Mutidi, go and vote." Unajua sisi Wakikuyu tunaliaga tukisema, "Woi Mutidi, moge mwagotere Ruto, Raila todoe voto tarahede amoi." You know, nikaza kulilia. Na wakanisikia. So we are not stupid.
Okay, sawa Rhoda. You've made your point. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. Now, Albaba, for your information, hii maneno kuisha ni rahisi. Very simple, okay? Open all the 4 servers. Let's look inside. Simple.
Niko na kitu ya kuambia Albaba.
Ngoja kwanza, Melchizedek, you're out of order. mkishafungua server, okay, ikaonyesha hapa Ruto alishinda, hapa Ruto alishinda, hiyo kesi itaisha kabisa. Mbona mnaficha results za server? Mpaka mnaandikia mathematics waandike barua waseme hatuwezi fungua. Supreme Court imesema fungua, mwezi fungua. Jebukati. Na unajua by up to now Jebukati haja publish results according to the law, so that we compare them with the whistleblower. So hii mambo sio mambo ya kuchanganya kama unataka kujua ukweli, lakini kwa sababu unataka kufuata uongo ndio inakuwa rahisi, okay, kujaribu ku salvage what you know is not right. And I'm not against Ruto because of his person. I'm against having a twisted system that determines our leaders. A twisted system that determines our leaders. Yesterday I had an exchange here with Arika, and we were talking about whatever he's saying, that Ruto is genius. He's dismantling the opposition and making himself strong politically. And I asked him, does he operate like that in his house? And I know Arika to be a medics person. How would you like to be the doctor on duty and your nurse, the one you send in the lab to bring you the lab, your lab technician cheats on the result of the blood test you send for checkup? How would you love that? And how would you like that your son comes from school and says, I cheated in my exam, that is why I am number one? Will you clap for him and say you are a genius? You deceived all those teachers. I gave birth to a smart guy that can cheat teachers. Will you be proud of that? And if you can't be proud of that, then nobody should celebrate a thief, a deceiver, a public, wherever, the liar as a hero. Nobody in their right senses should do that. All the same, I need to go, so I think I've settled everything. Nitani ya nani kuongea ni Bwana Stony PK, you will take the chair until Leo comes, but mkururo ni ule ule. Tutasikiza Alibaba, and then Joshua, and then of course now we go up there as we come back as usual. All the same, tuendelee hivyo hivyo, tafadhali endelea kusubscribe kama hauja subscribe, especially on Sound Candid Talk. Tunataka hiyo channel build up enough subscribers. Na ukisha subscribe, unajua marafiki zako ambao wangependa kipindi kama hiki, wangependa kukifuata kila siku, wahimize pia wasubscribe ili wasikose kufuata mazungumzo ya Wakenya. And then there is also a daytime, an East African show that we have started during daytime. And so when you are a subscriber, you won't miss out on much. But if you are not a subscriber, utapoteza mengi, kwa sababu hiki kipindi we are looking on how to make it 24/7. But until that happens, just subscribe on all our channels. You will be able to follow through. Thank you so much. See you when you see me later on in the evening in another show. God bless you.
Can I say something before you leave? Nataka kusema hivi, kuna mtu hapa anaitwa Jenny Karaoke. At anybody will try to enter State House will cross the way Kenya Air Force men were crossed in 1982 while they tried capture the then KBC. So he think that people, they cannot do demonstration because they, in 1992 when Raila Odinga, they were changing coup. You remember with the Gatia, you know Gatia from Nyeri. He lived, Vidal, no, they were changing the. So you see, think that at the Kenya people, they cannot go to State House and to remove him.
Rhoda, you're right. Forget those people. In fact, the information they are using is not right. Okay, according to the latest revelations, the 82 coup was never a coup. It was stage managed to make make Moi feel a victim and then become vicious. Those are the latest revelations. It was not an external thing. It was an inside thing, whereby you stage manage things so that they give you wherever a leeway. He was disadvantaged, swimming among the Mount Kenya mafias. So he needed to look for a way to get rid of the Mount Kenya mafias, and then he cleverly stage managed the whole thing. Stage manage the whole thing. So kina Jeni hao ni wale watu ambao wajui historia na waelewi mambo na wanafikiria serikali ni ile ya Kenyatta ambayo ukifikiria kwamba Kenyatta amekufa unashikwa. Those they are suffering from that syndrome that ukifikiria Kenyatta ni mgonjwa unashikwa. So that's their problem. Leave them alone. They have a sickness. We'll take care of their sickness later. But where we are right now, the Kenyans are the ones who have the power. According to 2010 Constitution, they can hire and fire, and they can do it anytime. They don't have to wait for 5 years. No, they can fire their MPs, they can fire the MCS, they can fire their governors, they can fire their president. That's what the new 2010 Constitution spells. So hao watu wanaongea kuhusu 82, they even don't understand what 82 was, and they don't even have taken time to study it to understand what were the prevailing circumstances. They don't even understand politics, that politics can warrant to create a scenario so that you can get some things done. You create the atmosphere that makes it conducive for you to do certain things. And that could not be the reality. You just created it. Like what they are doing now. Somebody has said that because they broke into Matiang'i's house, so they also made it somebody to break into Aisha Juma's house so that they can balance the equation. Now, that is rumored. I'm not saying it's fact. But in politics, it is possible, okay, that since they will be blamed that they are targeting Matiang'i because Matiang'i associates with AZIMIO, let us also make it that one of us has been also attacked so that we say it is normal security issue. It is not normal security issue. We are dealing with a mafia government that wants to pretend to be following the law, yet they are breaking the law with every move they are making. That's why they must go. Thank you. See you later. Continue. Albaba, Stony, PK, continue. I am out of here.
Okay. Have a good night or a good day. Okay, now when it comes to my submission, we are talking today about Ruto survival strategy versus AZIMIO onslaught. You know, a building is not a classroom. A building is not a classroom. Is the students and the teacher. So you can take the party you can take the party home. You can take the party wherever. They used to be in Jubilee, all of them. But now they moved into UDA and nothing happened. You see, these things are happening like that. So this politics, don't take it so seriously. Like, for example, now somebody was talking here and telling me that the results from SAV. No, it says the SAV is not the main thing because our voting system is still manual. From the polling station to the IEBC, you cannot use the results from the server to declare anyone president. So that's let's just be honest with yourselves.
Come on, don't mislead us. Sorry, that's misleading.
I'm having my submission. That's my submission, please.
But you're misleading.
No, if you have the opportunity to rebut, you have the opportunity to rebut.
Fidel, order.
Come, let me submit.
Albaba, I'll give you time to make a submission. Let's do this. Albaba, if you make a claim that it's outrageous like that one, you substantiate. Okay. The order to open the server, okay, by the Supreme Court, okay, could not be given if the result in the server were unnecessary, okay? There is a reason why the Form 34A needed to be sent to the server as soon as possible. It's not supposed to delay, okay? The reason why it should not delay because somebody can meddle with the physical result. And that's what we had a problem with the 2007 and the Greekla, wherever the Greekla Commission came up with that system of how can the result be relayed as fast as possible to the National Tallying Center without returning officers disappearing and showing up after 3 days with a new form. So you cannot say that the result in the server cannot be used to declare. It is not valid. It's not supported by any law. Unless you have a law to cite for that.
Okay, thank you. Let me now rebut to your. Let me rebut as I give my submission. The issue is here. The result from the server must come as quickly so that nobody changes anything along the way. Along the way, we can have what has come versus what has been sent. But what is used to finally declare the president is the hard copy. That's why we wait for all those from 34Bs and 34As, all of them before we declare. That's why there is verification. But now, the server was open, but it was on only read mode. In it only read mode. There are two things. They are the ones about programming, and they're about read mode only. Read mode only, because why was it not open there about the programming side? Because most softwares are proprietary. For example, unless it is an open source software, like for example Mozilla, what do you call it? The other software that there is this operating system that is open source. That we normally use. Anybody can make changes to that software to improve it. So those are open source softwares. But now these ones are proprietary software.
The server was opened.
Oh, yes, on read mode only.
Okay, hold on. And then Smartmatic said it cannot open the server because it will infringe on their property rights.
It means now the programming side, the whole architecture of the server, the whole architecture that affects the whole architecture.
Alibaba, are you the ICT chairman of IBC?
I was aware. I was following these things day and night. Yes. I was following it.
So that's why between you and Smartmatics, okay?
Yeah.
Who should we believe? Smartmatics that said they cannot open the server because it will infringe on their property rights, or
it seems you've not understood.
It is open, but it's on read only.
Just listen a little bit. It was opened on read mode only. The programming side is where Smartmatic said they are not going to open the programming side because it is a proprietary software. It is going to be used somewhere. So it's a proprietary software.
So
that's why they were saying
the results. Is it the result on read only, or
yes,
you can say, programming side?
You can access it on read mode only. You can access it on read mode only. You can
Good.
read mode only.
We even don't want the program behind it. We just want all the servers, all the 4 servers opened, whether it's read only, whether it's exam only, but let it be open.
Just listen to me a little bit. Mr. Bernard, just listen to me a little bit. When Mother Karua was going to, listen to me, just a minute, just 1 minute and listen to me. When Mother Karua was going to KICC or somewhere, she was saying that we can call the elections ourselves, but by law we cannot call the election. We have got the results from the portal, and we have tallied, and we are the winners. And everybody had access to portal. So these are a balloon of something. In fact,
so Alibaba, you are still pushing the narrative that Ruto said that the portal is the server.
No, the portal is not the server.
If that is the case, please just
that is called the front end. That's called the front end. What they were given is the
if you are pushing the narrative that Ruto said that the portal is the server, then forget it.
Kindly listen.
We are already past that. We are already past that. And no Kenyan is buying into that. Okay? Because even the results in the portal are questionable. That's why even the portal is now, I hear that there's no more firewalls, it has been taken down and all that. let's not take Kenyans for fools, and let's not.
Finally, I can finish my submission on this matter.
Yeah, you
About,
better educate us.
No, they were talking. She cut me through. I was talking about Jubilee.
Hatutaki nyang'au kama nyinyi, mnakuja kutuweka uoga hapa. Sasa tuogopi Ruto. Tokeni hapa, mnataka kutuweka uoga na intimidation. We don't fear Ruto. Ruto is just small insect. For me, it's an insect.
Can I finish my submission?
Get out here. Get out
Can I finish my submission?
Get out here. Go now. Now.
Listen to alternative opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not seeking opinion from UDA sycophants. We are not listening to opinion from UDA perverts. I know there is everything, Bernard is being thrown out and all that. But UDA guys, you don't even need to be here. You don't even need to know our plans. Wacheni ku waste time. Why are you here? Mumekuja hapa kufanya nini? You know, this is Stone PK telling you, kaeni kwenyu, simko na serikali. Just concentrate in doing the shit that you're doing. Stop coming here to try and bring the garbage, the nonsense, sijui ho. You are drawing. We are long past that. Ni kama train ikienda Mombasa, it's long past Mtito Andei, which is halfway. Tuko karibu tunaangalia Voi, heading to our destination. Then you are starting bringing us shit about Ruto. Let me tell you, UDA people, just go back, sit with Ruto, and wait for whatever consequences that will come. Acheni ujinga. Don't even come to this station because you have of no consequence. No, skiza hapana. Ngoja kidogo Rhoda, I'll give you time. UDA supporters, you come here, you are wasting your time. There's nothing you are educating this forum here. Please, just sit with your government. Deliver what you are delivering to whoever you think you are delivering. Do the things you think you are doing right. Don't be bothered by what is going on. You are joining the small quantity of idiots in Kenya. Don't be, we know you are in that basket of idiots, fools and all that, who still want to call black white, they want to call red blue, but the truth is out everywhere, globally. Ruto stole elections, period, but you don't want to believe in that, which is your right. Again, this is another stupid thing about people saying about right. Unaambiwa hii ni orange, unasema ni banana. Unaambiwa hii ni orange, unasema ni ndizi. And I told people on this forum, personally, I don't engage with UDA people, and I don't really care. It's all waste of time. Hata Bernard anawapatia a lot of tolerance because yeye ni mtumishi wa Mungu. Mimi ningekuwa pastor, I don't care. Nikikwambia
yeye wait. Lakini nikikasirika hakuna kitu naweza.
Ngoja sana. Rhoda, wait. Don't waste your energy. Ruto ni rais according to our watu wa UDA. It's okay.
He's not my president. No. He's a hell.
Rhoda, I don't want to mute you.
Miguu yake inakuliwa na mvua. Unajua mvua ni nini? Ile inakulaga watu maiti. Shame on you.
Unajua hatutaki soko, but I want to say this and then I give people to talk. So UDA guys, when you come here to bring us those nonsense, Ruto, those garbage, it's rot. You go and run your government. Just go run your government. Don't come to tell us garbage. We cannot take your garbage. I'm using that strong term and I have no regrets. Hiyo upuzi na ujinga and then mkatengeze serikali yenu. Don't come here to give us that nonsense. Kenyan with love, come in.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother? Okay, thank you. Stone PK, I am not here to debate with Alibaba or anything. I had to jump in because one of the things that we do in this show, we don't lie to people. And when you come over here, it's what Ruto has been doing for the longest time, thinking people are so stupid and learned and do not understand what they do and what it is. First of all, you don't come into this channel and start lying to people that read-only folder is that server folder. Listen, the server was not opened. We are here. We know what we do. Some of us are professionals at what you're trying to talk about. This channel is not short of people who understand IT, understand some other things, technologically. Is the reason you find Ruto coming in on a national TV, a whole president saying that Chebukati opened the server a long time ago and still talking about the portal. What they did when you talk about read only, we know what read only means. We do it every single day. You're in a drawing or you're in a server, so you cannot access it directly. Then just because you cannot, you can just access read only because you cannot change anything on it. And what they did, what they gave was the portal. And they did not even give for the whole constituencies. They say they will go read that thing again or listen to that proceeding again. They gave a couple of constituencies. And everybody was shouting, we are not being led to see the server. Hence that letter that we got. That read only was not for the server, was for the portal. And that portal actually was just a few of them, which is what that Julie Senti came and said, look, get in there. Look at it right now. I'm not even going to let you do the read only. You are the judges. Go in there, look at the portal and do that. There was nothing. What you're trying to tell people, and listen, as a seasoned member of this channel, one thing we know is that we will, because we have listeners, my mother, my sister, my brother, my cousins, people, my friends are listening. And sometimes they come here to also educate themselves and understand what is happening, because we have engineers here, we have software engineers here, we have political analysts here, we have doctors. Don't come here with your propaganda trying to lie to people, because you will be demystified. And if you want to counter me, I will call you on a one-on-one show and tell me how that read-only was even close to the server, or it was just the portal because somebody else was already logged in and they wanted them to do a read-only so that they can see what they can see, because at the time, the person that has the key to it is the one that can change anything. And that is what read-only is. When I'm working on a project and somebody else is already on that project, I can only do a read-only and I can see the last time they saved. So please, don't even pull that move over here. I will demystify you, and I can tell you there's a lot of people who will come here and demystify you. So is it channel ya propaganda, my friend? This is a truth channel. Mr. Stone PK, I'm sorry to jump in like that, but I had to come and tell our people, do not listen to this guy. He's lying to you, and don't listen to it. Let's explain what exactly a read-only is and what exactly read-only they were given. That was the portal. The portal is way different. It's just what you show on the screen. Please do not dare end around ingine. Don't come into that trying up if you could danganya. I'm sorry, Mr. Sompike. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. You know, UDA, I've always said UDA is a gang of idiots. This I don't regret about. It's a gang of idiots that think all Kenyans are idiots. Yani, that I have no reservation about it. And if they don't like my comment, they can go hang wanaweza meza wembe. Unfortunately, the themes they talk about, the things they try to present, they think Kenyans are toddlers. Ujinga, upuzi. They are saying, oh, they never stole the elections. Why are they here? Simukae huko. I will repeat that. If you feel you won and you have all what it takes to lead, please continue doing your things and let AZIMIO do their things. Don't even come here trying to say this and that and that, because it's all nonsensical. Anything an UDA member opens his mouth to say ni upuzi, ni ujinga, ni upumbavu. Hata mtu ana PhD akiwa katika Azimio is an idiot. Ile anatoa ni garbage. Somebody telling you what Kenyan with lovers just articulated.
Akiwa katika UDA, Azimio, PhD in
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No,
Fidel.
you said
Let me
you said
let me
PhD
finish.
Azimio.
Not Azimio, sorry, UDA. Let me finish this statement, Fidel. You know, what we are talking about is the simplest thing on earth. We are fighting a truth. And it's only a fool that can fight a truth. Unaambiwa hii ni machungwa, lakini unapigana ikue maembe. Wewe ndio mjinga wa mwisho duniani. Kenyan election was stolen. You can go and hang yourself, UDA. Alibaba, tafadhali, ile unafanya ni ujinga na ni upuzi. Na tutakuita mjinga na mpuzi. Ni upumbavu. Ruto never won elections in Kenya. It is known. And it is going to be put there. Nyinyi ndio wajinga wapumbavu mnasema wa Kenya hawezi lead revolution. It's going to happen, bro. I hope you are not in Kenya because you'll be safe. If you are in Kenya, you'll be lynched. Utachomwa. Utamalizwa. The truth of the matter is that Kenya imefika mwisho wa mwamba. That's the truth. That is Stone PK. Mimi naongeanga hivyo. The truth. Kenya imefika mwisho. Saa hii hata baba has no retreat. I know Alibaba, you like laughing, but don't laugh sheepishly or foolishly. Usicheke ovyo ovyo. Do you see anybody smiling the way you are smiling? That tells you could be joining the group of idiots in Ruto. You are showing your teeth when people are crying and mourning. You have to ask yourself, are you normal? Kenya is burning. Kenya is burning. And if you want to know it's burning, take a sample of 10 people. They'll tell you what it is. Alibaba, that's a fake name. I know you could be a Kalenjin trying to support your fellow man. This is the beginning to the end of Kalenjins, regimes in this country. And unfortunately, this country will go into tribal splitation, which is never what we wanted it to be. This country will go into split. It will go into what we would call dismantlement, to rebuild it again because of people who are making it as a joke, like you, Albaba, and the other guy I saw around, because you are jokers. You believe in stealing people cows and you call them yours. Unavamia mashamba ya Stone PK, umeiba ng'ombe, bibi na watoto, then you say atuwe ni hero. You beat me up and you took it. And you sit there enjoying somebody else's property. Alibaba, it's a shame. And we are bringing that Kalenjinism, that stupid culture to an end. We want to build a nation. So there is no debate about Ruto. Ruto stole election and he's going. Na anaenda, mpende muspende. Even if you decided to all of you defend it, you have other 46
akiwa
tribes.
maiti. Atatoka
Yes.
akiwa maiti.
Yes.
Sita Jomo Kenyatta alikufia hapo.
Yes.
Atakufia
And
hapo.
Alibaba, you are
Mtaona.
part of those.
Mtaona. Hiyo nyumba ni Jomo
Roda.
Kenyatta alikuwa first. Vile mnachukua mnatubeba nyinyi wa Kalenjin mtajua. Hata sisi we can be bad. We can. I can be against to
Stop again.
No, what I'm saying is, I want
excuse me, Mr. PK. Excuse
Julius,
me.
I'm giving you time. I'm giving you time. Fidel and then Olido. I'm just cautioning Alibaba. Don't make it as a joke. Don't annoy Kenyans because they're already annoyed. They are full to the brim. Please, don't bring a lot of those kind of, I don't want to use that strong word. Okay? Stop smiling. It's not smiling. These faces that are on the screen are not smiling. That is when you know either you are an idiot among 10 or you are a sharp person about whatever. Because you sit in a people who are not smiling and you are the only one smiling, then there's something very wrong with you. Fidel, and then Joshua, and then Sarah.
Yeah, let me just say something very quickly before I leave. It's very unfortunate that where things are in Kenya right now, that there are some people who don't see the wrong or the wrongs that surround us, surround the population, and those particular wrongs are being subjected to by individuals that have got no clue even what governing is all about. Now, even those particular people who voted for Ruto, I think you should be ashamed of yourself too right now. I mean, because you are bamboozled, you are hoodwinked. I don't know what it was, whether it was a tribal thing that made you vote the most useless, hopeless fraudster that Kenya has ever had come on the stage as a politician. I mean, I'm not just saying these things because I want to insult him. Look at his political history, like literally from the word go to the present day. Whatever that this particular man has been engaged into has all been either is defrauding somebody, is taking something from somebody and making it his all the way. Now, for somebody to be looking at an individual like that with pride and saying that this particular person deserves being there as a leader, and you are even defending whatever that he has done. I mean, it's unheard of. He's the first head of state of any nation who has ever been paraded for criminality before he became even a president. Remember when he was paraded during the Kenya pipeline thing, you know, as a criminal, he was handcuffed. They appeared before the handcuffed because he had been accused of defrauding Kenya pipeline of 200 million shillings that particular time. And then he still goes on and run for office. A man who comes out and starts saying that the land where his hotel is built was that he kind of he stole it. He did not buy it. It now is coming with all the excuses. I mean, you look at every single thing. Muteshi land, Ruai land. You know, literally every single thing this man has done, he has never done lawfully. But I don't want to talk about that because I guess that one applies to so many people in Kenya. But then what I'm concerned me right now, that you are seeing some people are still defending him. Even some people are willing to go and serve him, are willing to move from their own parties and become accessory to the creation of a police state. I mean, you're seeing members of parliament from other parties becoming accessories. You start wondering whether Kenyans really have got brains. Here are people, members of parliament, who are becoming part of Kenya Kwanza, knowing for sure that this man wants to abolish so many things. He's going against the constitution in so many ways, but you want to be a part of it because of your stomach. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's very shameful. Look at the way people are suffering. Kenyans are suffering. Look, people, common person, even you, Alibaba. I'm sure there's so many things that right now you're complaining about. And for you to come here and start saying, oh, he won the election and blah, blah, forget about that. Look at what now surrounds you, the economical condition in which you find yourself. Are you happy? Alibaba, if I may ask you, are you happy with your condition, economical condition, as it is right now? Don't tell me that it's going to change. And no, are you happy the way things are? See, this is a problem. You're happy. Did you say you're happy? Oh, okay, thank you. Well, then it's okay. You're free to actually root for him and vote for him. That's fine. But please do not come here and start insulting us by telling us how he won the election, blah 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 blah. When we know for sure that he did not win this election. This was stated even from the beginning. The same very day when he was declared presidential winner. It was known. Chebukati circumvented the law to be able to declare him. Even him, Ruto knows, even in his heart of heart, he knows that he did not win the election. So when you see all these people surrounding him and he's giving them jobs and they're happy, you should start wondering whether they're really normal people. Are they really normal? Because tomorrow when we come for them, there will be no place for them to run to. See, that's a funny thing, because we are really going to come for them. I mean, we're not. I'm not insulting Kalenjin. Kalenjins are good people. You know, as a tribe, we cannot victimize the entire tribe because of one particular person. You know, so Kalenjinization is not. We don't have any problem with Kalenjin, but for them to be supporting something when they know for sure that this thing is illegal, they should, even themselves should rise up in arms and start saying, no, this is not how we bring our people. We bring our people to speak the truth, to espouse truth, to also seek justice. As that should be the something that drives each and every individual, seeking justice, the truth. So Alibaba, please, even you today, when you go back to your house and then you start lying in your bed, do some reflection. Ask yourself, are you supporting Ruto because he's a Kalenjin like you, or because he's doing good things? If you come to the conclusion that he's doing good things, good for you. But I'm telling you the truth. His days are numbered. People might be thinking this is a joke. Oh, Raila Odinga is just making noise. Oh, just maandamano. No, it's going to culminate into something that Kenyans have never seen. That should really worry you, my friend. Let me just leave you there. I don't want to go on and on and on, because I might just take hours. Because otherwise I'm going to get to that particular mode. You know, I don't want to be abusive. I don't want to be angry. I just want to control myself. Sumpike, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bro Fidel. It is true. And where we are now, we are not here to even try to caution UDA. We don't care what they think, what they talk. It's up to them. We have our train that has been set, and there is a direction we are taking. It doesn't matter whether they come here shedding their teeth and trying to demystify whatever, or to diminish whatever we are doing. This is not a UDA business. In fact, when they come to this channel, they are coming at their own volition to get fed with whatever they might call crap. Okay? And what they are calling crap, you know, they should. Unfortunately, UDA is in the culture of not wanting to learn about history.
Excuse me, it's noisy. I cannot hear. Somebody should.
Oh, okay.
It's noisy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Is it okay now? Can we mute those who are not muted? Okay, fine. So as I was saying, in this channel, we have had the UDA people coming here talking a lot of other nonsense and all this, but we are beyond that. And I keep on telling people, we used to debate before the 9th. After the 9th, and when we saw what they did, it's not about debate. And then even it's been made worse when we have known, and it has been proven and shown that Ruto ni mwizi. Proven. We knew Ruto is a thief from 1990s. People like Alibaba, they were born yesterday. They know nothing about Ruto. Alibaba and the rest, they are just following because he's a Kalenjin. It's tribal nonsense they are following. For me, as a Stone PK, if I'm a thief, I would not want my tribe to protect me. And that's the garbage and the stupidity that Kenyans have adopted. And I wish people would, and that's why I said, I want man from Bondo to come here on a special show to educate the likes of Alibaba, who are wasting their time supporting thieves and murderers. Just kwa sababu wewe ni Mkalenjini, unafikiria Mkalenjini mwenzako ni 100%. You could be having a brother who is a murderer. Would you stand with him? You must be an idiot. If you stand with your brother who is killing and robbing people in Eldoret or wherever it is, then you are equal. You are equal. You are a family of thugs and thieves. Anybody who supports Ruto, and I've said this, and I can swear this until I die, anyone who supports Ruto is a thief in one way or another. Hata wewe Alibaba, you must be a conman, you must be a thief, you must be a very, somebody who is not straight. When mwizi, you are, wherever you are working, you are stealing, you are thieving, you are lying to people because your principle is wizi, uconman, and hiyo ndio unaita you are smart. And I'm saying this with authority. I'm a bit experienced. I'm not as young as people like whatever. You know, I've experienced. I've seen people stealing. I've seen people conniving. I've seen people budgeting for what to steal. That is what Ruto has perfected. That is what Moi's government perfected in. So project costs 5 billion, they make it 50 billion. The 40, they steal. And they steal while laughing. I did not want to go into this, just like what Fidel has said. Kenyans sasa tumemaliza hiyo yote. Tunajua ni watu gani you can trust. As much as people say that is stereotyping, hiyo ni wazungu. Tulikuwa tunasema ukitaka kuona mahali matairi iko na inatengeneza products za matairi, unatafuta watu gani? Sisemi kitu. Ukitaka kwenda uone watchmen, unatafuta watu gani? Sisemi kitu. Those are stereotypes in Kenya which are real. And the reality cannot be, haiwezi kutolewa. Ukitaka kuona wale watu wanaiba mali ya watu na wanasema ni yao, and they swear ati ilikuwa ni ujanja na ni nguvu walitumia. The fact that you have stolen my wife, you have stolen my bulls, they are in your boma, and you stand and swear they are yours. Tunajua ni akina nani. All right? Can I bring Julius? Julius, ni wewe.
Jina langu naitwa Joshua Mbudhia Aombi Osolo. Si Juliet. Juliet ni jina kike.
Okay. Joshua, pole. 1,000 apologies. Go on.
All right. Hata nilikuwa nipatia Fidel kwa heshima nafasi yangu. So, wacha nije kwa kitu moja na niwacha niwaambie kitu moja hapa. Kukitokea accident kwenye barabara. Listen to me very carefully, you guys, from Kenya and myself. Kukitokea accident kwenye barabara, basi inaanguka. Kuna mama ana mimba, anebeba mtoto ndani ya mimba kwenye tumbo. Anevunjika mguu. Na mwingine ni mwanaume ambaye matumbo yake yanetoka. Na wewe daktari ni mmoja katika hospitali. Na unatakana kutibu hawa wagonjwa wawili. Utachagua gani kwanza? Ule mwanaume ambaye matumbo yake yanatoka, ama ule mama mguu unevunjika na ana mimba ya mtoto? Ni mtu ambaye nataka kuuliza ni huyo bwana Arab Alibaba. If he can answer that question. Alafu niende kwa ambaye anaitwa Mzalendo, hata anifika salama anijibu. Basi inaanguka kwenye barabara. Kuna mama na mimba, anivunjika mguu na anebeba mimba, yuko karibu kuzaa, na ule mwanaume ambaye matumbo yake, tumbo inapasuka, matumbo yako nje. Ni nani kati ya wawili utaamua? Wewe ni daktari, ni mmoja, utaamua wa kwanza ni nani utamtibu?
Nitatupa shilingi juu ndio niseme kichwa, head and tail. Whichever comes first, I choose that one.
Mzalendo.
Joshua, hiyo swali yako ni ngumu. Pengine hebu irudie tena. Kuna mahali ya pili sikuelewa vile umesema. Hebu rudia tena alafu nitakujibu.
Basi imepata accident. Kuna wagonjwa wawili mahututi. Mama mmoja ana mimba, anevunjika mguu na ako karibu kuzaa. Maybe iko na miezi 8 hapo karibu. ama miezi 7-9, na ule mwanaume anepasuka tumbo, matumbo yake yanetoka kwenye tumbo. Ni kati yao wawili, ni nani utaanza kumtibu? Na we daktari ni mmoja ambaye unatakana kufanya hiyo kazi, utaanza na nani?
Of course utaanza na mama, kwa sababu mama ako na ile kizazi, ile ule mtoto ule unborn, ndio uokoe maisha ya watu wawili. Utaanza na ule, ni maisha ya mtu mmoja. Hiyo ni kwa yale, hiyo that is my 50 cents. My 50 cents. Hivyo ndio naweza sema, Mr. Joshua.
Sasa hapo answer yako unejibu vizuri sana. Utasaidia mama ambaye ana mtoto ambaye ni kizazi kijazo, maisha yake watu wawili. Utatibu ule mguu, hata afadhali ukate ule mguu, save ule mtoto anakuja kwa maendelezo ya miaka zijazo. Na huyo mama kuweza kumnyonyesha huyo mtoto, lazima usave hata huyo mama. Huyu mwenzangu ambaye nikinyangarika, wacha niseme kwa Kiswahili kizuri, anasema ndatupa shilingi juu. You are still young man. Sisi ni madaktari, tuna experience upande ya politics and out of view. First of all, na ndio hivyo Kenya yetu iko sasa. Baba ana watoto, anaona kweli hawa watoto wangu wana shida. Huyu mzee anefungwa miaka nyingi sana. Miaka 9 si kidogo. Na anepigania mamlaka ya watu na haki zetu sisi kwa muda mrefu sana. Lakini tunamdharau, matusi, kila mtu anamtusi. Mpaka huyu ambaye anajiita saa zingine, najua jina lako vizuri sana, unajiita Alibaba, mara unajiita sijui ndo anaitwa Ruto 2027, mara unajiita Paul. Bernard anishinda saa zote hapa akisema Paul nane, na ndi huyu
ni mkora.
These
are idiots in Kenya. Don't
listen
about
to me.
them, bro.
Listen to me. Okay, let me finish. Listen to me very well. Sisi ni watu ambao tunafanya
Tony PK must you insult people. Lazima utukane mtu.
Mzalendo nyamaza.
I didn't lazima utukane watu bana.
Did I insult you, Mzalendo?
You know, you said something that made me come to this station. Umesema kitu moja, that you can reach people in Nairobi. Mtu kama Alibaba akipatikana anaweza choma. What kind of nonsense is that? Yani, hii kitu
please Mzalendo, listen please. Mzalendo,
can I speak?
Please.
Can I speak? Rhoda, please listen to me very carefully, you guys. Hapa ni Kenya inaungua, inachomeka. Listen to me. Mimi nafanya na United Nations. Na nimepita njia nyingi sana. Mwenzangu yuko hapo PK na wengineo wanaenda nchi mbalimbali pali kuna vita mbaya sana. Kama mimi mmoja. Ninaokoa watu wengi sana Kenya yetu hiyo wakati ya 207. Sitakani kurudi tena kubeba watu tukipeleka pale watu walikuwa naenda kuomba juzi Nakuru. Mpaka wa leo, na nimsikize vizuri, bado kuna refugee Kenya yetu hapo hapo Afra Stadium. Bado kuna refugees, wale walitolewa Molo, wale wengine walitolewa walienda mpaka Uganda. Wewe ulikuwa bado hujazaliwa pengine. Na wengineo wale wanataka kuongea ambaye ni matope. Let me tell you the truth. The days na hii wewe ambaye unajiita Alibaba mpelekee Ruto, na Ruto anajua vizuri sana. Yeye yuko ndani ya blacklist. Yuko ndani ya blacklist. Listen to me, na Ruto anajua vizuri, nasema anajua Osolo Joshua ni nani. Is in a blacklist. Na ukishaingizwa kwa blacklist in 6 months na wewe ni president, you are in a yani uko kwa in a very bad danger. Si ati iko kwa blacklist ya Kenya, iko kwa international blacklist. After 6 months yeye ni mtu ambaye anaumiza haki za binadamu. Acha niseme kwa Kiswahili kizuri. Hata leo nafurahi sana nilikuwa nikizungumza Kiswahili nikiingia kwa hiyo mtandao. kwa sababu hapa hakuna mchezo, na Ruto ajue hii, na kesho mchana muangalie vile ndakuwa nazungumza, anajua itakuwa kwa national TV, yuko kwa blacklist, and I will never again come home to support nonsense, na sitawahi kumsupport hapa vile nilikuwa namsupport wakati ile alikuwa hapa. Alibaba, na upeleke hii report kwake. Hata kuja ICC niwe na mlalia, hapana. This time ataface yeye mwenyewe as a person, not as a president, as a person. You like it or not. Nineka hapa nikisikiza tu hiyo matope yote watu wanazungumza hapa. Ruto atajibu maswali. Sio Kenya peke yake atajibu wananchi, atajibu maswali. Na siku zake zinahesabika. Hautakuwa hata, kwani yeye ni Mungu? Hata tisha dunia akifikiria anefika. Kuna wale wabaya kumliko. Kulikuwa na Idi Amin, kulikuwa na Bokasa, kulikuwa na watu wengine tofauti. Na usinichekee mimi sirika yako kijana. Nielewe vizuri. Mimi hapa inaonesha nafanya na United Nations, si ati ni uongo. Mimi nasema kitu ya maana hapa, na unisikize vizuri wewe kinyangarika. Na wengine ambaye sijua anatoka hapa saizi. I'll face you guys. Ndatafuta hao wengine mavinyangarika wote ambao wanacheza na serikali ya Kenya. Mkifikiria serikali ni nani? Serikali ni wananchi. We are the government. You are working for us. Ruto anafanya kazi kwetu sisi. Sisi wananchi ndio tunamchagua hapo, ama hatukumchagua kwanza. Yeye ni fake. He must go. Today I'm so annoyed. Mkija kutuambia server ilifunguliwa sijui nini, takataka nyingi hapa, unafikiria sisi ni watoto kiasi yako? No. Tunaangalia kila kitu. Nimejaribu kusaidia Kenya nikiwa nje hapa for 38 years, but sijaona kitu mbaya kama inatokea miaka yote ile, isipokuwa 2007 2008 ndio nikuja nikasema oh my god, my country is burning. And it was only for 7 days Kenya was down. Saizi asifikiria ati akona wanajeshi, kama wanashindwa huko upande wa Northeastern ndio atawezana na over 50. Saizi tuko 55 million people, 55 million. Bado watu wanapiga sijui ni 40 sijui nini. Tuko 50 something. Na wale wako nje ni wengi. Naona kuja kunionyesha meno hapa ni kijana mdogo hata kuliko mtoto wangu wa mwisho. Shame on you. This time Ruto will face. Wacha kuniinulia mkono. You are nobody to me. So have a good time you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, ndugu yangu Joshua. You know, yeah, I agree with you. Those of you who have moved around, have seen what it is, you really know what is in waiting for this so-called country. Munajua, wengine they are naive, wengine tu ni matumbo tu wamejaza mafuta kwa shingo, kwa midomo, kwa kichwa. Naivety is a sin. By the way, when you are naive, you should always go to God every morning and evening and pray that you experience. Ujinga na upumbavu, it's a very bad ni mbaya. You know, you're there laughing, thinking that things are okay. Ni upumbavu na ni ujinga. This country called Kenya, you know, I look at some of these guys around, the UDA people especially. I've never seen most idiotic human beings other than the followers of UDA. And I call it as a spade. And I don't care what you think. I think UDA followers are idiots. It's my right to think that way. When you sit and think and even imagine that what is going on in Kenya is a joke, you must be a fool. On top of an idiot, when mjinga tu. When you have people talking about and opposing who you think and you call your president, and you are there smiling. Kwanza Alibaba wewe, I think you must be a very young boy. And unfortunately, you represent a lost generation. You should be very worried. Very, very, very worried. Very worried because you'll perish. You'll perish. You may not see children of your children because, again, UDA is a government, is a people of idiotic thinking. It's a government of thieves, niwezi, people who believe in stealing, people who believe in deals like the Now Time. Ndio hao unaona. Somebody who sits and thinks Ruto was elected must be a fool and an idiot. In Kenya today, if you sit somewhere umekaa tu unafikiria Ruto alishinda kura, wewe ni mjinga tu, wewe ni mpumbavu, to tell you the truth. But then time is coming when you'll be proved who you are. You'll be lucky if you are not in the country. But if you're in the country, utajua ujui. I'm telling you. And where this country has reached, they don't care. Oh, sijui peace, sijui nini. The worst that Ruto has done, ameguza, sitaki kuname, Simba amelala alafu naguza mahali fulani, sehemu nyeti ya Simba. Hapo unaguza hivi unaanza kushikashika. Sehemu nyeti ya Simba. No one has ever done this. And that's why I said in my presentation many times, in Kenya, we set records. We are the M-Pesa people. We have the best scientists, the poorest scientists, the most useless scientists, the best scientists. We discover Nyayo vehicles. We discover this. We discover that. Tuko na mahulabu. Tunazile tunaitanga mbwembwe. Kenya in the world is one of the countries that... Wait, let me... Sarah, wait.
Just a minute before I leave here because I've been there a long time.
But I have to finish what I'm saying, Sarah. I don't.
And then I will go, please, because you are going to.
You go. It's okay. There is tomorrow. Please.
But I want to talk with this guy. I cannot leave because please.
Sarah, it's not fair what you are doing.
Okay.
I'll give you a time. Say what you want to say. Say what you want to say. Say what you want.
You know something with Ruto. Something I hate Ruto. Hata Mungu anajua mimi nachukia Ruto. Hakuna politician mimi nachukia kama Ruto. You know why I hate Ruto? Because the way he behave. Anakuanga na bitterness na anger, alafu na manipulate one community kama vile alikuwa anafanya kwa Kikuyu. How can you feel like me, I'm a woman, I can't betray your community? You cannot feel happy. Unakuja, unafanya campaign huko, unaleta makabila zingine huko, kufuru other. Do you think I can get? That's something I hate Ruto. That's something. Hata nikimumiti naweza mwambia, that's why I hate him. Everybody, every tribe in Kenya need to be treated the same. It's not that I don't like Karejin. I have a Karejin sabet. It's just amazing.
Sarah, can I intervene?
Pause a bit. That is not Sarah. That is Rhoda.
Rhoda, I'll give you time.
Hata Mungu biguni anajua. Hata nikimumiti na mwambia life na simuogopi.
You see, Rhoda, we are not talking about individuals here. That's where we go wrong. Not that you hate Ruto. No one hates Ruto. So, Sarah, Tuliza, I know you are down there.
Not Sarah, Rhoda. You know, Sarah is worried. You're using a name. That's Rhoda.
No. There are many Sarahs in the world. It doesn't matter, but it's Rhoda, okay? So, Rhoda, I'm telling you, in this forum, we are not addressing Ruto as an individual. And we are not addressing how you hate Ruto as an individual. Wewe na Ruto relationship yenyu, it's your personal thing. What we are talking here, and I want people to understand, even people like Alibaba who keep on smiling aimlessly, carelessly, I excuse him because people say young people smile stupidly and sheepishly like a goat. That one we know. Young people smile sheepishly, stupidly, like a sheep or a goat. Sasa, What we are talking about here is the reality. It is not individual. Stone PK, I don't know Ruto. I've never even shook a hand with Ruto. But what I detest, it is what the history I know. Today, if you go to Google, you'll see who Stone PK is. Then you can choose whether you want to really admire me or discard me. Period. Tuache hiyo ujinga. Na Kenya tumeambiwa na man from Bondo. Unajua, nimenotice man from Bondo ametupatia education hapa. Wakenya sisi ni washenzi kabisa, wajinga. We don't want to learn. I don't know, unknown script. Munafunza watu. But it's good you have migrated to other countries where people want to gather knowledge. Like now, I'm doing hours in a certain college. They value me so much more than even their professors. I'm just giving you a tip of an iceberg where you learned the knowledge you have, what you are impacting on people, they value it more than their own people. That is who Kenyans we are. But you Kenyans who are so much idiotic, you are stuck thinking Ruto is a god. Ruto is garbage. He stole elections. And Ruto hata tukimpa miaka 20, he cannot deliver to Kenya because he has no background. So people like Alibaba, I don't even know where you work, what you do, but I can tell you don't deliver unless you are in Ruto's Amako. This I can tell you as your elder brother. I can assess you quickly, even online. That's how we interview people. And I can assure you, Ruto, or whoever you are, you cannot even attain some levels. Let me go quickly. What we are saying here, anybody arguing Kenyan election today is a thief. Anybody who thinks Ruto won this election, ni mwizi. By heart, by birth, and that's who you are. Nikikuachia ng'ombe zangu 3, utakula 4, utauza, utaniambia ripoti ya 1. Alibaba, I cannot trust you even with my kiosk. I cannot trust people like Mzalendo even with anything because they are thieves. Wherever they may have worked in Kenya, they must have stolen. Because for you to support Ruto, you must be a thief and you have subscribed to that level of thievery. Simple as that. Tuache maneno mingi, sijui Stone PK ni extremist, sijui ni mwizi ni mwizi. Hakuna lugha mbili. Hakuna lugha mbili. So Roda, mahali ulipo, don't start being personal to Ruto. Ruto ni mwizi. Usiseme unamchukia as a person. No, he's a thief. He cannot lead this nation anywhere. 6 months is chaos. Aliingia na kukata ile inasaidia wananchi wa kawaida. That tells you who he is. He's a devil. It is period. And there's nothing else we are doing here. Hata hatutaki watu wa Azimio kuja kutuletea maneno hapa. We are moving where we are going. Whether we reach there or not is none of their business. Period. It is as simple as that. We are not debating here. It is simple. It is simple. Si ati Ruto alifanya hivi, sijui muende kotini. It's garbage. We are beyond that. Tumemaliza maneno ya makoti. Kenyans, there is no law anymore. It's nonsense. We are pretending, Kenyan is a democratic country. That's nonsense. It's garbage. Kenya is, sijui has to follow the constitution. All that went down the drain. As of now, we are in a lawless country led by William Ruto. William Ruto ndiye ametoa sheria zote hazifanyi kazi. Na sisi Azimio, sasa tumeichukua, we are riding on it. And we will show him the power belongs to the people. The power belongs to the people. Ruto led us, bas, yeye ameenda chini. Mwamba, kuna wimbo inasemanga, niko chini ya mwamba, na mwamba juu yangu. Ruto is now down under the mwamba, na mwamba juu yake. You can kill 10,000, you can kill 50,000, you can kill whatever. Will you kill 60,000 human beings? Never. Never. This is the worst and the best revolution that will ever happen in this world. I know kids like Kina Alibaba, they will laugh because they know nothing. They will laugh around people like all others, they will just smile and think that this is nonsense. But, and then people think that this is Baba leading this revolution, because again, Kenyans, again, in the last 15 years, the research has shown Kenyans have stopped reading. They are not reading anymore. Kenyans have become more idiotic than any other country in the world. We have retrogressed unbelievably. I have sent clips that I wanted us to play here to prove to you where Kenya has gone. Kenyans thought they were ahead. In East Africa, we are who is leading us in East Africa? Not Kenya anymore. But mnadanganywa, oh, Kenyan economy, iko hivi. Nonsense. You cannot lead an economy of a region when you are so stupid, like the Albabas and all those other UDA guys. You can never lead an economy. When you believe that Ruto is a popularly elected, you can never. The world is seeing. Don't lie. You can never lead an economy when every one of you is corrupt and are thieves. And then you are saying you want to lead. When you are joining them 70s and you want to say, oh, policies are this, your policies don't even make sense. Ruto government is finished. It's a matter of time. It's gone. Take it to the bank. There is no bank in Kenya now. They're all done. Ruto will not go anywhere. In the next 1 month, Ruto is finished. Even if Raila decides to pull off the plug now. Hata Ruto, Raila akisema aendelei, hii revolution imeshashika moto, imeenda, imepita 80%. Raila is Ruto is moving. Ruto ametolewa. Raila has no longer control over what is gonna happen in this country. That's another thing that the idiots in UDA don't understand. Oh, sijui, wanatuambia present this in court. AZIMIO, we know there is no law in Kenya. There is no judiciary in Kenya. There is no anything in Kenya. Today, you saw what happened in the state, in the Senate. That tells you the country is gone. And for any fools who cannot see that the country is burning, the fire is lit. Iko moto. Quote Stone PK anywhere you want in the world. Fire has been lit and the country is off. It's gone. It's gone. And unknown script coming.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Stone. Mzalendo, are you the chairman today? I'm seeing you. I'm not used to seeing you in that position.
I'll be the chairman for tonight.
It doesn't matter. He can't be Mzalendo cannot be the chairman.
I'll be the chairman. I am doing a lot of listening to.
Don't worry. How are you, Kenyan, Alibaba, Lala, Roda, Rodi, public participation?
Unknown script. I can tell you, Mzalendo is not the chairman. Stone PK is the chairman.
I know. Don't worry. Kenyan with love. I know.
Mzalendo is in his right position now. We are going to put him to the bottom.
Yeah.
Mpaka Mzalendo ati ndio tutamuita. Tunajua ni ndugu yetu lakini mpaka ati.
Wewe enda tu. You know, if Mzalendo is a chairman, he's really the musical chairman, because now see where he is.
Patieni Alibaba nafasi bwana, hata dakika moja tu, Alibaba. Huyu ni kijana mdogo, mpatie na kijana mdogo nafasi. Wewe ni mzee, patieni vijana nafasi waongee.
Mzalendo, ninapatia Alibaba. Mzalendo, I'm giving Alibaba 5 minutes.
Stone PK. Yes. I'm personally, with all due respect to everybody, kila mtu mwenye anatusikiza na everybody, I am not going to play these games. Stone PK, if you want to play them, I'm not going to play them. Listen, I have equal rights in this show where you know very well, I can see everyone. I can add, I cannot add. Stone PK, if you're the one running the show, I give you, I don't add anyone, you run the show. I don't even add myself, you add me, and I have the rights to add myself. Ladies and gentlemen, there comes a time that we stop bullshitting, and I'm not going to do this Mzalendo thing. Not a Stone PK, if we have to revolt against Mtembei, atoe Mzalendo ama atutoe sisi. We're not going to do this in mtu anakuja anajiongeza and then somebody is already running the show. It's messing up the whole show. Stone PK, if you're the one running the show, hata tukikuja na tuko na rights zetu, we do not add ourselves. We do not add anyone. You, as the moderator, you decide when you're going to shut it down. Since this guy got the I don't know how he got it, amekuwa kiaribu kila kitu cause anazaji add anytime. And Stone, as Mato, I'd rather go away from this channel for good, but I'm not going to do that. Mimi nikikuja, you respect me, unakaga hapo. Kama mimi ndo na run show. Yet I know you have the rights. We're not going to do that with Mzalendo. Whenever time he comes here, kama hatataka kukaa kama kila mtu mwingine kama mimi, na niko na rights, on my side, I will remove him. Mtembea atazaninyang'anya rights zangu. That's fine. Nitamtoa, wewe simtoe. Mimi mwenyewe ndo nitamtoa. Kama hizi kwa crew, kama kila mtu mwingine angoje. Ona watu wote wanangoja. Na mimi naweza ngoja na niko na rights. I will not do that. He's misbehaving.
Sawa, no, Mzalendo has to anajua nini. Wacha tuende vizuri because we are very many on the platform. We will follow it as you are saying. As we were proceeding, nilikuwa naambia Mzalendo, I wanted people to move on and then I'll give Alibaba, even if it's 5 minutes, for him to counter anything that has been mentioned.
Okay,
I know.
let me start.
Wait, Mzalendo. Unajua wewe una portray very bad manners of the young people who don't listen. We sikiza tu mpaka kinara kuambie Mzalendo zamu ni yako. I can give you even up to 20 minutes. You like
my mic is off. My mic is off, Stony PK. I've not even said a word.
Sorry. No. Oh, sorry. It's not you, Mzalendo, I'm talking. I'm mentioning. Sorry. I meant Alibaba. I'm telling Alibaba, I'll give you even 10, 20 minutes.
You usually pretend that you don't know my name. My name is Sidoda. I'm not Sarah. Be real. You never be.
No, don't use bad English. Sometimes you can mistake names. We monitor.
No, I'm not born in America. Whether I speak broken or not, I'm honest.
Sorry.
I'm real. I don't speak the
Rhoda Stone already said sorry in your absence.
I'm sorry. When I apologize and refer to you as Kamau when
Ruto, bitterness.
Anyway, sorry to say this. Kenyans, that's the problem. By the way, Mzalendo and Alibaba, you are seeing the problem we have in our country now, even when we talk as Kenyans. Mzalendo, I can refer to you as Kamau by mistake. And then I apologize. You accept it too. you know, I don't mean much.
I need to punish. I can punish.
No,
that's okay.
Anyway.
That's okay.
I can revenge you. Don't know me?
No,
Rhoda,
I mean,
that is
really?
Rhoda, I mean, on a serious note, and I'm sorry, guys,
really?
Please, this is an international show.
We are getting into childish business now.
Yeah, we're not going to childish business. I mean, Rodata utatoka, by the way. Mi unajua mi chekagi. If you cannot wait and respect the moderator, just the way we respect him. And I'm so serious, by the way, I'll start kicking people out of here. Let's come to this show and actually everybody will be given their time. The moderators know what they have to do. You cannot just jump in without the moderator unless inua mkono. I am serious, by the way, today. Respect Stone PK. He's a good guy, but he's the moderator today. Tuache. Mtu mwenye anafungu, I swear to God, mtu mwenye anafungua mic bila kuambiwa na Stone PK anatoka. That's
No,
it.
that's okay, Kenyan. That's okay, Kenyan. You know, these things, we do them on voluntary business. Some of us have lived on voluntary business for the last so many years. So we know what it means. And some of us don't have to be here. And when I may call you Otieno, yet you are Kamau. And then I apologize. Take it, bwana. Usianze kuleta ma feelings. Sasa ukianza kuletea Stone PK feelings na hujawahi meet. Mimi na Mzalendo hatujawahi meet physically. We are only on TV. Alafu tuanze maasira zingi za ajabu. Then our job, wait.
We don't meet, even we don't know each other, but we come here to discuss about our country.
Sarah, I mean, Roda. Wachana na hiyo.
This guy and Anita.
Wachana na hiyo. Wachana na hiyo. I'm explaining something. Just leave that. Mzalendo oh my God. Oh my God.
Let me go on.
Anyway, an unknown script, can you move on?
Yeah, and I will say sorry on your behalf to Sarah.
Stone PK, with your permission, I'm taking Rhoda out.
No, don't. Leave her.
No, it's nonsense. We have a channel to run.
Rhoda is free to put the record
Take
straight,
it easy.
which
Take
is okay.
it easy.
Yeah.
It's very easy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mimi ningekutoa Rhoda because you're misbehaving.
Hakuna haja.
Umesahau Alibaba was to give.
I think I'm the chairman. Alibaba nilikuwa na unscript, you can speak and then Alibaba will have his 4 minutes. Are we okay? Or Alibaba is banning?
I think I've greeted everyone, including everyone, including Lala Salama. I wanted to say that there are so many things to talk about here, Mpaka. Now, the main reason why we are trying to talk about with Alibaba here, when he raised up the issue of the servers and all that. You see, the other time I was here, when Bernard was there, I did say that if you come here with openly misleading, as you people say, this is watched by so many people. Now, it shouldn't be that it is a source for lies, for misinformation, surely. Now, not long ago, Zakayo was quoted saying that Chebukati had opened the servers in the portal. And those of us like, is it Kenyan with Love? Those who are IT knowledge did actually confirm that that was a deliberate misinformation for the reason that a portal is not a server. So I don't know what level of education Alibaba has reached, but just know that a portal for information, know that a portal is not a server. What we were watching there was basically the IBC website. That is not a server. Okay? And I hope the matter would rest there, because when Bernard was here, I did say that if you come here and want to mislead the listeners here openly like that, I had suggested that you'll have 3 chances. Now, this Alibaba is going to be your first chance. If you come here again with another totally misinformation, totally misleading people, that will be your second chance. If you come a third time, that will be the last time you'll be given an opportunity on this panel to contribute. You can come and listen, then you go home otherwise. So, I know Bernard had not gone ahead to implement this, but that is the way we are going to proceed. If you come out with outright lies, and we think so, we'll note it down. We have a team who will go and investigate the facts and the truth beyond this. Then we will bring feedback. Then going forward, anybody who behaves like that would only have 3 chances. After that, forget about talking on this panel again. You can move yourself in if you are a chairperson, like Stone has said, but that is all. You cannot contribute under those requirements. Let's face facts and be realistic and inform each other. The truth of the matter is that the servers were never opened. And Smartmatics, the suppliers, went out of their way and explained that the reason why they did not, they gave a reason. Which reason some of us have got a problem with? Because what was being served, whatever is in that server is public information. There is no way you can hide it from Kenyans. That was my argument then. But that the servers were not opened. Let nobody come on this panel again and start misleading Kenyans that the servers were opened. Please. I know the president has gone on public on TV to say the portals were open. Portals, that was merely a website. For those who want to learn more, there are very many sources of information, especially if you want to distinguish what is a server and what is a website or just a portal. Anyway, I think we want to let that to rest. Now, I want to register here that I really have a problem with the current regime that is now operating in the country, in Kenya, for that matter. Because we cannot reduce everything to just deals. Huh? Deals, everything is just a deal. Huh? You want to have a deal with the MPs, members of parliament, deals with parliament, deals with judges, deals with churches, deals with bishops, deals with anti-corruption, deals with the DCI, deals with the police. They go and stage this and that. The list is long. Now, you really realize that it has now come to a stage whereby we want to deal with God. And some people, all deals involve money. And so many people spend a lot of money when it comes to matters God. Now, you may be mistaken to think that the more money you give, the more maybe you'll be on God's side. But I remember, I'm not very conversant with the deal with the Bible, but I know somewhere in the Bible, it did say that Jesus was in a church, and after everybody had given their donations, he went and picked a few, pointed on some poor lady who had donated, I think, just a few cents, and she said that was the biggest donation. That was the biggest donation. Now, basically, what I'm trying to say is that we have Kenyan suffering. Now, of late, take the last 1 month alone. The church deals and the church congregations and church prayers are really consuming the current government's budget. Surely, this Thanksgiving, thanks to God, isn't it? Thanksgiving budget is making Kenyans more and more poor. Surely, can Kenyans listen? Why do we have to allow this? Okay, even after you have organized those prayers, you remember the last prayer on Valentine's Day. That prayer when all the bishops had prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed, and now we all believe now we were on God's favorite side. And now we even went ahead and prayed for rain. The rain, I told you, our weather forecast already shows the rains are coming. So that prayer, I don't know what it was supposed to do, so that when the rains eventually land, you start saying, hey, your prayers have been answered, and then you go for another prayer meeting, Thanksgiving or what. Now, I think we better take even God seriously, because it amounts to mocking God. I did give an example here. When two teams are going for football, and I did say that you'll find team A praying that they be the winners. And team B also praying that they be the winner. You all see them, they pray openly in the field. Now, by the end of the day, there is a one winner. Now, assuming that the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio are the two teams playing. Now, the team which has been pronounced the winner by the referee, never mind that it was through a fake penalty, have been pronounced the winners. Now you start competing for God's attention, like small children. At least, look, your God is fake. You see, you are the losers. We prayed to win. Now we are the winners. Now surely you are reducing prayer to just competition between two groups. And if that is enough, I hope you are all aware that we did make a trip to Korea. And there we said that we had elections, the people on one side with God, those who don't want God were on the other side. Surely, are we pushing this country to a level whereby we start now taking two sides with God? Wengine pande huu, the others pande this side. Now, if the Nyayo Stadium prayers were not enough, you do realize that when the bishops are done their bit, I believe they're the ones anointed by God. But it is like Zacchaeus did not believe in these bishops. He felt that the prayers maybe had not reached God or what. It's not quite clear. He decided to take charge himself. You cannot be the president. You are the bishop. You are the DCI. You are the judge. You are the parliament. You are all aware of him pushing things to go through parliament already, not leaving even the parliamentarians to do their things. Now, he took charge of the Nyayo Stadium prayers, and now it started being as if all the other prayers had gone on deaf ears of God. Now he took it upon himself to be the one. Yeah. Surely, I'm sure the bishops must really felt very demeaned at what they think their best job. Thank you.
Aki daktari, wewe umenimaliza bana. You put it very clear. Yani Mungu, wallahi billahi, you know, there's a clip we played when we began the show. It was my entry into the show. And we were like, personally, people had emailed me asking me, Stone PK, do you believe in God? Do you believe in this? A lot of questions. And I don't blame my followers when they ask me those kind of things. Let's mute our mics. Nancy, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like muting people. I like them to mute themselves. I'm just saying one 30 second thing, and then I give it to, I think, Nancy. You know, people from the early morning, they asked me, Stone PK, you are sounding like you are, what's your faith? Unajua hii ndio ujinga na ujinga. Let me call it this way. And I don't care how you take me, because I have to tell you who I am. For me, and I'm not a young boy, neither am I very old. I'm there in between, so I have experience. I've experienced, you know, once you are over 40, 50 years old, you have experienced. Umejua what is bad, and you have passed the stages of try and error. So people like Alibaba, they are still trying and erroring. But then they become so stupid when they don't want to follow those who have tried and erred, failed, succeeded. They think they can do it differently. And that is why Africa is where it is. I wish Alibaba had come when we played a clip. I played a clip that demonstrated exactly what is happening to Africa. You will not be smiling and showing teeth when people are crying. It's like going to a village where people are mourning a king, wewe unatoa meno. People are mourning a hero, wewe unatoa meno. You know, in many cultures in Africa, kuonyesha meno inaonyesha you don't care what is happening. Today, the country of Kenya is at the verge of collapse, but Alibaba is not aware. Wallahi billahi. Alibaba, when I give you minutes to talk, be careful. Kenya is at the verge of disintegrating into what you and I will not be able to reintegrate. I'm telling you this. Take that to the bank. You remember Stone PK? But where Kenya is heading now, in the next very few minutes and days, it will be a point of no return. Mutakuwa mkisema, once upon a time, we had a country. Because we've never had a nation. This is the stupidity Kenyans have had. Ati tunafikiria, oh no, we are together, we are brothers. Kenyans, we are not brothers. Kenyans, we don't love each other. Take that to any bank. Wakenya hatupendani kabisa. Tusidanganyane, you know, this is the pretense that was in Rwanda until the button dropped. Pop! But if you go to Rwanda today, now they have agreed to be one country. They are trying to build a nation. And that is the struggle that Kagame is having. What is the difference between a country and a nation? A country is when you say, I'm from Bondo, I'm from Mbere, I'm from Embu, I'm from XYZ. Oh, my governor cannot be anybody. If I'm from Kirinyaga, my governor cannot be from anywhere. My head of security department cannot be from XYZ. But when you are a nation, you don't care whether it's Odur heading the CIS in Kirinyaga, whether it is Macharo heading security department in Mbere. That is when you call yourself a nation. We are far and very far away from there. Raila Amolo Odinga is the only one who was trying to bring us very close to that. It has eluded ourselves. The day Ruto took and corrupted himself into leadership. Ruto is a tribalist, is a Kalenjin warrior. This country can never prosper with Ruto. Alibaba, I'll give you 10 minutes if you want. But I want to make things very clear and I want you to follow this path. Disregard or whatever. This country can never become a nation when you oppose Majimbo, which is what we call devolution. When you oppose inclusion, where we are supposed to have every voice saying, worst of it all, when you oppose that what people pronounce, you disregard. Pronouncement in terms of vote, because as a Kenyan, the only way I can make my voice heard is by voting, and then you recognize my vote. That has been disabused. Today in Kenya, voting is useless. Prove me otherwise. Voting in Kenya ni ujinga, ni upumbavu. You don't vote. Ruto has his money, he'll buy his way out. MPs you voted for, they are all garbage. They've been bought, they want money. 50 million, mtu anasema ni sawa, because he wants his wife and his children to live in wherever. So Kenyans, you are on your own. Wewe ambaye unavaa kiatu, wewe ndio unajua. To hell with the leaders. To hell with those who propose themselves as your saviors. Alibaba, I'll give you 3 minutes. Endelea. Ukiongea vizuri, 2 more minutes.
Okay. There's something here I put up on the private chat. It says, according to senior counsel James Orengo, the commission, however, gave restricted access. I wanted that to be over. So let's move on. I've put that quote on the private chat so that you can read it, all of it. So the issue about this bitterness about Ruto, about Raila, there are no holy politicians. Politicians go there for the interest. Like, for example, when Babu Owino was talking about when we're discussing about who had the money for the agents. So somebody was blaming Junet. Then when Babu Owino was asked that question, he said Junet could not have eaten the money for servers, knowing that for agents, knowing how important it is. And how, if Baba was going to win, Junet could have gotten more. Which other more money that Junet could have gotten that is not beyond salary? Let's not lie to ourselves. It's about interest in these things. So don't like, for example, these issues about these problems we are facing in Kenya. They didn't start yesterday. We have been in Kenya. People have been in Kenya since 1963. This guy have been here for 6 months. And another thing, there is somebody who was a Greek finance minister called Yaris Varoufakis. He said, elections cannot be allowed to change economic policies all of a sudden. Like, for example, if Ruto was getting something going on, if it was, so long as it was not corrupt, it had to be finished. You cannot make a quick U-turn. Like, for example, even recalling an ambassador. Just because you win today, you do not recall ambassadors tomorrow, all of your ambassadors. That will be like a coup. That will not be a democratic government. That will be a coup that has happened in Kenya. So things happen slowly within government. But as we come here, let's not come and preach it against the other side, insult the other side. If you want to win somebody over, you don't go to the extreme. You try to come closer to them. Then you convince them. Then you win them over. It's not that you insult the other side. And we should not be emotional about this politics. Politics and emotions is very dangerous thing. You can start insulting somebody else, and it becomes, you see, like, for example, when I see, what makes me smile a lot is because when the bitterness that is being expressed, then I'm saying, is this really where we are? We should tone down our emotions and discuss politics, discuss about the policies, discuss about that facility that Ruto got from IMF, who applied for it. It's not Ruto who applied for it. Even even when they were receiving like fertilizer, only 1 week after being sworn in, that fertilizer was not because of Ruto. Ruto just received it and decided to launch it. Those are part of government policies. So as you judge him with fairness. Don't say that this country is going to the door. I don't wish this country, even if Raila was going to win, I wouldn't wish Kenya to go to the door. I would wish success, because success is success of a Luo, success of the country will not be restricted to Luo if Raila was going to win. The success of Ruto will not be restricted to Kalenjin and Kikuyu. Economic growth will impact all of us. So let's not wish this our country, Kenya, bad things that is going to fail, that's very corrupt. These things, in a democratic society, is called take care of the keys to power. Like, for example, to get to power, you don't just go to the people on the ground alone. There are some people who, like, for example, if you want to appeal to Mount Kenya, you need some people from Mount Kenya to campaign for you. If you want to go to Kisii, you need somebody from Kisii. If you want to, those are called the keys to power, and you have to make them happy a little bit as in the progress. So let's not be bitter about this. As for if Ruto won or not, Ruto won fair and square. Baba is lacking strategy. Is now copying Ruto. Whatever Ruto starts press, it starts going press.
Sorry, I don't know.
What happened to the gentleman?
No. Let me look for the Alibaba.
It's not.
No.
Fair.
No.
It's not fair.
AZIMIO, wait. I'm in charge. I'll take.
Whatever you drank tonight.
No.
Don't drink it again. Give people a chance to speak.
AZIMIO, what? Nani?
It's
Mzalendo,
not
don't
fair.
accuse me. Don't accuse me negatively. I'm also wondering who dropped him off. I want to bring him back.
Thank you.
What are you maneno bana? Mzalendo, I'm so mature. If you look,
maybe
I know
has a
we've never
problem
met.
with its net. Maybe has a problem with the net.
Mzalendo, we've never met. What are you mbuzi bana? I'm an elder, bro. I cannot do that kind of nonsense. I'll give this young boy all the time to do whatever he wants. So I want to check out why he dropped out. Please, usianze kuni blame. Me, I'll give you all the time. You say all the nonsense you want to say. So I'm worried why he was dropped. I'm checking even with my boss so that I bring him back for him to finish his submission.
Stone had even promised to add him time.
Yeah. I want to give him even 10, 20 minutes. I have no problem with that. You know, Mzalendo, let me tell you, you are my junior in politics.
I will drop out because I think we are 10 already.
Continue with the show. Let's have a mature.
Yeah. Usini blame Mzalendo.
I think Mato is behind. We are already 10. He may not be able to come. So I'll drop out. If he wants to come,
then
he comes.
Bring him up.
Yeah, I will drop out.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Then I'll bring you back. Because I don't know what dropped him out, you know. Yeah. And then we bring Nani. Anaitwa Nani? I'm searching for him. Kenyan with love. I've dropped him. What was his name?
Alibaba.
Alibaba. I'll bring him up. You know, Mzalendo is very quick to blame me because he thinks I'm against everything. I want to listen to all of you because tunawatoa tu mupende mspende. And I think I'm the oldest jack in the trade here. Tumefanya siasa mpaka ingine amwezi interpret. Ametoka kabisa. I think it is his network. But as soon as he comes in, I'll bring him on board. Mzalendo. So take his part, Mzalendo, if you want to progress. Mzalendo, endelea.
Unmute.
Let me donate my time to Nancy. I think she has got something burning that she needs to talk about.
Sawa Mzalendo. Okay, Nancy, come in.
Yeah. Hello, Tony PK. And hello, Kenyan. Arthur. Hello, Anon. Script. Hello, Rhoda. Hello, Attendance. Hello, Public Participation Revolution. Hello, Lola. So, mi nilikuwa nasema hivi.
La.
So take his part.
Hello? Oh.
Unmute.
Nancy, go on. It's not me.
I go on. How come I'm hearing some voices?
Even me, I'm hearing two voices.
Okay, Stone PK, I'll just address you. Sijafurahia, najua watu wengi hapa hawajafurahia. Nimesikia ukisema ati anaitwaje? Bernard has been kicked out. Who kicked out Bernard? So, mi mara mingi nimepotea kwa net, napotea tu, mtu hajai nitafuta. Na nani alipatia Mzalendo inaitwaje? Nani alimpatia admin right? Alafu tena nimesikia ukisema ati I have to talk to my boss. Okay, nimeonanga Mtembei TV lakini sikuwa nafuatilia sana, but nimeanza kufuatilia sasa hivi ni mgeni kidogo. Sijui nani alimpatia admin right. Cause hapa ni revolution, si kitu ingine. Sasa nilikuwa nataka tu kupeana options what we can do. Wakikuja hapa wakiongea msimujibu, mute. Si mimi utoka tu, kwanza sasa inaenda kutoka, sikai. Una mute aongee, mtu asiseme ati mzalendo yeye nini, mtu asimjibu. Unampea silent treatment. Another option, tufungue tu channel ingine tumwachia hosti. Cause sijui hii channel ni ya nani. Kama ameanza huyo mtu mwenye YouTube ameanza kumpatia admin rights. Si kesho watauza Ruto akimpatia 50 million atafunga hii station. Sasa hiyo tumewaste hapa Afadhali uanze from miaka. Afadhali tuanze from scratch sasa hata kama ni watu 5 6. Kwanza nilisikia Julia siku ya kuja hapa sabia upuzi. It's something to think about. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. I'm going and I'm going to listen to today. Bye.
Asante
The
sana
last
for wasting my time.
Thank you so much.
mbona
Mzalendo, you are not a speaker here.
The last thing, mbona mzalendo anajiunmute na Roda akijiunmute unataka kumrusha nje? Si ati sisi akiongea tutaki kusema. We respect the rules. Itu ni upuzi. I'm out of here.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I hear you. Kenya Atur. Lete mambo. I'll discuss after you have contributed.
Thank you, Stone PK, Mzalendo, unknown script, public participation, Rodashira, Lala, NO. The other one I can't read, but everybody, I say hi to you, and even in the comment, everybody, I wish you a very good time here, that we can discuss about our Kenya. Astur, it's another tribe from North Kenya, which is from Gosha. Gosha is a tribe. Astur is a name of a lady, female name. You will not imagine how many tribes we have on northeastern of Kenya, so many of them. But I'm discovering some which I have never had. But anyway, let's move on. It's good to have this forum for our benefit because we exchange ideas, we exchange knowledge, we exchange how we can help our country progress. But as far as I'm concerned, I've got so many thoughts of why are we going through so much in our country when we have somebody who installed himself and promising so many things to do for our country. Ruto is doing the right thing at the wrong time. Why right thing? The much he is mistreating Kenyans and not listening to their problems, the more Kenyans are getting there. There, I mean, Kenyans have understood and they have learned and they are educated that they understand all what is going on in Kenya. It's not the time when people are being told this and that. It's not the time that people would have been lied that when you plant pilipili, utavuna mahindi. It can't work. And we have known this for this particular time that Ruto is playing games on us. We have been strolling him and checking him, and we have seen he is taking us nowhere. This guy called Alibaba, however, he has disappeared. He's using the name of business people from a certain country, which means he's using the right name for Ruto. He's the supporter of Ruto. And Ruto is doing business with the nation. That means Kenyans with Kenyan money. What a sad thing to happen to us. Ruto is a tribal person, and we have known that. But I believe some of his tribe are not for this nonsense. They are ready to work with other Kenyans, and they want to respect everybody as a Kenyan. When Alibaba talk about server, I find it odd, because this server was paid with the Kenyan people money. It was expensive, and they mentioned to themselves it is an expensive machine. And Kenyans afford to pay for it. Why not open? Why was it then used? For the purpose of election. It were rather been left out, then we be having portal so that we can access portal and see what they did. But if the whole process was ending up to server, and then they don't open the server and lie to us that they have opened the server, it doesn't make sense. It makes that we will still fight until we get to the last drop. So Kenyans, we are not going to stop there. We want the server opened so that this long case come to a halt. Then the other thing, how can you use prayer to compete with politics? Prayer, we pray to God. Politics is a game we play here in this earth. You cannot compare politics with the prayers, because prayers is when we put ourselves down there, cry to our God to forgive us our sins and lead us not into temptations. But when you take prayers to do in front of politics and mix it with the politics, you are putting a curse in our country, because many people are falling off and thinking, what are we doing? Is prayers not something that is so sensitive that we should not even talk about it? We should not play with it. Prayer is sacred, and we have got sacred places where we go for prayers. And this sacred place has been contaminated with a lot of weird stuff from these people who are politics. Stone PK, you have been talking very seriously about these issues and telling people the truth of the matter, and people are still fighting it. We need to sit down and think good about the country and think about politics and prayers. They can't mix. If they mix, prayers will have no meaning. Politics can be there all time because it's a game between gabblers. But prayers is something that sacred thing to do in your life. So when you people, you are arguing about prayers all the time, we don't understand you. As somebody said that, does it mean Ruto came with a God to introduce to us? Some are older than Ruto, and they have been praying before. So it is not a new thing in Kenya, if not elsewhere. So UDA, please stop this. Tell your president, because he is not our president, to stop this rubbish. If he wants to pray, let him be in his office, in his house, in other places by himself and pray. Don't come and show us that you are a prayer warrior, because it makes no sense for us who pray seriously and we want our God to do things for us. It doesn't make sense. Let our country settle in real prayers and the faithful ones continue praying in the right way. So I hope our country will be healed for the people, the few who pray sincerely and who take prayer seriously. Ruto, stop this. Do your job. If you want to pray, pray with your wife in your house. Then get out, go to work. Don't show us how to pray, because you are not going to teach us new style of praying. We know how we pray, and everybody has got a way of praying, and it's given that people pray in their own ways and God listens. Ruto, stop this. And his supporters, please tell him that we are bored of this. Thank you, Stone PK.
Thank you very much. Let me say this before I bring in who is next. Is it Mzalendo? I don't know.
It's public,
Let me say,
public participation.
yeah, before public participation and then Mzalendo. Let me say this, and I want Kenyans to pick it, and they have picked it. Usilete maneno yako na faith. Usikuje kutuambia Bwana asifiwe za ushenzi. And this is where we never wanted the country to reach. Hatukutaka, wacha niongee na Kiswahili juu ndio poa. Wakenya hawakutaka wafike mahali kwamba wanaanza kudoubt juu ya God. Juu alikuwa anasema saa God ndio supreme. Hata ukienda mtaani ilikuwa wanasema saa God ndio supreme. And then when you say sir God ndio supreme, it means you have your faith. You have the faith. Umesema God ndio juu. So and as an individual umeamini hivyo, umekiri kwamba God ndio supreme. Then unaletewa ujinga zingine ama upuzi na ushenzi za UDA, uende Nyayo Stadium ati lazima muwe pamoja ndio muanze kuombea marains na nini na nini. It's nonsense. So basically what I'm saying is we have a government that inafanya abracadabra. We have Ruto mwizi. Mimi sitatoka hapo because niko na evidence as a citizen. Nimeambiwa aliiba hii, hajawahi kujitoa. So hata watu wakisema sijui nini, what Kenyans know is that Ruto is a thief. And what Kenyans know is that Ruto is a murderer. Hata tukidebate mpaka asubuhi sisi hapa kwa Mtembei TV, what we are debating is useless, is garbage, is nothing. But facts are there. They are packed somewhere. That this is a man, this is a thief, this is a guy, this is a conman who sold 100 t-shirts for 1 million or 10 million or whatever it was. Yani, it is on record that huyu ni conman, ni mtapeli, ni mwizi na ni kila kitu. Hata tukidebate kutoka leo mpaka asubuhi, you cannot change those facts. But then unaambiwaje, wewe unakubali huyu akuwe rais wako? Wengine wanasema kina wengine sitaki kuwataja majina, wanasema ni sawa, kila mtu ni mwizi Kenya, kwa hivyo ni sawa akiwa. That is the most idiotic reasoning I've ever come across in the world. Ati Justin PK ni mwizi na brother yake na ule ndugu yake na kazini yake wanasema hata kaa ni mwizi ni relative yangu, wacha ikae hivyo. And you have people defending that for 24 hours. Wanakuambia enda kwa sheria, sijui constituency inasema hivi. Ndugu zangu, revolutions have never come easy. They came because as a result of disagreements. You are telling me Ruto is this, I'm telling you is this. So for me, and I have no reservations whether Kenya bans or it doesn't ban. Kama wananchi wataamua, we have to remove this guy, either by gun, by force, or by marching. That's why I have no problem with it. My conscience tells me this guy is a thief. And my conscience tells me this country has to be dismantled and rearranged again. Now see, I have no reservation for that. Oh, the Constitution says that. I have no confidence in the Constitution because it's the same Constitution that has been used to abuse people's rights. So staki upuzi kuambiwa kuna senator, kuna nini. Hiyo yote ni ung'ombe. In English we say ni ukao. Okay? So mwananchi ule ambaye anashirikiana na mimi ati usidestroy people's property. Who said people are going to destroy people's property? Hakuna. The only thing we want to do is we want to do what you think is unconstitutional, but kumbe ni constitutional. We want to take the constitution in our hands and deliver justice in our hands according to what we think it is, because we have the supreme power as the people. So Ruto must be removed. We don't care about the jeshi and everybody else, but the mwananchi must remove Ruto because he's a thief. He's a thief, he's a crook, he's a thug, he's a Satan, he's garbage. Could be 50,000 people, 20,000, 10,000. Forget about the Constitution. The Constitution gone, 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 gone. As we are speaking today, nobody wants to know about the Constitution. Wachana na hiyo tutaachia watu wa UDA. You run your Constitution. Sisi, Azimio tumetoka kwa Constitution. We want to take it back and reconstitute it afresh. Thank you very much. Kenyan with love. Then upatie mzalendo.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You know, Storm PK, and this one I'm not even arguing with anyone. I'm just being a Kenyan. And a Kenyan, and really not being a Kenyan, being a utu. Kuna kitu inaitwa utu kwa dunia. What you call utu is being right, doing the right thing by your sister, by your brother, by your whoever you are living with. Hata mfanyikazi wako, if God so blesses you that you have a farm, no kona gardener, listen, there's things that you do, the right things that have to be done. Because these things also come back to our kids. Now, I asked this question and I keep on asking. I moved away from the question of asking. And most of the people here, Mama Mary, thank you so much. Public participant, you will know I will always end up being here saying this. And there's a question I asked, and I went so many months asking that question. And I would always come to this, Nilisema sifanye politics. Let's talk about numbers. We talked about numbers. Now, when we talk about numbers, I used to ask people here, for the people that have been here for a long time, wengine wanakuja tu siku hizi, hawajalewa what we've been through. But I've been asking them, where did Ruto win? And I've asked everyone, even including this Mzalendo mwenye anatusumbua hapa. And Mzalendo, please change your ways, man. Sometimes when three people tell you that you're wrong, don't stand on it. It's something that my grandfather, who's way older than you told me that you're old to be my father, which I told you that I don't believe. Because for you, you look down on people, and you need to stop that. I think you're a smart person. I have no disrespect for you, but I do think that you're a good man. I think ile ulinyimwa hiyo certificate ya ODM ya kuwa MCA ili kuguza mahali that you just became a very hateful person. And people can see it. That's the problem. Sometimes you cannot see, but the people around you can actually see when you're going through problems. Because even now, having a ukiwa na nini hapa hivi na what do you call this? You know, some of us have had the rights to add or not to add for this channel. But with you, is bringing problem to people who have never even heard that. Now, na shida na sisi. I'm telling you, I'm trying to help you as a brother, because I believe in every Kenyan is a Kenyan, including you. Including you and your kids. Just because you lost one time, so many people lose so many times. You don't have to be so mad about the whole thing. You gotta think about your sisters that come over here. You gotta think about the people and not just be so mad. Mzalendo, you know, I think you're smart, but at some times you really lose my mind.
No, Mato, can you go to the topic?
Okay, let me go to it. You see, Stone PK and everybody that is watching us and that has watched us a long time, I mean for a long time. Nowadays, I don't come in as hard as I used to come in. I come in very close, but these people mess me because I don't understand what they did. Because I don't know if people understand that we have a generation that ndio uishi Kayole, uishi Ogongo, uishi Wesi Babi, Langata, Wesi mtu wa LD, Wesi mtu wa wapi, and all that. You don't even uingia na country yako because you can see the BS that is happening. And when we're trying to clean that BS, we have people that are not willing for us. For the longest time, there's a very bad word that I hate with all my life: third world. Being called a third world country is a very bad word. Being told people who don't know how to do their politics. As we talk today, the places that we live, okay, let me say it. I know the reason nakwaga nadanganya nasemanga sitaki kusema is because the first time I came to this channel niliambiwa usiseme kule huko. It was a big issue. But you know what? I don't want to go to like Mzee, but I don't give an F if you know where I am. I live in the United States, but I travel to Kenya a lot.
Bana, my brother, Kenyan with love. Where you live or you wherever, you know, this is the problem with this channel. For people, they don't give a shit where you live. Sorry to use that word. And that's why I find people saying, I live in the Norway, Nini. Talk as a Kenyan, period. You know, because exactly. it has a very bad impact when you start telling people where you live. Unawambia unaishi wapi ndio ikue? What's the value added? What value does it add in your argument?
No, you know, I agree. I agree. Unajua niligongwa siku ya kwanza nikaambiwa don't say where you live. Sijui nini
because
nini.
People, let me tell you, and this is where I agree with Mzalendo. And that's why, by the way, I'm very close to Mzalendo, because one thing is you never cease being a Kenyan, whether you are in Iceland or you are in sijui kunaitwa nini, wherever you are a Kenyan. And if you are true Kenyan, you are true Kenyan.
Okay.
Yes. So
yes, okay.
Wait,
okay.
Let me finish.
I agree.
Let me finish. So when people submit here, oh, I'm in Netherlands, I'm in Iceland, I find it as it's the BS you are calling about. I don't care where you are. Tell me what you think about Kenya now. If you have families in Kenya, you are in Kenya physically. If you go to Kenya every 2, 3, 4, 5 times, you are there. You support. By the way, let me tell you, people living outside are sustaining that country. Ile hujawai sikia na ile hujawai ona. I'm telling you this. So you cannot demean wherever ama uko Lebanon. You know, in this show, I heard of one lady who is in Lebanon.
I heard that. Ukisema ulikuwa unaishi Beirut, which I know where Beirut is. I was deployed there in the military.
Yes. So I know what it means. Mtu akikwambia ako huko, you appreciate. Na hayuko huko kumake love. Let me stop there. So let's just talk about our country,
Okay,
Kenya.
so let me just
It
say
doesn't
then.
matter where you are. Thank you.
So wacha niseme, mimi Maliniko, you see when you walk down, and this is the thing, this is where my passion even to come into this group and talk and also talk to people is the fact that I can show you drawings that I've done and I've, you know, nimefanyia vitu za, I mean, skyscrapers in downtown Kansas City. Now, did I really want to be that? Am I bragging? No, I'm not. I struggle a lot, even being around here, because also now every day you have to send, you know, to your brothers.
No, you are bragging. You are bragging when you tell us what you do. Don't tell us what you do.
Let's talk politics,
Okay.
man.
All right.
Yeah. Don't tell us what you do. We don't care. Nobody cares.
Okay, I wish what I could, okay, let me just say, I wish what I could be doing could be done in our country. But then when you don't have the right infrastructure, the right political kind of system, then whatever people and all of the people that actually are out there, when you call us diasporas and say that nyinyi munaishi majuu, nyinyi munafanya nini, then there's nothing to do with it, because first of all, we will give the first criteria to the people to where we live. But again, you look at this country and people like us that are really political, that grew up in the political system, and that actually know people in the politics and actually want our political, geographical, and everything that has to do with political kind of way of living want to be done, then we are actually put down, because people that live over there, they tell us, oh, nyi amtaki, amjui kitu yenye mnafanya, kwanza they call us summer bunnies, and they don't understand that we actually bringing that whole thing, you know, bringing the whole kind of way of changing our country from this third world country that we are called by everybody. Like if you go to the news, go to CNN, they will say a third world country. Trump just called us what? A shithole country, shithole countries. But then they don't understand the people that by the time he was talking about his deputy secretary of state was from where? Kenya. I mean, Ocasio, where is she from? Ethiopia. Ocasio-Cortez. So you realize that, guys, I mean, at some point, everybody in Kenya wants to go to the, you know, to the first world country. But then again, when you go over there, the people in the third world country, and that's why you have stupid leaders like Ruto, who do not understand that the people that were out there, that are out there actually can make our country. And that's why we had bado nasikika, sijui naona, I can see something on my side. Kama bado mnanisikia mtu aseme kitu. Because I have a very tough
we can hear you. Endelea.
Endelea, malizia
Sauti
bana.
hauna sauti. Hebu karibia mic.
Karibia mic, maliza, and then tunataka
so
kusikiza
you can see
mzalendo.
someone like Joe Musheru, who came from Google, came in and made the ICT work. But again, there's a pride with Africa that some people like us, they look at us down, nyi munaringa cause muko maju, nyi munafanya nini, but they don't understand that is what Tomboya wanted to do, so that you go steal that in infrastructure, bring it back. In fact, in the whole country, it was about 4 years ago that we sent our first what do you call them? Zinitwanini hizi za kuruka juu, because I'm so mad. What do you call this? Satellite. The first satellite, which was a box, a cubicle from Nairobi University. For the first time, we sent it. We don't even know what it was going to do. But I can tell you, all the engineers that they do I went to Egerton University, and luckily God, I went to another university too after that. But all the engineers that we have over there is the reason we have Chinese that are coming there, project managers, people just look right and left, and they're not even calculating my buildings in Anza Kuanguka and all that. But then you still have this Nairobi University, you have Moi University, you have hata university zingine zimeanza kukuja mpaka Machakos Poly ilianza kuchenjika kwa sijui Machakos Poly and all that.
Bro, enda ukisummarize.
Okay, na summarize saizi.
Yes.
Okay, na summarize. I'm just talking about Africa, as Lumumba said, and Gaddafi also said, Africa is gonna come a time that we shut down and understand what we do have in Africa and what we can do with what we have in Africa. What we had in Kenya running, we were starting to do things that you can see in New York. The expressway, na hizo barabara zote zimekatwa. It was what actually you could be proud to come to Kenya and see all those things working. What people are doing right now, kuna ile saying anasemanga, jogoo wa mtaani jogoo wa kijiji hawiki mtaani. You're having someone
Manto.
No, hold on. Let me finish because ndo nisiharibu time ya watu.
I want to go now.
No. Don't jump on me. No.
You guys know.
No, let me finish. I'm giving you your time. No, don't jump on me like that. You ask the moderator.
Good night, everybody. That's what I want to say. Right?
But you don't have to come in rudely like that, Rhoda.
I told you, Manto, excuse me.
Yeah, but at least fungua mkono kila mtu akuone. You don't just jump into a conversation.
Moderator, man, we are listening. Moderator, stop that.
But the moderator is the one talking.
We don't respond when I put my hand.
Rhoda, man.
I am not the moderator. The moderator kinyamazisha nitanyamaza. Rhoda. So basically, what I was trying to tell people, Kenyans.
Let me tell you, Mato,
Yes.
pause.
Yes.
This has to be condemned. You Kenyans, Kenyans, you are idiots. Let me call you that. You can reprimand me later. You don't know the rule of law. No wonder you are in this kind of shit. Yes. Because you don't even obey the easiest rules. Hata za kijiji mnashindwa kuobey. Yeah, that's where we are. Rhoda is there jumping. Everybody's jumping. Really? If we left you to run this way, would you head anywhere? When there's somebody moderating, you raise your hand. Now you want to go and sleep. You want everybody else to stop breathing because you are going to sleep. Rhoda, that's unfair. I know I put you down there. You don't have to tell us you are going to sleep. Really? Bro, Kenyan with love, the day or the time you feel you are tired, Mzalendo bro, anybody else, lala, ukichoka. This is what we call an international television show where you don't have to give kwaheri Mzalendo, kwaheri Bab Stone, kwaheri ndugu yangu, ndugu zangu. Watuache hiyo. When you feel tired, you resign and go. Wacha could distract everybody else. When people are contributing, then you want us to stop to pay tribute to you to go and sleep. That is Rutoism, which is not acceptable. Tafadhalini ndugu zangu. In this kind of a forum, it's like a public rally. Ukitaka kwenda umechoka, unaenda nyumbani. Tukiwa pale Jacaranda, you come at your own time, you leave at your own time. Same thing with Mzalendo TV. Come at your own time, live at your own time. Thank you so much. Endelea bro, Kenyan with love.
Brother, nimepotezwa lakini nashukuru hiyo kitu umesema. Maybe it was a good time that I was on it to say that I think everybody should respect the moderator. What I wanted to say was very personal, lakini imenipotelea brother. Nitakuachilia uendelee tu, and then I was about to go kama huyo, lakini mimi nitakaa tu hapa bado I recollect myself, because I think there's something that I need to say. But I appreciate that you really said that, because I think we need to respect the moderators. I normally come here and I have all the rights to do whatever. But when the moderator is here, I cannot even argue, because that's the job of the moderator. We cannot just be jumping all over. Let me just finish with that, Mr. Moderator. Nitakuja baadaye, bado nitakaa kidogo.
Kenyan with love. For me, when I'm moderating, I don't need respect. I don't need anything. What I need is we talk one at a time. Period. I don't want you to respect me. You know, I just want you to not to talk when the other person is talking, and this kind of a thing. Because I don't have to command that. Lakini tuheshimiane ndio kila mtu asikizane. For me, when I'm moderating, nataka mtu mzalendo akiongea watu wamsikize. Akimaliza wamuattack akisikiza. I want that communication. Umeniita nyanyangu ni mlevi na mimi naamuka, ukimaliza nakwambia hapana, nyanyangu si mlevi, ni murogi. Mzalendo, is your chance now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Stony PK. You know, today's show is very interesting. We have degenerated it to those arguments that we normally have when you've had more than 5-6 beers, where everybody else wants to talk, and what they're talking about, you don't really know where it's going. And it is sad. You know, when you're being watched with over 5 million people throughout the world, we need to have a serious show. When you don't agree with me, just as Tony Piquet has said, give me my time, you will rebut whatever Mzalendo has said, but dismissing people in the show, I mean, it's not the right thing to do. This is an open forum. Kama tu ile bunge la mwananchi. People of UDA go to bunge la mwananchi, they say whatever they want to say. They are cut short. Wanaambiwa hapana. There's a speaker there, a moderator called Stony PK. Let us have a conversation as Kenyans. And it is important during this time. I want to donate my time. I want to donate my time to a lady who has been waiting patiently for a long time. And I think she'll be having something that is so different, something that different from what we've been hearing. So public participation, can you say something?
Thank you, Mzalendo.
Okay. Thank you, Mzalendo. Now, public participation. Thank you so much. Take it.
Thank you, Mzalendo, for donating time to me. Thank you, Son PK, moderator. Kenyan with love, thank you. Alex, how are you? Unknown Sweet, Lala, Kenyan, these names are hard. Kenyan award. Nimeshindwa kupronounce. Alafu na huyu mwingine, Astur. Who is this other one? I think it's what, revolutionary, something revolutionary, something. So I think the way we have been doing the rounds is what is the problem, because we have waited like for 2 hours to talk. So I think Bwana moderator and the other moderators, let's stick to what we used to have, whereby everyone is getting 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes, and then if you want to rebut 1 minute. Na ukuwe na stopwatch. Ikifika hiyo 1 minute, you cut them off. If you got 3 minutes, you cut them off like that, so that everyone can have opportunity. It doesn't become a quarrel like what it has been, where you are going back and forth between you and Rhoda, between you and Muzalendo, or you and Alibaba. So I can understand what Alibaba is talking about, that we should not be emotional. But I think if you're on the ground, you can tell that there is a lot of problem in Kenya. So it's very hard for you not to be emotive, very hard for you not to feel emotional, because you go to some nearby places like Kajiado and you look at the people, their faces, they are so thin, they are so malnourished that you can see their cheekbone. You know, by the time you are seeing cheekbone ya binadamu, that is somebody who is just a bag of bones. And then when you even see their cows, which are walking all the way from Kajiado to come even to the CBD and the like, you find that they are so malnourished. You can see the ribs and everything. So, when you talk to now let's say the people who are looking malnourished, they'll tell you that the problem is that now we can't afford unga. So we are eating whatever we can get, but you know, unga used to make us strong, and unga was so removing the subsidy, which Zakayo removed the subsidy for food, it was not a good idea, because you see, even if you are saying that you are not going to subsidize consumption because you want to subsidize production, you see, you cannot. That's like you say to your child that I'm saving for your fees, so I'm not going to give you food, or I'll give you a very small portion of food because I'm trying to save for your fees. It doesn't work like that. The function of government, and that's why we keep on saying that Zakayo doesn't really have a plan. Yeah, he's just he's just kind of guessing, or I don't know what he's doing, because there's no way you can talk about. There's always short-term and long-term goals. Yeah, so you cannot feeding your country. That is the work of the government. That if there is a lot of inflation, you should come in as government and subsidize the basic food commodity. And we all know in Kenya that basic food commodity is the unga, ugali. So it's the same what people use for, like the poor people, they usually even eat the ugali with salt, or they make porridge to feed the kids, things like those. So now when you remove a subsidy or for unga, what you are doing is you are killing your people, because that's the most that's the best food, or the most common food. The other thing now, also removing the subsidy for fees. You see, now children are at home. So are you going to tell us that we have to
Hello?
Hello, Alex, are you there? I think
it froze or something.
I think she has a problem with the net.
Mm-hmm.
So Alex, can you go on until she comes back? Alex Media, it's your chance. Alex Media, kama unaweza, ni zamu yako. If not, then we have Lala. Okay, Lala, come in.
Okay, guys. I've been watching and listening for a long time, and I think some of us may be a little tired. So it's okay to take a little break, stretch yourself, and come back, because we can focus on non-issue, and that is not good. I think we need to stay on our goal, on our facts, and we don't want to give people the power they don't have. We want to stay focused on what we are here to do. I like to give more of general perspective and that is one, Kenya is our home. That is our heritage. All of us are connected, intricately together as Kenyan. Our identity is Kenyan. And I think that has been...
I can't hear anybody. Are we still in the...
Can you hear me?
Hello. Alex, what's up? Alex.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Studio? Alex, do you read us?
Can you hear me?
Say, Alex, can everyone mute and then Alex
We can hear you. Some people need to mute. All of us should mute.
Yeah, all of us should mute. And now is Lala talking, and then after Lala we have Mzalendo, and then we have yeah.
Okay.
Are we okay?
Okay. Let me continue on. I think we are all tied together as a people. We may come from different parts of Kenya, but we are tied. And what ties us together is a nation, is an ideal to create a space where all our people can have a life that is productive, a life that we are proud of. That's the whole reason why they fought for independence, because the white man took that right away from us. And so I think we are connected, like we're in a boat together. We either sink together or swim together. And what is happening now is that the ideal for which our forefathers, the Kenyan want, is being grabbed from us, because a nation can only be a true, free, and prosperous nation if there's trust. And the trust comes from, and I say it again, from that election, that ballot, where people are talking about, or I think it's a non-script, and our lady articulated very well that you go to Kajiado, you look at the faces of our brothers and our sisters, and you feel like this is not the Kenya we want. And then the subsidiaries, the maize, the core, of our diet, the maize meal, that ugali. The ugali has been taken away from them. They can't afford it. We are living in a country that does not have a reserve. And then now it's complicated, because the very thing that we had pegged our hope in, which is a free and fair election, where if I lose, I can go back and continue on and try next year. If a football game you lose, you go recruit new players, and next year's coming. But then what this is doing to us is like there's no next year. When your vote does not count, and somebody can sit somewhere and decide who's going to lead us, and then use money, in fact, add the injury to already the pain, to buy people. You hear 5 million every, and they mentioned that every week we borrow 25, billion, every week. And this is borrowed on the back of those malnourished people, the debt they have been given to pay. So in other words, their children have been mortgaged. So what's the difference between that and slavery? Slavery may be even better, because a good dog in America live better than most of us in Kenya, majority of Kenyans. So I think we got to think, we got to apply some cognitive reasoning, critical thinking, to ask ourselves, how can we build a nation on lies? What is so difficult by opening the server and saying this is exactly what happened? But it's because some people just don't want the truth, because they know they've lied. They've taken us for fools. And that's why we are here. We are here not about personality, but we're here for a nation, an ideal that can keep us together, that we can grow like other nations. We can't compare ourselves, to the West. We cannot, because our people don't live. And when we hear people comparing themselves, we are this or that. We are not. We can only be there if we can trust each other and we face our challenges truthfully. And we give that mama a voice, because their voice has been taken away from them. And so the thinking here, why we are here, is that, let me use the word God again. God in his own wisdom has put us here together from every tribe, every walks of life, so that some of us who are outside the country can give fresh ideas. Okay, fresh ideas, because those are starving, they're trying to survive. They want food, they want to eat, and so they are captured. And we are the one who's freer in our thought to be able to come up with ideas. And so when we talk about non-issue here, people coming here for, and because they have been paid, a lot of people are getting paid. A lot of people are getting paid. And that money that we borrow every single week, you go to the State House and you get it. All those prayer meetings and other prayers are great. And let me tell you, I'm a minister. And when I go to my close chambers, I pray for each one of you. I ask God for each one of you. Most prayer are done in closet. When we go out, we work. And out of that result of work, then we thank God for that result in private. Yes, corporate prayers are important, they're good. And we can see some of them in the Bible, in the dedication of the temple. There was a corporate prayers. But that was to show what has been done. God has brought us this far, and people are excited. And so the thinking here for all of us is that we don't want to get trapped, because those are sideshows. I talked of a thief. I think some of you are still here, who stole the money, and when he's being chased, what he did, he started throwing money to the kids. The people were chasing him, and so they forgot looking for him. And he was just throwing out the coins, but the notes he put in his pocket. Now he was light and able to run and disappear with it. And I think Ruto is doing exactly that. You come in, you're trying to follow, then he throws the money at you. And then you look for the money, because for some reason, we just love money. And then we have a church that is built on what's called prosperity gospel, which is not a gospel. Because actually, heresy is truth taken to an extreme. There are things we take them to extreme, they become heresy. Prayer is good, money is good, we need to give, but then it become a god to some of us. And so we are in a bad space. And so this is a time for us to win back. Because if we don't get this thing right, we don't have a nation. We don't have a nation, okay? Because what they have done is they have perfected the capture of all the systems that we have. And so when we move to the next election, are you going to trust me? I'm going to trust you? Nobody. And what they want to do is that we are all corrupt. You hear that word all the one. Being corrupt, everyone is corrupt. In other words, so don't ask any question. And is that the country you want to live for your kids? A place where election is not a reset for progress, but a time for war and arrows and bows? We want election where we can all sit here and look at what happened, and people are excited because development I'm a psychologist. Development has to do with perception. Perception comes in is key indicator. When people feel there's peace in that country, they want to invest. When people feel good about themselves, they invest and the economy begin to grow. When you, every 5 years, there's war, who wants to put their money there? And these guys don't care because they already fill their pockets. Things are bad, they run out and go do. They don't care about those poor people. They use them. Because if Ruto cared about Kenya, he should have been the first person to step down and say, you know what, these shoes are a little bit, I can't, step in these shoes. Because you see him and his team, him and this group and this Kahoot, are there slashing words, lying to us, telling us, things that they plan to do, and all of them are just lies. And so, are we going to buy that lie, or are we going to come up together as Kenyan and say enough is enough? We want facts and truth to guide us. Because if we do that, we have a nation. If we don't have one. So that's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you, guys.
I'm in the dark. Nobody can see me. I've been here for 4 hours. I haven't spoken anything. I've been very patient.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. So,
Unmute, Stone, unmute.
Yeah, Alex is your time. Contribute.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, everybody in the forum. Stone PK, Mzalendo, my good friend, Anon Script, Revolutionary Mindset, Assemble, Lala, Kenya Ratur, and I think public participation. I'm kind of enjoying today's debate because it shows the emotional part of us. See, when we were growing up, we were being warned that don't let your emotion overcome your reasoning. But I think there is a time and a moment that we must allow that. Because when things don't make sense, I think God gave us something called emotions and feelings. Even though emotions are pitched to error, but they show the frustrations that we all have. And I've seen the frustrations that we have. The only person who had clarity and tried to hide their emotion, but in the end it came out was a non-script when he said, we are giving you 3 chances, which was a good idea, and I hope they implement it. To my point, the happenings of the Senate really hurt me. They brought back the fresh wounds of bombers to me. When Olekina Ledama was asking the person sitting on that chair as the speaker, because Wetangula connived, because as a lawyer, he knew what they were doing was not legal. So he connived and left the Meru senator to preside over. Now, Olekina asked him, if you cannot read a communication as simple as coming from AZIMIO, whereby the leadership has sat down and communicated to you that we need to change the leadership, how can you interpret the bills if just a normal communication cannot be read? And I was perturbed that we have been sacked low, that now we don't have a chief whip, we don't have an assistant chief whip. The leadership of AZIMIO in the Senate has totally been disintegrated. Yesterday, the Nyando MP, in his submission, warned us that the oversight committees are being killed openly, and we are seeing it, and yet there's nothing we can literally do. Now, the majority leader and the minority leadership have joined in hand. So it's basically that opposition is dead within our parliament and it's dead within our Senate. If we allow these so-called members of the cabinet to come to answer the question in parliament, we will have killed the PIC and the PSC, which will be detrimental to a point that Ruto will rule like a monarch. Today, events, if you saw how even Sifuna was frustrated, and I think that's what we should be talking about. We should not concentrate when Mzalendo wants to divert us here, because Mzalendo is a very smart person. He knows how to divert us so that we can speak of other things and we leave the cream of what is happening in our country. What happened today in the Senate is the killing of democracy. And Olekina said it very well, that we've just buried it in 6 feet while we are looking at it, and nobody cares. So I'm saying this, my brothers and sisters. Watch what is happening in parliament. Watch what is happening in the Senate. For now, it is good to look at Bunge la Mwananchi and other TikToks like the prayers and everything, but they are not the ad hoc issues that we must glue ourselves into. There is a script that has been written by Ruto. Slow but steady, he has bought. And as a non-script told us, there are bills, or no, either non-script or Wangira. There are bills that are supposed to go to the referendum, but they are gonna force them to go to the parliament. And now that they have 3/4, my friend, the constitution is being mutilated while we are looking and talking about prayer, allowing one of us here to come here and tell us that she's a Christian. While we are criticizing Ruto of his prayers, somebody wants to tell us how she's a prayer warrior here. It is not for us to come here to say how Christian we are. But I like the debate today. We've let our emotion overcome our reasoning, but the point is very clear. We can't allow Ruto to succeed. And we have 2 vigilant people who fought for 3. The Kilifi, and I like the Kilifi senator, because the Kilifi senator represents himself mostly in Swahili, which means many people are capable of hearing what they're saying. And in my conclusion, Sifuna was so mad, and he told the sitting speaker that is superfluous, which means we have gotten to a point whereby if it means we have to fight physically in the Senate, we are ready to do it to maintain our democracy. If you saw what Cheriot was speaking, he was belittling us, telling us that where we have reached, there's nothing you can do. It is a gone conclusion. My friend, it was bitter watching that Senate proceedings. If you are like me, let us talk about that. Bring the topic back to what is ailing us, because now you have bought the judiciary, you have bought the executive, you have bought the bishops and the church, you have lied to the poorest and the poorest of the people with the Hustler Nation, tagging them as Mabamboga and Boda Boda. Now you have gone to the house, the upper house, and you have targeted. And the lady who's supposed to be the defender of us, who had just gone to State House, does not want to relinquish her leadership position while she's aligned to Ruto, but she also wants to be our leader. What a conundrum. We cannot operate out of the constitution. Already the constitution has been mutilated, whereby the majority have become the minority and the minority have taken over the speakership. And how it happens, it's because the courts have been compromised. In a society that works, if this thing went to court, Wetangula should never have been the speaker. I hope you people understand what is happening in our country. It is my cry of my beloved country. You know, the South African cried for a very long time. We are going to start crying. And when we start crying, there will be no end. That will be the finishing of my remarks. Thank you, Stone Picker, and everybody.
Alex, you'll be in charge because Stone PK is gone. Alex, you'll be in charge.
The Stone PK is there. Amelala kidogo.
Stone PK.
I think amebleki kidogo. Wacha nitamuamsha. Kenyan with Love is here. He might take our revolutionary because for me, I'm in and out. Revolutionary mind can take over.
I wanted to finish. I dropped out. So I wanted to finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So when Alibaba and Muzalendo are telling us not to be emotional, it's hard. Imagine just going somewhere and finding kids who just look like a bag of bones. When you look at the other older people, you can see the cheekbone. You know, by the time you are seeing a cheekbone of a human being, that person is highly malnourished. So, you know, there is a lot of misery which is on the ground, which is not getting any coverage from the media. Like, so many students now are at home, the ones who are to transition from class 8 to Form 1. So there are so many stories about all these kids who cannot now afford since the subsidy for food was removed. So we're having a big problem, and people seem to be concentrating, as Alex putting it, we are concentrating on non-issues, like whether there was prayer or whether there was not, or all these things about, you know, all these shenanigans. Matiang's house, Mara, it is Aisha Jumua's house was robbed, somebody else's house. So these are just tactics to keep our attention on other things. But the crucial things like education, like food, like what is happening, Alex talking about what is happening in the parliament, how there's a state capture which is going on. We nowadays it's like you know, our minds are on just petty things. I don't know whether we are overwhelmed. Maybe it's overwhelmed because by the way, if you try and sit down and think about the kind of things which are happening in this country, you will become overwhelmed. It's very depressing. So I think Kenyans just have decided, let's focus on an issue so that they can, you know, they can occupy our minds instead of us really being in touch with what is being in touch or being alive to what is really happening on the ground. Because now everything is just state capture, and nobody in this government gives a damn about the money. It's just all about anything which you see the government involved in a heavy way, like fertilizer, these things which can benefit themselves. Yeah. So this, and you know, the fact that this is an illegitimate government, they don't give a damn. After all, they came through impunity. They came into power through impunity. So do you expect them to now come and show the line? They cannot. They cannot show the line at all. It's just the same way as I put it another day. You take a gangster from the street and you take him now to be the OCPD or the IG. Do you really expect him to follow the rule of law? He can't, because that's not how it is. So this regime we're having now is just a pack of wolves and a pack of gangster, Alibaba and the 40 thieves. So we should not expect much. And then the good thing which has really come out to Kenyans is that we don't have leaders. We don't have leaders. What we are having here, all these people whom we elected, our women's reps, our MPs, our MCAs, our governors, our senators, they all for sale. Majority of them are for sale. They are tumbocrats. They are not leaders. They cannot do anything sacrificially. They don't do anything with the view of helping the person who voted for them. They are there for themselves and their stomach. So that is what is coming out, because all these issues of the people being, I mean, the minority minority, whatever. All these people, they were viable. You see, yet their party had entrusted them that if they put them in these positions, we have steady people. Then when the money came from the side of Zakayo, they moved. So you can see the kind of a dilemma we have in Kenya. We are hungry. We are unable to take children to school. We are malnourished. We are having the leaders that we thought they are our leaders will look out for us and help us. They are prostituting themselves. So I mean, things are bad. Things are bad in this nation. By the way, it's so depressing. It's very disturbing. You go to the supermarket. Last week when you went to supermarket, things were costing this much. Come next week, zimeongeza. Just out of, I mean, I wish you can check on the prices when you can know how it's so outrageous. You come, you find things have doubled within a very short time. But now, what do you expect if at all even excise? Can you imagine that excise stamp has been increased by 300%? Excise stamp. Electricity, I told you by April it will go up by 78%. Currently, the electricity we are having, if you put a token for 500 shillings, you're getting around 230. The rest is going to taxes. Water, if you buy a water for 100 shillings, 70% is going to taxes. So how are we going to live in this country by day? Things are so bad, let me tell you. Things on the ground, things are terribly, terribly bad. And that's why let's not kid anyone that there's not going to be a revolution. Let me tell you, so many people now where they have reached, they have nowhere left to go. Because you cannot tell me that I will not be in a revolution when my children are sitting at home without school fees. I mean, because subsidy for fees was removed. I will not sit in my house when I'm going to, I feel like I'm dying of starvation. Those are the people who don't even think that it's Baba who is going to be involved in this revolution. People will come out by themselves, because when you're inside the house and you're hungry and you hear there are people who are coming, who are out in the street, you'll come out. Or your children can no longer go to school, you are keeping them in the house, or you are telling them to go and sell mangoes or do gardening. That's what I've been seeing some of these cases. Students is over 400 marks. Somebody is going to sell mangoes, another one is becoming a gardener. And simply because the subsidy for fees was removed. If that subsidy was not removed, these kids would be in school now. So here we are with somebody who is totally clueless. First of all, he stole the damn election. Then here he has no clue of how to manage an economy. He cannot put experts there to do the work for him. So all what he's interested in is looting the coffers dry. Meanwhile, Kenyans have nothing to eat, nothing to, they cannot take their children to school anymore. And he's telling us that, we are subsidizing, we cannot subsidize consumption. But what is the role of government? The role of government is to be able to enable their citizens to be able to purchase at least the basic food commodity, which in Kenya is maize meal. So that is part of their responsibility, as much as they are also responsible for the growth of the economy. How can you grow an economy when 3/4 of the people in your country are hungry? When their children are not, how can you grow an economy with illiterate people? They are very bright, but they are illiterate because they could not continue school. Yet they had over 400 marks. Can you say that's growing the economy? Of which even this economy which we are being told is being grown, we cannot see anywhere how it's going to be grown depending on the circumstances. Because you are giving people fertilizer, telling them subsidize fertilizer, but where is the rain? Where are the dams? Where are the boreholes? Because even this rain which you are being told by meteorological department, it may not come. So what happens then? Or if it comes and then now again we have the same laxity which we have always been having, after that season, the next 5 seasons, there is no rain. Then what happens? We are back again to square one. So this guy totally, in fact, if you see how he's operating, he totally has no clue of what the hell he's doing. Nothing. He's just looking for, where can I get money? Okay, remove the subsidy. Where can I get this money? Okay, ongeza the taxation. That's the kind of a government which is being run here. And this taxation, let me tell you, first of all, electricity is not consumption. Electricity is production, because all these factories which are doing any kind of thing, including hata kama you yourself, you have some chicken you are raising, you'll use some kind of electricity. So that if you are doubling or tripling the electricity, what are you doing? You are killing the industry. So there's no value addition which will be done. That's why people are now moving. What you'll do is that you'll enable the people with the investors to move out to other places, and that's why you are seeing paka paper bags. Just go and check on paper bag ya Naivas. It is written made in Tanzania. So you want to tell me if it's about inflation and Ukraine and all those things, is it not affecting Tanzania and Uganda? So you can see here there's an artificial kind of inflation, artificial inflation which is being imposed on people, which is not happening in our neighbors here, Uganda and Tanzania. So that's why they can be able to produce for us even paper bags, because the electricity is not as high as ours. And to prove that point, there was a time when some textbooks from Kenya were taken to Rwanda. The same textbook in Kenya, it was costing 700 shillings. In Rwanda, the president said, we are not taking any textbook which is going for over 100 shillings. And the publishers could be able to sell the book in Rwanda for 100 shillings. But in Kenya, because of the cartels and everything that's going on, it's 700 shillings. The textbooks, as I told you, if you remember when we were in primary, first of all, just check the fees which our parents were paying. It was very nominal. It's not like nowadays. Nowadays, the money which you ask we paid in secondary is probably what we are now paying in primary school. Eh? During those days, your parents could even, your mother could even sew up your uniform. Nowadays, you have to go to some specific uniform. The schools have collided with the uniform makers and the textbook sellers. If you have a child who is in grade 1 and 2, and the one who is in grade 2 goes to grade 3, you use different textbook. The one who was in grade 1 going to grade 2 can't use the same textbook as the other child, yet the syllabus is the same. So what is the role of government exactly when we are living in such a bandit economy? Because this is a bandit economy. There is no economy which behaves like we are behaving here. Eh? And then now you remove also health, you remove university. So which kind of economy are you growing if you cannot even educate your citizens? Majority of your citizens can't afford education, and you're not subsidizing for them. So this country, we are in a lot of turmoil, a lot of pain, because you cannot tell me a parent is even sleeping at night when the child is in the house. So when you come here and tell us, let's be patient, let's not be emotional. This is a very emotive issue, Buana. What do you mean we don't be emotional? It's very emotive. Have you ever seen somebody when their cheeks are, you can see the cheekbone because of how hungry they are? And then when you ask them, they tell you, si muliongeza unga. Hiyo ndio jikwa chakula yetu, sasa muliongeza hatuwezi afford. What is that? And yet you want us to respect you as a president, really? Thank you. That's my submission.
Naona ni kama watu wametoka ama ni aje? The moderators.
Now you are the moderator because Tony has taken a break.
So okay, that's okay. Sasa sijui nani hakuwa amefanya presentation because I did not say.
Mimi sikuwa nimeongea hata kidogo.
Haya, wacha unknown script a contribute vile anasema, then we come to you Mzalendo. Sawa?
I'll not make it brief.
Thank you. Mzalendo, when you donate your chance, you have donated. Don't withdraw, take back the donation, unless that's what you are saying. If you have gone to church and you have done a donation, you have donated 3 times, and I congratulate you for that. So don't come again and complain that you have not talked or have not spoken. Anyway, that's by the way. I just wanted to point out a few things. You see what public participation has said. These are the real issues that are happening here. Hii maneno ya unga, I think unless Zakayo is asleep, it is coming. Unga is everything to Kenyans, and the sooner Zakayo knows that, the better for him. You can't go Thanksgiving rallies to God. You give all those hefty sadakas. Hefty, and I mean hefty sadakas. All those Thanksgiving rallies. I'm sure they were not in the budget. They were not. The UNCA subsidies were in the Kenyan budget 2022-2023. You can go and check, Uzalendo. Kazi Mtaani was in that budget 2022-2023. That is July. The fees were in the budget. All these subsidies were in the budget. You withdraw them, you divert to Thanksgiving, buying MPs, sending unnecessary soldiers to look for Matiang'i. All these expenses were not in the budget. Now, what was in the budget was the unga for Wananchi. That unga for Wananchi was like an emergency. That is why it's just called a subsidy. For the time the Wananchi are suffering. Now, in the process, what has happened? You have removed the subsidies. You are telling Kenyans that you are giving them fertilizer. Now you want to go and import seeds. By the time the food on the seeds and the fertilizer, there may be nobody alive. Is that so difficult to see? Is that so difficult to see? Now, I'm happy Lala is here, although Stone is gone. The issue of these prayers. Now, I think Zachariah has demonstrated how little faith he has in his bishops. You can imagine how many bishops were paraded at Nyayo Stadium. After they have done their bit, they thought now, kesho tutaona how God will respond. Only for Zachariah to trash all their prayers and take charge. Now, if any of the bishops still think they have a job, I don't think so. Their job has been taken over. Zachariah is praying himself direct to God, not anymore through the bishops, as much as he has given them so much sadak. Now you can see Zachariah is everything. He's going to control the parliament agenda. He's going to control the judiciary agenda, the police agenda, the DCI agenda, the DPP agenda. All these are deals, and the MPs. Very soon, as somebody pointed out here, all these fellows in, call it AZIMIO or whoever, they are all going to be on the other side. And yet the same person stands there to say that you want a strong opposition. How do you want a strong opposition and you go taking their whip? If you have taken the opposition whip, so what else is left? Surely, what else is left? You are busy trying to convince the minority leader to come to your side. Let's face it. Now, it's just that Kenyans are busy with the hunger. So some of them will not even concentrate on these political issues. You can imagine if those Thanksgiving prayers, for those who care to know, 100 million to 150, all those Thanksgiving prayers conducted by the president, that is the expenditure. Instead of diverting money to give wananchi unga, you are going to thanksgive to God. Well, I understand that now they have even deployed, is it the military, without parliament's approval. I'm wondering how that came about. People every day, they don't stop even for less than 5 minutes without mentioning how they want the law to take its course. The law to take its course. You have seen all this is what is happening around Matiang'i. Which law has been followed there? These fellows were in the police, in the courts, looking for such order. On 3 occasions, they were denied. They go and appear there and that start breaking things when Matiang'i is resident. Well, something is seriously wrong, and everybody, you just wonder what's going to happen. The revolution, if it comes, they love themselves to blame. They should have themselves to blame. You can see it coming. Mzalendo, maybe you don't believe, but it is coming from the look of things. Unless they change and return those subsidies, Bio, Kenyans are, if you have nothing to eat, what else do you have to lose? Nothing. Nothing. You can't send people to school. Somebody has withdrawn the school subsidy, hunger subsidy, fuel subsidy, and all these things, these subsidies. Subsidy is like an emergency. You can't plan and tell people that in 1 year, tutakuwa sawa. 1 year, they'll not be there. Thank you.
Haya, Mzalendo.
You are muted. You are muted.
The guy who introduced me has taken off. Oh, Lola, thank you for bringing me in. But our revolutionary mind, I can see you. Thank you for bringing me in. Lola, Barigani, public participation, Kenya at Astur, unknown script. Yeah, unknown script, you keep on attacking me on a daily basis. I think I'm the most popular name in this channel, being attacked after Ruto. Yeah, now I've got some, today I didn't want to talk much because the show was quite heated earlier on with some debates. That's the reason why I donated my time so that we can have some meaningful discussions, things that affect our country. I introduced public participation because she has got a view of looking at things that in a different way. So I am glad she ate the bait and introduced the issue of anger in Kenya. Today, as we speak, we've not received any rainfall, and that is not the problem of the government. That is the problem of poor planning by previous governments. The government of William Ruto, I know it has laid plans to mitigate anger in the country. And this is not the first time we are facing drought. There's a time when we involved the Red Cross. The Red Cross were really involved. I think they pulled out because there was some corruptions involved in the donations by the head of Red Cross.
You mean the relief food distribution?
Amepotea ama ni aje?
Yeah, his net has a problem, I think.
Okay, fine. Maybe we can't finish for him his statement. We will allow him to come so that he can finish his statement. So I think if I'm allowed, I can also maybe sijui I can say my statement unless maybe kama kuna mtu mwingine hakuwa ameongea, I can be patient.
Unanisikia?
Yeah, sawa.
I was talking about the Kenya Red Cross. The day they launched an helpline and so many Kenyans donated a lot of money, millions and millions of shillings. But later on, I think there was some investigations that money was stolen, and Kenya Red Cross backed off. So those are some of the NGOs that have been backing the government, especially during the times of drought. Kenya is facing drought. It is a fact. When the rains come, maybe the price of maize will go down because there will be yields in the bread baskets of the country. So we are praying. So it is good to pray. Ruto is praying. And yesterday I gave you the story of William Ruto. William Ruto is a prayerful person. That has been his past. So you cannot remove that from him. Yeah, this is somebody I told you was heading Nairobi Chapel. So he knows. So when he takes over non-script from the bishops, he has been in that pulpit preaching the word. So he knows what he's talking about. On our constitution, we should address the issues of the limits, what a public officer should do or should not do. The constitution does not address what a public officer should not do. That is the why you see people like Matiang'i running into trouble. Our constitution should address what these appointed public officers should not do. Elected leaders should not do. If I ask you what your MP should not do, most of you wouldn't be able to answer that. So the constitution does not really address that much. We only know
Mzalendo, what is the trouble with Matiang'i? What are you trying to imply? You are implying that you know what his troubles are.
What I'm trying to say is that the excesses of powers that he carries, sometimes the Minister for Internal Security believes that he can arrest without, proper procedure. He can push police officers. He can give orders to arrest somebody like a non-script without any proper evidence, and you can't take him anywhere. And that is a fact. When they stripped Gachagua naked, that was that lawful? It wasn't. When they break into your house without any proper order, is that lawful? It
Is
is
that why
unlawful.
they are chasing Matiang'i? Is that why they are chasing Matiang'i?
Matiang'i is being chased because of, I told
Because
you
of Gachagua? Because of
no,
Gachagua?
not because of Gachagua. This is
Just say
something that is beyond my paycheck. I will not address issues that are beyond my paycheck, all right? Let me stick to the issues that are within my pay limit. All right. Don't laugh. The government of William Ruto is creating rules and it's creating laws that will protect the country. Right now, you people don't even know the laws that are, the bills that are before Parliament. We come here just talking. You don't even know the growth, the GDP of the country. You should look and dig for information of what is happening in the country on the background. Are we making any economic gains as a country? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are at there's a projection of 7.4% growth. Yes, that is the projection. That is what the Treasury guy is saying. The Cabinet Treasury is saying that. That is what the KRA guy is saying, that we will have a growth of 7.4 away from 5.6. So that is an achievement. That is a great achievement in 6 months. So that has not been witnessed before. You keep on talking about the kazi kwa vijana. Kazi kwa vijana ni kazi ya kuchimba mtaro. My friend, we are in the 21st century where we deal with technology. There's a lot of
pesa ilienda wapi? The money was there until July.
We will address the issue. The pesa ya serikali can be diverted at any time to any need or to any pressing issue.
When vijana are dying.
No, I have told you that kazi ya kuchimba mtaro kwa vijana iliisha. Saizi tuko kwa 21st century where we use machine and tractors to kuchimba mitaro. Kijana should be involved in mambo ya assemblies. Gari zinatengenezwa za stima, and Ruto has started an assembly line ya gari ya basi za electricity. Yeah. So that is very, very important. Na itapatia watu kazi. Haya, mambo ya housing these houses that are being built by government. There will be plumbers who will be youths who will be working there. It is a well-paying job. What we are looking for are well-paying jobs for our vijana. Nyinyi mnaturudisha nyuma, watu wa Azimio, mkituambia vijana warudi kwa mtaro, wachimbe mtaro. Mtaro ile chimbo na
Nimeuliza
tingatinga.
tu pesa imeenda wapi?
Pesa can be diverted, it can be diverted to housing, and that housing itaandika vijana. What are you talking about? So wewe ukiuliza mambo ya pesa ya vijana can always be diverted by the government of the day. So that is the work of the government. The work of the government is to protect investors by making sure that the country has got good security. So ukianza kuandamana, Ruto of course will tell you that I am the president of this country and I need investors to come to my country. I will not allow that. Yeah, so we need stability, we need peace, and we need growth. That is very, very important. If you fail to address the issue of high BC, then you should look for other formulas of addressing it. I don't know whether you have got any question. I can see Kenya True's hand up there. I know definitely you've got a question for me.
Yes, Mzalendo, now that you say government money can be diverted, how about the money for
Diverted
the
to buy
old age?
MPs.
How about the money for the old age? Where was it diverted to?
Can I answer that? I think you are behind the news and you no longer hear the story of pesa ya wazee. Kwanza ujue pesa ya wazee, nikikuuliza saa hii, unajua wazee walikuwa wanapata pesa ngapi? Na saa hii serikali ya William Ruto imepatia wazee pesa ngapi? I am sure you don't know. Wazee, ninakuuliza tu swali, saa hii wazee wale wako nyumbani wamepata pesa ngapi? Unajua?
Uliza yeye mama yake amepata pesa ngapi?
I'm just asking you a question. Wamepata pesa ngapi sahi? Because you ask that pesa ilienda wapi. Ninakuambia the money they have already received and it is in their pocket. Na unajua wameipata ni pesa ngapi? Is that an increment or a decrease?
Let me say this, Mzalendo. I don't know whether it's me behind or you behind or backward. Wazee hakuna pesa wanapata. And I have got wazee in my area, they have not received even a penny. So I don't know what you are talking about.
That is why I always say that when I come to this show, I come to tell you the right position of government. And I come to tell you that these lies will not go far. When you talked about subsidies, I told you that there was no subsidies removed in some of the products. Some of the subsidies that you are talking about are actually still there. Mambo ya pesa wazee, there was delay. So when there was delay, and it happens in government, if you have worked in government, una delay ya salaries. And pesa ya government ikiingia, if the taxes you pay, hakuna mahali inawekwa ati pesa inangojea kutumiwa kufanya kazi ingine. They are distributed to various places. So there are some sectors that can be hurt and can be postponed, but they will always be backdated and paid. Pesa ya wazee imelipwa, and please don't bring that propaganda here. Pesa ya wazee ilishalipwa and it's still being paid. Go and ask your grandma or hao wazee wako nyumbani kama wameipokea, and bring the evidence here. We don't want propaganda.
They have not received, and Zalendo, the only thing you are trying to explain, it's because you don't have evidence also to show that you have paid those people. If they have not paid, they are complaining. They are even dying because of hunger. They have no food because they have not received the money they were depending on. And when you say that, and we know really there are people seriously in trouble, in problems, not having something to eat, I don't understand. And why was it backdated? And why is it that the politicians are getting their salary in time before even those people get their money, which was already budgeted, and it was in the budget of that particular time when Ruto was elected?
Okay, Mzalendo, maybe to add something brief, 1 minute, you'll come on board. I just want to add value to what you are saying. You see, first of all, Mr. Ruto or Dr. Ruto government, as I hear people saying, did not give communication on what was going to happen to wazee after the regime change. Tulikuja tukakuwa na a stagnant point whereby wazee were complaining they are not receiving money, they are not receiving money. So I do not know the status of that issue as per now. I'm not sure if they have been paid or not. But the question which I'm asking, or maybe they have been paid in particular regions of Kenya. Sababu najua pia siku hizi Kenya tumegawanyika, wanaweza kuwa wamelipwa kwenyu. Maybe there is
Exactly.
we need to know, is the payment being done homogeneously? So the question which I'm asking, why is the government not giving?
It is being done selectively, if at all.
We want information, and if those payments are being done, are they being done north, east, south, west of Kenya? Please confirm that.
Okay, for your benefit, 8.6 billion was released for the elderly in Kenya. That is a fact. The July to September was paid and has been paid, and away from their usual amount that they used to receive. This time, each and every person was getting around 8,000 shillings, Kenya shillings. If you don't have those facts, tafadhali, squeezy, there is Google. Go and find the information, and when you come here, you unakuwa equipped with some information to tell Kenyans. But if you are running a revolution with lies and not facts, that is where the problem is. You know, if what I'm saying,
Your wazee wameshapata. Mbona ya Kenyan
you know, unajua hizi mambo ya pesa ya serikali, unajua how it really works. Sometimes there could be delay, but you'll always get it. It is your money. Ukipata utaipata lump sum. Ukipata iko na delay, bado ni yako tu. Ni yako tu.
Okay, 1 minute bwana nani. What is the monthly rate ya hiyo pesa? Sababu tu umesema tu cumulative ya 8,000. What is the, juu nimesikia ukisema ni kama ati wameongezwa hiyo pesa. So wameongezwa ikafika ngapi? So what is the monthly rate?
You see, I think the information I have is that each and every elderly person is going to get 8,000. I think initially they were getting 4,000 and some were getting 2,000. There is a rate that they get.
Mzalendo, it is 2,000 per month.
2,000. But right now, as we speak,
so if they got 8, that means they were paid 4 months in arrears.
If they got 8,000, then maybe you are right, maybe you are wrong. But I remember there's an increment in what they are getting. They are going to get 8,000. And
we have to be sure. Okay, Mzalendo, 1 minute. If we are not sure, we cannot continue by saying that pesa imeongezwa. So we have to be a little bit.
Na kuna mtu amesema watu walipata pesa. What I want you to confirm is that did the government release 8.6 billion before we start any argument? Did the government of Kenya release 8.6 billion? If you don't have that fact, then to watch your debate.
But you are the one who said the government has released the 8.6 million. How are you turning it to us?
I have told you because you don't have the facts, so listen to me. The government has released 8.6 billion. If you want to refute that, then there is evidence. I can give it to you. Unasikia? Ama musikii, ama nieleze kwa lugha ile mtaelewa vizuri. Serikali ya Kenya imepeana bilioni 8 kwa wale wazee. Ile pesa yao ilikuwa imechelewa. 8.6 billion wamezipokea na hiyo pesa iko na treasury na watazipokea kila mwezi. Mahali gani uelewi hapo dada?
Ile
Ama
sielewi
you want just an argument?
ni unitumie hiyo facts that you have, because if I am behind news, you needed to update me. So
I will back you up on the comment section with the facts, yeah.
Thank you.
Nitakutumia hapo ndio uione, because tutakuwa tunabishana tu na kitu iko mahali
Okay,
technology.
then Mzalendo, pia kesho ukikuja come with the increase value, because you need to validate that statement yako.
Ni sawa, ndakuja nayo, hata si kesho, pengine ndakutumia tu hapo uione mali iko. Today people have really veered off the topic of the day, Ruto survival strategy versus AZIMIO's onslaught. Ruto is not really surviving. Ruto is the president, and you are on the attack. So I have not seen him defending himself much. He has allowed your rallies to go on as planned. He has allowed you to insult him as the way you want. He has allowed you to picket. So things are okay. And I told you, this is a very unique position in Kenya for a president who has not lobbied any tear gas to a crowd. It is very, very unique, and you'll agree with me that I'm even surprised that Kumbe rallies in Kenya can go on smoothly without any disruption. So let us give the government time. I believe that Ruto's presidency and his plans that he has for the government, for the people of Kenya, will yield fruits for the citizens and growth in the public sector. These laws that you are seeing, munapiga kelele ati Ruto has changed this, that is what the government is supposed to do. If I was the president and I come in with my people, I come in with my new laws that I think will work for me. If you don't think it is working for you, then you give me time and wait for the 5 years when I present my report card. This is what I've done. But in the 6 months that Ruto has been in power, he has been rated fairly by most economists. So otherwise, that is all I had. Thank you.
Okay, fine. I think tumekusikia. So let me give my presentation also, maybe before I bring Kenyan Astur again. So I think you also need to confirm those economists and the affiliation of those economists who are rating Ruto fairly with this cost of living. You know, even sometimes anyone can be captured, and we have to be frank about this situation. And there is one thing which I want to be honest here. First of all, foreign countries will always give you the information which you want to hear. So I'm double sure that when we are thinking, some foreign economists will be saying we are doing very well. So I can tell you. So even as you are listening to those scorecard, or maybe to those people who are rating us, it could be a scorecard from hyenas who want to maul us. So I do personally, I rely on my own rating. I do not need to be told by any economist how Kenya is faring on. It is very simple. My parents have no food. My relatives have no food. There is too much frustration walking through the country. Maybe, unless you tell me that you're on the right side of the government and you are part of this government, that is why you are not feeling the heat. But frankly speaking, Bwana Muzarendo, there are some key economic indicators which we cannot let this government say that they are doing well. Okay, let me begin by first of all trying to let you understand, and I want you to tell you one thing which is making this government to function poorly is they are trying to please their masters, and you know them. One thing which, by the way, I want even to tell Kenyans here, you know this idea whereby every time we say that plant export, ati mupande work on cash crops. We have been telling Kenyans for so long, work on cash crops, but we never tell them to work on food crops. Let me tell you, and let me ask you an honest question. Those advanced countries, tell me their cash crop is which one? Are they giving you any cash crop? Even all those advanced countries, they import to you food. And I can tell you that this concept of making Africans not concentrate on food crops is something beyond what you can imagine. I don't want to continue about that. That one is on global economies. I don't need to concentrate on that. But we cannot continue concentrating on cash crops and ignoring food crops, because I can tell you every community in Kenya has cash crops. Kuna wale wako na majani chai, kuna wale wako na kahawa, kuna wale sijui wako na masaiso na nini. And sometimes I even thank some of those people who even uprooted their saisos and the rest, because I can tell you we have to begin with the food stability first of all before anything else. It is so uncalled for, or it is so bad that we have to be getting food from drought-stricken countries, Egypt, Israel, Iran, Parianyeshi. Those are the people bringing food to us in the name of we are concentrating with the cash crops. And again, those cash crops, they have controlled prices somewhere. So we have so many countries producing those cash crops, then we have competition. You know how that economies work. So Kenyans have to start concentrating on food crops more than cash crops. Hiyo nimemaliza. Number two, we have this issue of saying that, I have no problem with Kenya Kwanza if they work the right way and they do not have the tendency of wanting to bring everybody on their side. Kenya Kwanza, or Kenya Kwisha, as they used to be called, they have to know that differences matter. And there's no way in which they can force and want everybody in the country to be on their side. They want the police to be on their side. They want the judiciary to be on the side. They want a registrar. I was even surprised. Even the registrar of political parties is even now talking UDA affiliated issues. Like, since when has the registrar of political party accepted a situation where even the leaders of that political parties were not involved? So I can tell you, Bwana Muzarendo, I pity you. This is a government which needs a lot of guidance. And if you want to say that Mr. Ruto government is doing right, I think we have different methodologies of looking at things. Or maybe you are analyzing a country, not Kenya. Maybe you are talking of another country and confusing with Kenya. But if we are looking at Kenya methodologically, there is everything to worry. You cannot start wanting every institution to think in government methodologies to the extent that you even want to capture the church. And I want to tell the Kenyan church, whatever you are doing happened in Europe. Whatever you are doing, and what you are doing, your tendency of increasing paganhood in Kenya is just in the making. I can tell you, come in Kenya, do a scientific research. 10 years down the line, if this regime is going to be there, the Kenyans who will be going to the church, Kenyans who will be listening to pastors will be very minimal. It is very simple, because what the church is doing, they are helping this government do whatever it is doing. And because the government is going to fail, and I want to tell that guy who was saying that we should not be praying for this government to fail. No one is praying for this government to fail. They are on the direction to the ditch. You don't need to pray for them to fail. Hawa watu orende wako kwa wanaelekea kwa mutaro. And we are pointing to them, hey, hey, unaenda kwa mutaro. Hey, hey, wacha. But wanasema, we ujui. We are shouting to them, but wanatuambia we ujui. They have a point of reference. But these guys, they are deliberate. But suddenly, they want to go kwa mutaro together with us. But we will not allow them. Why? It is very simple. You know, they want us, or maybe some of us who supported Azimio, to work with them. Hiyo ndio ile kitu wanatafuta. And whatever UDA is trying to do, they want to they want to weaken Raila Odinga to give in so that he can go to them. And once he goes to them, they cannot be able to complete the full circle of mummifying Kenya the way they want to do. But I thank God because tushawaonea mbali, tushawaonea 18 kabla wagonga hiyo shot. Let me tell you, no one will accept handshake of UDA. And I can tell you, even if Raila Odinga is invited for a handshake today, na aende, he will go as Raila Odinga. I can tell you, because all the signs which this government has shown, they are not showing inclusion. Like, for example, how do you take when even you are using Bible verses to scold people? Atani munaanzia sijui kusema sijui wale. Why should you take a Bible verse and you start saying hawa ndio hii mulengo? Since when have we ever used the Bible to divide people? It is the same thing tulianzia kusema hawa waamini Mungu, hawa wanaamini Mungu. And it is wrong. In Kenya, we know, and that is why going forward, if religion in Kenya is not going to be regulated, itapeleka watu kwa mutaro. I'm a Christian and a strong one, but the direction in which Christianity is ending in Kenya, inatupeleka kwa mutaro. They have to be regulated now. That is why we don't fall short of mapastors tu wengine tu nasikia sijui nini, huyu anafanya hivi, huyu anafanya hivi. We have now to reach a level whereby the church has to agree on the codes, but they cannot function the way they are functioning. We are Christians and we can see it. We can see our pastors and our bishops wanatupeleka kwa mitaro na hatutakubali. And we cannot start forming splinter churches because we are disagreeing with our leaders. Now, what will happen is that we will start now developing a cold feet of the church. Utakuwa unaona tu kanisa iko pale, watu wanaongea na hakuna mtu anaenda pale. Tutaanzia kuombea kwa manyumba because we cannot allow a pastor, a bishop who is in the bed with the government to mislead us in masses. Hatuwezi kubali hiyo. So that is why I'm saying the Kenyan church is now on a close load. It is Europe in 1940s when the church decided to mix with the government. And today we are having a secular world in Europe. What the Kenyan church is doing, they are manufacturing a secular world in Kenya. Some of the things which religion has been giving us as a way of life, we are going to lose them within a brink of one presidency, which want to use the church for sustenance. It is very simple. If you want legitimacy from the people, work for them. Let's see things improving. Work on the issues. Wacha watu wapate chakula. But I'm surprised when Muzalendo you are coming here and saying that Wakenya wako sawa. That is why even when we are talking, Kenyans are not okay. And I don't know which Kenya we are talking about. Kenyans are not okay. Kenyans have no food. And it is not about those subsidies and what. It is wrong move from day one. Kupea wale watu waelewi kazi. Let me tell you, everything good, na kuna mtu atamekuja sijui kusema hapa sijui, everything starts with manpower. Even the US, China, everywhere, they are making steps because of the manpower they are employing and giving and empowering. And if your manpower is useless, you are going nowhere. Our CSs, all of them close to 70% useless. Where do you want them to take our country? Once the manpower has no vision, even the Bible itself says, a nation without vision is dead. These guys have no vision. It was a reward system. So that's why I'm saying these guys will try to work a lot. And let me tell you, they had an opportunity even to make the politics tone down. But simply they didn't have that. They did. So we now have a country where people are pulling on the opposite direction. They are only having like 40% of the Kenya working with them. And I know that even if that 40% is eroding, the other 60% is not with them. Let me tell you, many people are in Kenya, but they feel aggregated. They see the government is not doing what it's supposed to do for them, and that's why people feel frustrated. But I don't know how long that frustration Kenyans are going to hold it. So that's why I'm saying, Muzarendo, let's be honest. We can talk for the government, but we cannot think for the government. But what you are saying here, or what we are saying here, is like we are thinking for them. They have people who can bring they are not even asking people. Let me ask you a question. Why are they not asking the parliament when they want to invoke military in the budget areas? Why? Why are they making decisions single-handedly? Why is the executive controlling all the 3 government organs which are supposed to be independent? Is there an answer for that? Although I know you'll come here and you start telling us, that is propaganda. There are all signs and indications that executive has mummified all the other organs. We don't have any other organs. It is like his executive and Kenyans. But I want to tell you, there is not any executive which has ever fought citizens, and they are designing their death. It might not be now, but I can tell you, today, Kenyans are having one of the worst government they can have. These people, unless they improve, it will be so sorry for them. But we cannot allow our future to be stolen, because let me tell you, everybody is working on his future. The president is working on his future. I'm working on my future. Everybody is working on his future. We cannot allow our future to be casted down simply because people cannot plan. It's either they work or the country will lie to them. No one will call Kenyans. Kenyans will do what they have to do to take back their country. But they can prevent all that through working hard, through doing the right thing, and through bringing inclusion. That's all they have to do. Thank you. Maybe Asturu unaweza endelea.
Thank you, revolutionary mind. I think Mzalendo would say that Kenyans are okay because Kenya Kuisha is okay. And Kenya Kuisha is okay because they are smuggling all the money from the country. And why I said this, because I spoke to a lady I know from my area, and she told me the situation is becoming more worse every day. People are now ready to go to the shamba. Wanaenda kwa mashamba, wanachimba viazi, si zao kuiba viazi. Mtu akikuta kuku anashika anatoroka nayo. These things are happening and they are real. Sio propaganda. Mzalendo, I think you believe on propaganda because propaganda word has come up. But I'm telling you, in reality, that is what is happening in Kenya right now. The situation is bad, really bad. Ukisikia watu wameanza kwenda kwa shamba kuchimba viazi ambazo hawajalima, you can know what I'm talking about. Ruto is doing nothing about issues of Kenyans. He's busy looking how he can just run that government he has for his own benefit, not for Kenyans' benefit. Na anafanya makosa kwa sababu Wakenya wanaona vile vyote anafanya. I wish he's not showing up. I wish anakaa huko tu ndani, hatumuoni akitoka tufikirie, you know, tukae tukifikiria labda he's busy doing something for people. He will come out and tell us something. But he is coming to the open and showing us that he is doing nothing for you. The only thing he wanna show and portray himself that he is the president. I don't know what kind of a president. Ruto is doing very wrong because he is doing experiment with things that we have seen which has failed. And you cannot do everything every day the same thing and expect a different answer or result. There are so many failed states in Africa using the same tactics Ruto is using. And he's not going to make it because everybody is educated. We have read about those failed states. We have known how they started and how they ended. And we can rescue our country by refusing his tricks that he is using. He thinks he has gone far. You support him. It's okay. You have a right to support whatever you want. But anytime you are talking, talk with the reality. Because me, I'm talking with the reality. People going to shamba kuchimba viazi, that is not a good situation. It shows how people have reached desperation. They are desperate of something to eat. Now it's not even about money. Ile chakula imelimwa kwa shamba, sasa ni kugawana. Ukiwa umelala, mimi naingia kwa shamba na chimba viazi naenda nazo kwangu. Watoto hawatakufa, nikiona kuna kitu ninaweza wapea. Na ni nani ametengeneza hii? Because this is a man invented, man created situation. Since the money is there, but because they are being carried with bags to other places or to people who don't even need it, that is why Kenyans are suffering like this. There is no plan. The only plan is take it and hide it. Take it and keep it for yourself. The other thing I want to mention is Ruto is a very tribal person since then. It's not today or yesterday or tomorrow. He's a tribal person. It is in his blood. He has done this many times and it has shown. And I'm afraid I will say that this is even the most thing that is killing Kenya. Because being tribal, you tend not to think about other tribes and you treat them like animals because they will not get what they deserve because they are not your tribe. You try to support or to give to the tribe that you think as if you created anybody. These are human beings. You are letting them die because they don't belong to your tribe. If we sit down here and we start naming all those people who are in the government, you'll be shocked, even feel ashamed. It's only that we have no authority to do what Ruto is doing. And he is doing that because he has authority, but misusing it and abusing Kenyans. It's critical right now because Kenyans cannot take it anymore. It has reached a point of no return. That's my belief. Because I cannot live without food. Even for them, those people who are politicians, they are not sleeping hungry. They cannot even dare stay hungry. They can afford. And in fact, they are eating the best through taxes that mwananchi analipa. Unakuwa punished for your effort. Unalala njaa na pesa zako ziko na huwezi pata chakula ya kukula. Because The government is so mean. Hawajali maslahi ya watu. Mimi ninashindwa. Hata ukiwa wewe ni muombaji gani, ati unaomba Mungu. And in fact, you don't look forward and see the people who have been created by God, whom you are praying, and be sympathetic. You're just looking forward as if there is nothing happening. Mimi hata shinda yangu kubwa ni kuwa ati pesa ziko, chakula iko, serikali iko, hiyo inajiita serikali ambayo ni fake, ambayo haiwezi hata kujimudu. Iseme hizi malori zibebe mahindi, iende isagwe, iweko magunia, ipelekewe watu wagawie. Hata usipee watu pesa, wapelekee unga, wapikie watoto wao uji, at least for survival. Is that hard for the government to do? As I am a human being, I know how it pains when you are hungry. I know what you cannot do when you are hungry. You cannot move. You cannot talk. You cannot smile. You cannot tell anybody anything when you are hungry. And that is what we are being overlooked. The government is keeping the eyes closed. It's shameful. Watu wako huko maombi, watu wanakufa, wamekosa chakula. Much money spent on something that can be done differently. No need of having all these many prayers while you know people are dying. Those buses could be loaded with unga, mahindi, wapelekee watu kule wanakufa, rather than loading people and giving them money to support you so that you can be seen. You have a big crowd of people, following you. That means that you have got followers of your Christianity, which is all fake. Because I know even those people who go there, after they leave, they go laughing. They say, I got 1,500. I was transported to that place, and here I go. At least I can buy something for my children. That's it. I'm not judging those people who went there that they are not faithful. But it's like you are forcing them to be there. Where they are coming from, there is a church. There is everything. God is everywhere. Why can't he go to Northeast and do prayers? That is my problem. And today I say, Ruto must go. Thank you.
Sawa. Muzarendo, you have a right to reply.
Kenya has told, I think, as I said, Ruto is a prayerful person. So sometimes if you have a problem with that, that is his social life. He wants to go and pray away from his government duties. Wacha aende aombe, ashiriki mahali anataka kushiriki. Hakuna mtu amewakataza kwenda maombi. Si mmesema mnaenda nyinyi pia maombi. Nobody has denied anybody the right to worship whatever they want to worship. So all we say that hata ukiomba, let the government work and let the government work for its people. I've seen people complaining mahali huko kwa comment section. There is, I don't know which word it is. It is, let me remember, traitorous critics. Traitorous critics. These are people who would criticize you, and then at the end of the day, they threaten you, telling you, wewe tutakuachia hama, mimi mimi mtakuacha uwagi peke yako huko. Don't run away. Just come back here. This is where we'll sort you out and we'll place you where you belong. So mambo ya kutoroka, usitoroke. Kutoroka, it means that you are giving up. We also want to see a good country, a country governed properly. And if you are thinking that I'm on Ruto's payroll, I'm not. I've never been to Ruto's house or a payroll ati anilipe nikuje niseme ile nasema. The only thing that I want is a stable country, and when you come here, give Kenyans the right perspective of things. Kama ni mambo ya wizi, sema ni wizi inaendelea kwa serikali, useme hapa ndio kuna wizi, hapa ndio kuna ubaya. Then we see what we can advise. There's a gentleman who came up earlier here. He was very, very poetic, but that is the reality. If you could have so many people like that coming into this panel, then mwingine mtasaidika huko. He asked one question: even if you are fighting so hard to replace Ruto, would Raila be just another a similar leader, or even worse than Ruto? You are talking about countries like Singapore, that you'll see yourself in a situation where Singapore is right now. Go and read and find out what Singapore did to be where it is. Did they politic? Yes, there was a bit of politics, but who did they look for? They looked for somebody outside politics to revive the economy. So hii mambo mnafikiria ati Raila atakuja kubadilisha sijui nini. That's rubbish. To me, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. All I know, these are politicians. They play politics of the mind. Right now, they're playing with anger as the issue. So they'll stick with that anger, hoping that they will draw the masses. And the lady mentioned that Ruto anapeleka watu crusade na mabuses. So how did you want people to go to that crusade? How would you get there? You need to have transport to get there. So transport kama iko available, iko for people who want to go and fire and get spiritual nourishment. So mambo ati people were ferried, that is so what? These crowds, they don't give you the numbers. You heard what this guy who was dancing with Baba all the time, the head of Kotu, I don't know his name, Atuoli said, we thought we had numbers, kumbe ni uongo tu. You didn't have any numbers. I'm telling you. And Ruto knew who to target while he was inviting artists and clergy to visit his current home. You are busy having your rallies. He knew that the clergy control masses, so he got the clergy on board, and that is what happened. Look at what Trump also did. He managed to get the clergy on board, and he got into power. When the clergy dropped him, he's now out. He's now out of power. They don't want him because he lied to them. So that is what the scorecard of Ruto will say after 5 years. Whatever they had promised each other with the evangelical churches, you will know after 5 years kama atakuwa na kanisa, because siasa ni numbers. Revolutionary mind, siasa ni numbers, and the numbers you get them from the church leaders. If you can capture that, then you are okay.
Is the church, 1 minute, is the church, 1 minute kidogo, let's debate here a little bit. Are evangelicals the owners of the country? Are they the most important people in the country, that they are the only people who we need to satisfy? I think we are also not fair. Why can't we say that we can also Muslims want to be satisfied? Indians want to be satisfied. Why are we talking of evangelicals as if they are so special in our country?
You see, this is Ruto's style of leadership. This is Ruto's style of approach. regarding his upbringing. I had earlier, Ron, told you a story about Ruto spiritual life from campus and the way he headed the church at some point. Niliwaambia hiyo yote. So he cannot forget his roots, where he came from. For some of you, if you are not rooted in the church, don't complain. Kama hujui mambo ya kanisa, weka huko. Kama hujui, yeye ametegemea huyo Mwenyezi Mungu kama nguvu yake. He gets his power from prayer. So let him be. And if he had convinced the church leaders that, you know, I want you to also convince your congregation to give me votes. That is what a political leader wants. And nobody would say that, even Raila himself. I think probably he had been approaching the church and na ni vile alishindwa kuingia kwa kanisa na kuconvince watu wa kanisa wakuwe pande yake. You might be talking about at hiyo mabahasha ya pesa na nini. I mean, that is, we go to church, we donate, give whatever we have, and it is allowed. It's not like it is not allowed to give money to the church. We have seen it happening. Even you, revolutionary mind, probably you have tithed in church, you have given a sadaka in church. It is allowed. Who told you it is not allowed? So if Ruto kaa anapeana pesa kwa kanisa, let him be. Hiyo ni pesa yake. What is going to do with his money? It's his own business. So musisikie uchungu sana that huyu jamaa ameshika kanisa. Now, my point is, Kenya as a country, we have the church, we have the fourth estate, and we have the civil society. Those three arms, the civil society, the church, and the civil society, the church, I've forgotten the other one, and the fourth estate. The fourth estate should be objective, should be transparent, and it should highlight the things that are happening in Kenya. The civil society, that's a watchdog for the citizen. They correct where the government is going wrong. There is something that is being pushed by the civil society. I've forgotten about it. Those are the things that transform society. Those are the things being pushed by the civil society, things being pushed by the church. The church is the last resort. When kama mambo imekwama kabisa, even in Moi's era, when mambo imekwama kabisa, anaenda kwa kina Dingi Mwanawanzeki anamwambia, hey, tufanye nini hapa? Yeah, hii imekwama kabisa. So what do we do? So that is exactly the role of the church, the fourth estate, and the civil society. And
okay, you are not mentioning the mosque, the temple. Why are we secluding all are the others not having stake?
I have told you, like in Muslims, they have SUPKEM. If you look at SUPKEM, go and look at where they stand as today. Do they support the government of the day? Yes. Do they approve of Ruto's government? Yes. Go to hii ingine ya evangelical, hii ingine inaitwaje? Nimeisahau, ndaikumbuka jina. This one which was led by this guy who drifted into politics, huyo wa Machakos. Do they support the church? Yes, they do. Do
okay.
They support? Yes.
Mzarendo, I have one question for you. Nasikia unaongea too much about evangelicals. So it's like you are even having a divide even of the Christians there.
Nimekuambia.
Okay, 1 minute. Let me just ask a question. We want to talk to let Nancy. Ile swali nataka kukuuliza. Can you tell me what is your take on the current issues which have also been even happening in the church? We have even been seeing clips kama zingine zilikuwa zinaletwa hapa kwa Citizen ambao tunakuta yani mapasto wamefanya nini na nini. So what is your take of evangelicals mission of preaching in Kenya and nurturing people into salvation and into faith? So can you tell me their mission and what they are achieving in Kenya? Are they bringing people more close to God? Are they taking people away from God? Are they serving their interest? What is happening? Because I don't get it. Help me understand. What is their mission in gospel and in achieving the unilateral idea of taking gospel to the next generation? Because that is what evangelicals, they are also not telling us. They are too much on what I will get, what I will get, what I will get. Utapata hi, utapata hi. What is their concept on the future?
Okay, that's a very, very good question. There is the church and the state. Yeah, we need to separate the church and the state. The church should drive people to the kingdom of God. That is their calling. When you go to a theological school and you are ordained and you become a pastor or a priest or a reverend, your mission is to drive people to Christianity and to salvation. That is the role of the church. The role of the church also is to ensure that we have justice. Where we agree with you in is one area. The church today has failed because if we go back to the church that was led by Mother Teresa, I always say that a church that does not support any poverty any poverty reduction or any mitigation into poverty, kama kulipia watoto karo za shule, kusaidia watu katika slum areas, kujengea watu manyumba, kupatia nani. Hiyo ndio kazi ya kanisa. Unanielewa? Hiyo ndio kazi ya kanisa. Na kama kanisa haiwezi fanya hivyo, then unajua hiyo ni kanisa fake. But if they are involved in politics, directly involved in politics, such that wameweka kichwa hapo ndani, they are seeking elective posts, they are cutting deals with the government, then that is absolutely wrong. Tunaelewana hapo? Yeah, so state na kanisa ni vitu tofauti. That is why the state ikikuja kama presidency, inakuja hapo inasema kanisa tuombee. What are they saying? They are not saying that kanisa kuja muingie kwa serikali. They are saying pray for us because you are clergy, you have a connection, your prayers would be answered. This is what the country is praying about. We are praying for peace. We are praying for rains to come. We are praying for so many things. So that is work of the church and pastors. That is why they open their doors on Sunday, and the Muslims open their mosque each and every day. As they pray, utapata, they are praying for the country. They are praying for the president. They are praying. Inafanyika. It is allowed. Yeah. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, I've heard you, but what I wanted you to confirm is that please also, let's also be frank and fair and know that evangelicals have also been driving people to the wrong direction. In many countries, not only even in Kenya alone, and we cannot listen to them as gospel as truth. We have to make our own decisions. It is not a must that a pastor akuja aniambie so and so ni mtu mzuri na mimi nikubali.
Revolutionary mind, just to add on what you've said, I agree with you. I asked Bernard, one of the panelists in this show, I asked him a question. Wewe ukienda kwa kanisa yako usimame pale, useme watu wa Azimio inueni mkono juu. Kuna watu wa UDA hapa, utapata kuna watu wa UDA. Kuna watu wa Wajakoya hapa, utapata kuna watu wa Wajakoya kwa hiyo kanisa. Kuna watu wa nani mwingine alisimama, ni hao wawili watatu ndio walikuwa wanajulikana sana. Utapata wako pale kwa hiyo kanisa. Watu wa Ruto wako pale kwa kanisa, watu wa Uhuru wanasupport Uhuru wako pale, watu wa Raila wako pale. Kwa kanisa imegeuka namna hiyo, imegawanyika namna hiyo. That is why good clergies wakienda kanisa, they avoid politics because it sends mixed signals to the congregation. You cannot simama ati wewe ni mtu wa UDA wa kanisa ambayo imebeba watu wa Azimio na imebeba watu wale wako Kwarile katika mrengo mwingine. So that is how politics is, and that is how a good clergyman should address their congregation. Akidecide to support Ruto as an individual, that is his own individual right, and you cannot also deny him because he's voting. Mtu wa kanisa awe pastor ama nani, akona haki ya kupigia mtu wote kura ule anaona yuko sawa.
Mzalendo nimekusikia, but is it right as a clergy also to start saying hawa ni wa Mungu na hawa si wa Mungu? Why is the Kenyan clergy isolating people and even judging people against even the one which they preach themselves, to the extent that they have told their masses, and we have Christian masses in Kenya in huge, that they are using pointers and claim some people hawa ndio wa Mungu, hawa si wa Mungu, to the extent sasa we are in this quagmire simply because the church itself ilikuwa inasema hawa ni wa Mungu. What will they say?
I'm requesting to talk. You've been talking all through. Even me, I need to talk. Can I go on?
Your name.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just came to address these two traitors hapo juu. Unaona kila mtu ametoka, you're staying there arguing with Mzalendo. Do you know that Baba is going to the stadium tomorrow? This revolution mind, I thought you have some brains. I thought, but I've lost respect for you. Unaona kila mtu ametoka hapo. Mtoke hapo mwache Mzalendo hapo peke yake. And the other lady, she doesn't have a family to go to. I need to be answered those questions before I go. We are supposed to be talking about tomorrow, this rally. You know? We're supposed to be talking about rally. Tukitoka hapa tuko charge. I paid for this subscription thinking this is Revolution Channel. But I'm going to revoke my subscription. Nitafute another hustle. I'm not going to come here to listen to these things.
So just go ahead.
Okay,
We've been here long enough. Go ahead.
You see, we are talking here, we are chatting away forward, but at the same time, even as we talk of the revolution, we have also to tell Kenyans the truth, and we have to demystify some of the issues zile watu wanaongea hapa. Like sasa mtu kama sasa Mzalendo, kuna mambo ameleta hapa. According to himself, anasema yeye anasema yeye mambo ni ukweli, but
you can never put Mzalendo is a sadist. You can never, yani mkimchukia anapata nguvu. You can never put sense into him. Just log out and leave him there. And the other lady, I know you have family, leave him there. Alafu tuone. Alafu okay, alete watu wa anaitwaje? This guy is a sadist. Mojua sasa unamwattack. Imagine a normal person haizi ka place anakuwa attacked kila siku. How? But enda usome about being sadist. Anapata nguvu hivyo. Ni kama unafeed nyoka. Unaona, hivyo ndo anapata nguvu. Just log out and go. Bernard will be here tomorrow. Unaona anacheka. Just go study about sadist. You
okay.
People, you two there, okay. You're disappointing everybody huko chini. I'm sure everybody wanted to say that one, lakini ni ile tu wataki kusema.
Nancy, your point is home. I'm leaving so that I can leave you.
No, unaona vile unacheka, you are sadist. Me hata siku hizi I don't address you.
No.
You can't imagine, no one wants you. Lakini umejikaza tu mpaka umehonga nani? Umehonga ule mwenye hii channel.
Sijaonga mwenye hii channel. Wacha
nikutaki. Ona, kumbe unakuanga unatamani nafasi ya Bernard. Unajua Bernard
siwezi hata tamani kukua hapo.
Ona, tunaona umekaa hapo sasa ni kama vile nyoka alidanganya Eden and Eve. Kwa nini? Alafu cheka tu.
You have a very funny analysis.
Kama uko na shida unione kando nikusaidie. Mimi am a counselor as well. Nitakucancel. Lakini tuache tu hapa, si tuendelee na nini yetu. Wewe kaa tu kando please. Yaani unatusumbua akili.
Aya, Nancy, sikia, ndakupatia nafasi hiyo nafasi unataka kuanzia kesho. Kuanzia kesho sitakuwa katika hii show ya Mtembei kwa sababu Nancy amesema nisikue kwa hii show ya Mtembei kwa sababu mambo ya revolution imechacha moto kabisa.
Sasa hiyo ndio nilikuwa nimetoka job kama nimelala hata kwa nikikuja nasema acha niende kwa show ni pambe moto. By the time baba amefika Kisii. Niko moto. Alafu tena tutoka huko tukuja hapa tuko moto, lakini unakuja kutusumbua. Ona paka kila mtu amehepa. Imagine.
Wacha watu watoroke tu. Kutoroka inamaanisha
unasema wewe tu you are sadist. Ndio nasema revolution mind muache. Just leave him. Uwezi pump anything to. Wacha mwacha hapa kako tu peke yake.
Revolution mind is a Kenyan na anataka uzuri ifanyike.
Revolution mind wewe muache tu please. We are in this thing.
Nancy, I accept the Mutembei guys wale walikuwa hapo wakuja wafunge station tafadhali. I'm also done.
I think Zalendo ndo admin, imagine akona admin right. Ameonga. Imagine kama Mzalendo anaweza muonga na hiyo.
I don't have admin rights. I can go into
ameonga Mtembei na inaitwaje na hizo peni mbili zenye ako nazo. Imagine Ruto na
yani why would you fight to be an admin of this show?
Nancy, 1 minute. Can you bring a rallying party for people to go to Kisii now that you have brought that issue here?
Yeah, ambia watu waende.
Tuende Kisii huko tuambie Ruto atoke. Hiyo ndo tulikuwa tumekuja hapa kusikia.
Sasa waambie uko na nafasi, waambie kabisa waende Kisii.
Usiongee.
1 minute. Nancy, 1 minute please.
Okay.
Can you try to synergize that na tuambie mashida ya gava saa hii please? Elaborate.
Sisi sasa hatutaki kusikia mashida ya gava, tunataka Ruto atoke. Zingine tutaongea baadaye.
Haya ni sawa.
Unaona hata Raila alifukuza Jalango. Hiyo ndo nyimbo yake, hatutaki malaya. Na wewe unaanza kuwa huyo malaya mwenye Ruto nani anasema. Ruto anasema. Hebu toka tu hapo juu muache peke yake. Hata imagine unadhani kina Mato wako busy sahi. Kwanza na nini iko show ni kesho. Unaona? Admin wote kina Juliet, sijui Julie huyo. Sidhani kama watu wako busy. Na huyu Poge na Hope wamekuja kumwambia kukuambia utoke revolution. Hope hajakuja kuargue na Mzalendo.
Mimi ninataka kuachia nyinyi muwe watu wawili morali.
Imagine revolution ukitoka hapo atabaki peke yake. Hebu tumwache hapo.
Mimi nilishatoka kitambo. Mimi nataka kusikia mambo ya revolution.
Wacha Alex hiyo link nimetoa kwa nini kwa group, sijui kama kwa group ya WhatsApp. Hiyo hata Mzalendo haizi ingia, that one is prohibited.
Yo, mimi si mtu wa Azimio, naingia huko kufanya nini?
Na tunaanzisha channel yetu.
Mbarikiwe.
Mimi unajua mimi am a student of Raila. Nitaimba hiyo wimbo hapa, nikikuja naimba.
Sasa unajua Nancy, wacha nikwambie, mali ulikuwa mimi nimekuwa huko. Unaelewa? Nimekuwa huko nikaimba hivyo, hata nikikutolea zile scars tuko nayo tukiimba hiyo wimbo unaimba. Tulianza kuimba kitambo kabla hata uzaliwe. So sisi tumekuwa hapo. Ukiona tumefika mahali tumefika, ni tunajua mwelekeo wa kila step ile bwana huyo kiongozi wenyu anajaribu.
Lakini mimi nikitoka hapo sitakuja kusumbua wenye bado wako hapo. Nitaenda kuanzisha yangu.
Wewe unajua hizi vitu hauna shida, ni hauna uwezo uko nao ya kuanzisha, lakini platform.
Mimi sitaanzisha, lakini nitachocha watu. Najua tuko kama 10, tuko kama 30.
Wacha nikwambie uzuri wa watu kama wewe kwa show na ubaya wa watu kama mimi kwa show. Ubaya wa watu kama mimi na uzuri wa watu kama mimi ni utaongea jua na utasikia ile anayasema. Kama uyapendi vile uyapendi ile mimi nasema, uko na nafasi ya kukataa na useme huyu jamaa anatudanganya, lakini so
Mimi saa
far
hii sina hiyo time. Mimi nilikuja tu kwa hii channel sababu niko na vitu mingi za kufanya, nadhani sina. Hata bwanangu mwenyewe anashangaa huko kwa bedroom nimemwacha.
umemwacha mzee, unamwacha mzee, basi
Ndio
unapenda siasa sana.
nimemwacha nikuja kuambia revolution atoke. Na siwezi mwacha kuja kukusikiza. Lakini
Sasa
nilikuwa
kuna
namwacha
watu
na
wanataka
kuja
kuingia kwa show ndio wanaingia saa hii. Sasa wewe unaenda wapi?
Mimi naenda, siwezi kukusikiza mzalendo, seriously siwezi.
Wewe
Okay.
tusha
Nimekuja tu hapa, nimekuja tu kuambia revolutionary mind atoke hapo juu.
wewe, that will be dictatorship. Revolutionary mind, you have a mind of your own.
Hata Raila tu amesema hataki malaya manini.
Wewe Raila sasa alikuwa anasalimiana na Uhuru, alikuwa ni
saini tomorrow is gone. Na nini Kenya atasema ndo tutafanya, that's my leader. Me I'm loyal.
Sasa basi, sasa umeongea. Kwa hivyo hata akisalimia Ruto ni sawa, si ndio?
Akisalimia Ruto ni sawa.
Sasa kwa nini sasa? That is, unaona revolutionary mind. Kenyans hata wana msimamo.
Mimi I'm loyal. I'm loyal. Hata niko rafiki yako, me I'm loyal like that.
Loyal to Baba.
Loyal to the people I love.
Wow.
And Papa is one of them.
Sasa ataenda kwa Ruto very very soon. So
me I'm a covenant keeper. I'm a covenant keeper. Lakini sasa Baba amesema hatutaki umalaya ya nini inaitwaje?
Na yeye pia asituonyeshe hizo vitendo basi.
Mimi sitaki kusikia about yeye. Nimekuja tu at least hiyo mama ameenda kuona familia yake ama watoto wake. Revolution mind na wewe sasa twende.
Wewe umemfukuza huyo mama kwa nini bwana?
Nani hapa
ukufanya nini hapo na
funga station basi.
Wacha
mimi nimeenda bye. Revolution mind mimi sasa nimeenda, nitangoja Bernard asubuhi. Bye bye mzalendo.